Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's day 3. Devyn Michaels. Okay. The love triangle murder trial. Day 3. It's a holiday. Court is actually closed today, but guess what? It's still open over here. It's day 3, guys. We're going to see. Maybe we can get all the way caught up today. Wouldn't that be nice? So tomorrow we're on day 5. Hi, boo. Hey, boo boos. Hey, gang stars. What's going on? Bougie gang. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Day 3. Let's not waste a minute and let's just go ahead and get into this testimony because today we're not doing another trial for a little minute because y'all, we got so much to catch up on. I got so much to catch up on. Let's see. Can we talk about what has been happening so far? Let's see. So we're on day 3. Day 3, we are looking at, hopefully this is correct. Day 3, we are looking at Nasho Yoshida, victim's mother's boyfriend. We're looking at testifying Yoko Willette, Nicole, and that's the mommy. Okay. That's Johnathan's mom. Okay. Then there is Nicole Merriam Henderson, police crime scene analyst. There's Dr. Stephanie Yagi. There's Dr. Jennifer Burns, forensic anthropologist. And Detective Carrie Skinner is going to round out the day. Okay. So we're looking at about 5 witnesses, and baby, let's just go ahead and get into it. I feel like we're going to save a lot of time. So let's see. Let me get my screen set up. Can I move this over here? All right. Let's see. Okay, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Tap in as you come in. Tap in as you come in. Good morning, all my girls. Good morning, all of the true crime girlies. Good morning, and to the fellas. Good morning too. In the bushes, you know the guys stay in the fellas bushes, obviously, but that's cool. Tap in as you come in. Okay. We are over here with Devyn Michaels. If you need to get caught up, go to episode 1 and day 1, episode 1, and everything you need is right there. I wonder if they're getting close to closing, resting their case, but well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. I feel like what is today? Oh, because of the holiday. Yeah, this is probably going to go into another. Maybe they might finish it up this week. You never know. Who knows if her team is going to put on a defense? So we don't even know. Okay, guys, let's get into it. This chick is giving all kinds of ragamuffin every day. Her attorney's talking about something. We're not going to. I was listening. Let me say something. I was listening to the jail call. You know, since we're jail call experts over here, I was listening to her jail call with Devier or whatever his name is, her stepson slash husband, and I was like, girl, and the way she hung up on him, her attorney is a mess, right? Okay, the way she hung up on him on that jail call was very telling to me. Sis, turn back around so we can see your face. We almost caught it. Hey, baby. Y'all, I had to catch that little shot. Her hubson, okay? Her stepson / husband, okay? Say it ain't so, but it is. Let's try 1.25 again today, see how that goes. Now, you guys be patient because these are some elderly folks and they are also using an interpreter. I don't know if they're Japanese. I think Yoko is definitely a Japanese name. Not that it makes a difference at all, but English is not their first language, so they're using an interpreter. So just be patient with these grown folks. And I think first is the mom's boyfriend. Okay. So mom's boyfriend, he's not going to be on here very long. And then mom, I don't think mom is going to be here on here maybe an hour. Yeah. I mean, she's got a lot to share because she's the one that found the body, but then we're gonna move on to some science. Okay. So to the to forensic, we're gonna move to Nicole. Oh, we're gonna go to Nicole Miriam Henderson, crime scene analyst, Dr. Stephanie Yagi, who is the Clark County medical examiner, Jennifer Burns, who is a forensic anthropologist, and Detective Carrie Skinner. So four additional witnesses outside of mom and mom's boyfriend. Okay.
We are back on the record machine. Please have touch 239 State versus Devyn Michaels. Being over the Ms. Michaels is present with attorneys. Deputation plans on behalf of the state. And both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state your next one.
Your Honor, the state's first witness for today is Yoshida Masao.
Yoshida? Just follow me on. Sure.
Thank you.
You ask him for your names and please right hand. Hold on, just 1 second.
Like that he is being assisted by a court interpreter. Mr. Interpreter, can we have your name for the record?
Takuya Kawamoto.
Okay, you have a card you can leave us when you leave? You have a business card you can give to us?
No.
Okay. Can you spell that for us? Can you spell it?
TAJUYA. That's first name. And last name is Aisha with an A-M-O-T-O.
Okay. And sir, we're going to swear you in first. So if you could raise your right hand, we're going to swear you in.
Sir, which language are you interpreting?
Japanese.
Japanese? You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the defendant / plaintiff to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
That's to the witness. Okay. All right, and sir, and now we're going to swear him in. If you could ask him to please raise his right hand.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So he can translate.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
名前を全部でスペルで名前。
Masao, first name, Yoshida, last name. First name, Masao, last name, Yoshida.
And can you just, okay. All right. And Mr. Gillett, you just make sure you guys can scoot up so he speaks right into that red light. Okay. Okay. State whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Yes, if you can just speak right into that light right there, that microphone, that's the one that we'll be able to hear you with, okay?
ここに向かって話してください。ここに向かって話すと皆さん聞こえますよ。
わかりました。
How old are you, sir?
何歳ですか？
はい。
何歳ですか？
あー
今年。
78歳です。
78?
78 years old. Okay. And where do you reside? Do you reside at 2698 Paladura Drive?
現在住まれているところは2867のパラドラドライブですか？
はい、その通りです。
Yes.
Who do you live there with?
どなたと一緒に住まれてますか？
ヨコさんと一緒に住んでます。
I live with Yoko.
And who is Yoko to you?
ヨコさんはあなたにとってどういう関係ですか？
ボーイフレンド、ガールフレンドだと思います。
Boyfriend and girlfriend relationship.
So Yoko is your girlfriend.
So,
はい。
yes.
How long have you known Yoko?
ヨコさんはどのくらい知られてますか
26、7年ですね。
？About 26 and 27 years.
How long have you been in a relationship with Yoko?
ヨコさんとそういう関係が
10年ぐらいじゃないですか。10年ちょっと前。10年ぐらい。
About 10 years.
And when you've been in a relationship with Yoko, have you always lived with her at the 2698 Paladura address?
ヨコさんとそういう関係になって今の住所にずっと一緒に住まれてますか？
はい、そうです。
Yes, that's correct.
Turning your attention then to August 6th.
Can I just say something? Okay, so that's her boyfriend. You had your grown son come live at the house. He gets murdered at the house while he's like the porn star girl, the son moving into the downstairs living room. That's a lot. That's a lot. Anyway, but okay, sir. They've been in a relationship for about 10 years. So there is, look, they found each other in their older years. Isn't that nice?
6th of 2023.
8月6日の2023年の時にちょっとこれはい。
Who were you living with at that address?
その時住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか？その時住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか？
ヨコさんと住んでました。
with Yoko.
Was anyone else living at the house at that time?
その時にヨコさん以外にどなたかと住んでましたか？
ジョン。
with John.
And who was John?
ジョンソンって誰ですか？
あ、
ジョンソンって誰ですか？
ヨコさんの息子です。
He's the son of Yoko.
Now, did John stay in a downstairs living room that became a bedroom?
ジョンさんは1階のリビングルームを自分のベッドルームにして使っていました。
そうですね。1階のリビングルームに住んでましたね、彼は。
That is correct.
And did you and Yoko share a bedroom then upstairs of the home?
そしてヨコさんは2階の。
2階の。
That's correct.
So on August 6th of 2023, were you aware of a person named Nikki?
この8月3日2023年に、ニッキーという人を知ってましたか？
知らないです。意味も知らない。
8月6日、そのニッキーという人をその時に知ってましたか？2023年に。
知ってました。
Yes.
And who was Nikki?
ニッキーっていう方はどういう関係なんですか？
全く何にもないです。
I don't know.
ヨコさんの息子のガールフレンドだと思ってました。
The only thing I know is that
じゃあワイフかな。わからないです。
I don't know quite well, but I assume that she's the girlfriend of the Yoko-san
Of John.
or wife.
Okay. They had children together, correct?
子供さんがおられましたよね。
はい。
Yes.
Two girls.
二人の子供。
Two
Two girls, yes.
And then John had an older son not with Nikki, correct?
ジョンさんは、年の上の子供がおられましたか？その二人以外に。
もう一人、最初の、奥さんと、いましたね。デビエラという子で。
Viviera, probably that the son or children of her former marriage.
Okay, so John's former marriage, he had a son.
ジョンさんの最初の結婚の時の子供さんがおられたんですか？
どっかカリフォルニアの方から来て、住みたい、ジョンが住みたいと言ったんで、ヨコさんに聞いて、OK、いいですよと、私はそれで答えました。その前にね。それだけです。
ジョンさんカリフォルニアから来て。
ヨコさんからそれ聞きました。
Can I ask him again? Question.
So did John have a son not with Nikki, with somebody else?
ジョンさんがニッキーさんとの間の子供じゃなくて、他の方との子供じゃないですか？
最初の、奥さんがいたみたいですね。別れた、離婚したみたいですけど、それはヨコさんから聞きました。
He heard from Yoko that John has a previous marriage, and then that's what he heard from Yoko.
John had an older son named Devier, correct?
デビエラという方がおられたんですか？
そうですね。
That's correct.
Okay. So then turning your attention to August 6th, 2023, did you see Nikki at that house at 2698 Paladura?
8月6日、2023年に、そのニッキーさんと、これ、お家にいて、会ったんですね。
全く見てないです。8月、その当日ね。
I didn't see her on the date of the August 6th.
Did you see her vehicle?
車は見ましたか、その日に？
犬を散歩連れてったんで、帰ってきたら、車があるなと見ました。
I saw his car. I saw her car.
Her car?
彼女の車ですね。
そうですね。
Yes.
Nikki's car.
はい。
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい、そうです。
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい、そうで
Yes.
す。
And then on that evening, eventually you go to sleep, correct?
夜、ベッドに疲れて休まれたんだと思いますけども、
もう散歩から帰ってきて、2階に行って、テレビ見て、もう10時には寝ました。
After I took a walk with the two dogs and came back home, and I went to bed at around 10 o'clock.
Whose dogs were they?
その犬はどなたのものですか？
いや、ジョンのです。
belongs to John.
So then you went to sleep on the night of August 6th, 2023. On the morning of August 7th, 2023, did Yoko come and talk to you about something?
で翌日の8月7日に、陽子さんがその岡田さんにその話を持ってこられたんですか？話が。
私はまだ寝てたんですけど、陽子さんが私を起こしに来て、下に来てくれと。
Yes, she came. He was sleeping. She came and then woke him up and asked him to go downstairs.
And did you and Yoko ultimately call 911?
その時下に降りて、最後に911、911を電話されたんですか？
そうですね。これはもう死んでるって思って、911しましたね。
I called 911 because I assumed that he's dead.
And when you say he, do you mean John?
ジョンさんが死んでると思ったんですね。
はい。
That's correct.
And did the police eventually come to the house?
で、警察がうちに来たんですね。それ電話して警察が来たんですか？
それで、いろんな人がたくさん、警察の人がたくさん来ましたね。
Quite a few policemen came.
What time did you see Nikki's car
何時に、
the day before?
その8月6日にニキさん、
いや降りてきて、これは大変だと。8時20分か30分、まあちょっとその辺ですよね。
On August 6th of 2023, the day before, when did you see Nikki's car?
8月6日だからに、いつ頃そのニッキーさんの車を見ましたか？
朝は見なかったですね。だから、
8月6日。
彼女は10時ぐらい来たんじゃないですか。6日っていうのは事件の日ですか？夜ですか
You're asking August 6th, right?
Yes, what time?
だから事件の日です。
事件の夜ですか？
何時に彼女の車を見たんですか？
8時ぐらいじゃないですか？夜の。
8 p.m. around 8 p.m.
Did you see Devier that night?
デビエラさんをその、時見たんですか？
デビューは見てないです。
I didn't see her.
Did you see Devier the next morning when you woke up?
そして翌日朝目が覚めてこの彼女を見たんですね。デビエラを。
デビューは見てないです。
No, I didn't see her.
ヒムですね。デビューは。
デビエラ、him.
うん。
I didn't see him.
Days later, after the police came, did you notice that there was a knife missing from your kitchen?
ポリスが来た後に、そのキッチンからあなたのナイフがなくなったのに気がつきましたか？
誰が？
あなたが。
ジョンは？
Yeah, okay. Let me clarify the question. Do you ask him whether he noticed that his knife was
Yes.
Okay, あなたのナイフです。
ワイフ。
いや、あなたのナイフ。
ライフ。
ナイフ、ナイフ、ブッチャーナイフがなくなったの
To
は、
cut food.
そう、ナイフ。
ジョンたちはあんまり餌あげないんで、私がいつも大体犬の餌を作ってあげてたんです。その時に使うのが、チャイニーズのブッチャーナイフっていうので、細かくしてチキンをあげてたんで、それが前の夜使ってたのは、朝そこに行ったら乾かしてるところにない。
I was using a butcher knife to prepare the food for the dogs and do it every day. But the next day, so he used that knife the night. But next day, he realized that that knife was gone.
Okay. Did you ever find that knife?
その後、ナイフは見つかりましたか？
No.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. In the years that you had lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Devier lived in the house?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
In the years that he lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Devier lived in the house?
ヨコさんと住み始めて、で、そのデビエラは、頻繁にうちに来ましたか？
いや、いなかったですよ。そして、何年前からで覚えてないんですけど、ジョンがこっちに来て、ラスベガスに来たいと。それで、OK って言っただけです。それ以外はもう何も知らないですね。
Deviera didn't come. And only John asked Yoko, he want to come back to Vegas. That's the only thing he knows.
Okay, but you do recall during some time that Devyn lived in the house with you and your girlfriend?
その時、彼と、から彼女がね、一緒に住んでたということは知ってましたか？デビューとが一緒になんか住んでたと。
ああ、知らないですね。
I don't know.
You don't remember? Or you?
思い出せないのか知らないのかどっちですか？
知らないです。
I don't know.
Okay. On the weekend, and if I told you that August 6th was a Sunday, the weekend before all these things happened was Johnathan moving out.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay. August 6th, August 7th was Johnathan moving out.
この8月6日、この週末にジョンがムーブアウトしたんですか？ Is your question move out?
Yes. I'll just make it real simple. Was Johnathan moving out of the house?
ジョナサンさんはもう家から出てったんですか？
引っ越すというんで、そう引っ越すという話だけは聞いてました。だから、私はもう2階に行っちゃってたんで、もう
I've
何も
heard
わ
that,
かん
I've
ない
heard。only he was moving out. That's the only thing I know.
Okay. During the time that you were living with Johnathan, did you have an issue that the money that you gave Johnathan, he was just buying alcohol?
ジョンと一緒に住んでる時に、なんかいろいろ問題とか起きたり、あるいは彼がお金がいる時に貸したりしましたか？
ああ、私にはないです。
I never did that.
You never gave Johnathan money?
ジョンにお金を貸したりしたってことはないですね。
ないです。
Never.
And you were never part of a discussion that he was just spending that money on alcohol? And maybe were you ever part of a discussion where Johnathan was taking money and spending it on alcohol?
そうなんかこう話の中で、彼が、お金を、使ってアルコールを買ってるとかそんな話聞いたことありますか？
まあ、全くそういうの私は知らないですね。
I didn't know anything.
Okay. Was there discussions in the days before that weekend Johnathan was moving out?
この週末の前にジョナサンはもう出てったんですか？
いや、出てってないですね。
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statement?
No, Your Honor.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much.
終わりました。
You want to stay here for?
State the color of their witness.
Yoko Willette.
Yes, please. I'm gonna ask you for your name and standing. Can you let her know that she's gonna swear?
立って先生します。それ
And just for the record, we are going to swear in Mr. Interpreter again because she is being assisted by the court interpreter. So we swear in the interpreter.
最初私やります。
You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the victim to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
She's the witness.
今度はヨーコさんで。
I have.
To the witness.
To the witness, excuse me. Okay, I apologize.
And then now, ma'am, we'll swear you in. If you can
Yes.
raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth,
真実だけいうことを誓いますか？
the whole truth, and nothing but
す
the
べて
truth,
真実だ。
so help you God.
いや、いいですか？ Yes.
Thank you, you may be seated. And if you would please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
名前を全部言っていただいて、そしてスペルを申し上げてください。
Mr. Interpreter, do you need to move those chairs? So we actually need you sitting the closest to the microphone because we need to hear you. So if you want to have a seat, I know you have to stay in there. So we can get a chair so you can have a seat.
名前、
これに向かって
私の言うのはい。
名前
State her name and spell it for us.
名前を全部言ってください。はい。
ヨーコ・ウィレット。
Can you spell it for us?
YOKO WILLETTE
Thank you. Thank you.
Yoko, you and I have met many times before, correct?
今まで何度か会いましたね。
はい
That's correct.
And you have always spoken in English to me when we've spoken, correct?
話すとき常に英語で話していただきましたね。
はい
Yes.
You asked to have the interpreter present today, so everything was very clear for you. Is that right?
今回は通訳がついてますんで、すべてのことについて明快になりますね。
はい
That's correct.
So because we have an interpreter, you may understand my question, but you have to wait until he interprets and answer in Japanese, okay?
彼から聞かれた質問はわかると思いますけども、日本語で答えて、私がそれに対して英語で話しますので、そういう順序で進めていきたいと思います。
はい
Did you live at 2698 Paladura for a very long time?
2366のパラレルに長い間住まれてますか？
はい
That's correct.
How long did you have that house?
どのくらい
29年
29 years.
Did you live there with your sons?
子供さんと一緒にそこに住まれてますか？
はい
That's correct.
How many sons do you have?
何人子供さんがありますか？2.
And what are their names?
名前は何ですか？
ジョナサン・ウィレットジョナサンとケネス・ウィレット
Johnathan Willette and Kenneth Willette.
Are Jonathan and Kenneth's father the same person?
父親は同じ父親ですか？ Yes.
Is that person here today?
今日その父親来られてますか？
わかんない。そう聞いてます。
Yes.
Is he sitting in the front row up here?
Yes.
That's correct. That's correct.
When did you and Dad split up?
何年前にお別れになりましたか
？2012年 ?2012 年
2012.
Okay. And did you stay living in the Paladura home?
その後もずっとこのところに住まれたんですか？
はい
That's correct.
Did your son stay with you for some period of time?
子供さんが何年間か一緒に住まれてましたか？
はい
That's correct.
And did Kenneth move out sometime after high school?
ケネスは高校出て、That's correct.
Did Jonathan move in and out of your home for a period of time?
ジョナさんはそのうちに来たり出てったり出て行ってそういう方です。That's correct.
And how old was Jonathan when he died?
亡くなった時の年は何歳ですか？
46歳。
46 years old.
How many children did Jonathan have?
ジョナサン何年子供ですか？ 3 children.
Yoko, don't forget to wait until he interprets.
そう。
What were his children's names?
その子供さんの名前は何ですか？
はい。で、一番最初デビエラ。
First is Devyn.
で、2番目がタマヤ。
Second is Tamaya. 3番目が
ジャネヤ。
Third is Janea.
Who is Devier's mom?
デビエラのお母さんは誰ですか？
アメンティア。
Amentia.
When did John and Amenthea split or separate?
アメンティアさんとデビエラさんがスプリットしたのは、いつ
Only
ですか？
if you know. Only if you know.
もし知ってれば、いつ何年スプリットしたか？
もう20年ぐらい前だからよく覚えてない。
About 20 years ago.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when Devier lived with John in your home?
デビエラもそのあなたの家で何回か一緒に住んだことがあるんですか？
ちっちゃい頃ね。
When he was small.
Did he move back in when he was a little bit older in between California trips?
カリフォルニアとの間で、ちょっと年取ったら行ったり来たりしてたんですか？ That's correct.
And did he work with John for that period of time?
その間、ジョンに、限られた期間働いてたんですか？ That's correct.
Who is the mother of Tamea and Janae?
ニッキー、
じゃあ、メイとタネヤのお母様誰ですか？
ニッキ
ニッキー。
Did Nikki ever live with you at the Paladura home?
ニッキーはパラデラの方に住んだことありますか？
ー。あ
No.
ります。
Do you know when John and Nikki split?
ジョンとそれからニッキーがスプリット、別れたのはいつですか？
いつか覚えてないけど、はい。
別れた。
別れたことは知ってます。
Yes, they separated.
Do you know when?
When?
It's crazy.
Don't, that's okay.
あんまりよく覚えてない。
I don't remember well.
でも子供が2、3歳の頃、玉屋が2、3歳の頃。
They separated when the Tamaya was 2 years old,
Okay.
about 2 years old.
After they separated, did John move back in with you at Paladura?
その後、ジョンがそのパラダに戻ってきたと。That's correct.
Did there come a point in time when you learned that Nikki lost custody of the girls?
その後、ニッキーがその子供の親権を失ったということを知ったんです。That's correct.
And at that time, did John get full custody of the girls?
その時にジョンが全親権を得たということですね。Yes.
As a result, did the girls move into the Paladura home?
その結果、その女の子たちがそのパラデラのホームに戻ってきたということですね。That's correct.
Do you know about what years they lived in your home or how long the girls lived in?
その子供たちが戻ってきた年と、その後どのくらい一緒に住んだかという時間がわかりますか
2022年の11月か12月頃から2023年の5月まで。
They lived together from November 2022 to May 2023.
Okay. While the girls were living with you and John, do you know where Nikki was living?
その女の子たちがあなたと一緒に住んでる間、ニッキーはどこに住んでましたか？
ニッキーの家、自分の家、彼女の。
Her own house.
Do you know the street or the address or anything?
住所は知ってますか？
今は知ってますけど、その時は知らなかった。
I know now, but at that time I didn't know.
Okay. Do you know who Nikki was living with?
その時ニッキーが誰と住んでたか？
知りませんでした。
I don't know.
Okay. When the girls lived with you, did they have their own rooms?
その子供が住んでる時は彼女たちの自分たちの部屋がありましたか？
ありました。
Yes.
Where did they sleep?
どこで休んでました？
うちの2階に部屋があります。
Upstairs.
And where did John sleep?
下。
で、ジョンは
下の。
downstairs.
Did you observe John with the girls on many occasions?
そう
どういうオブザー？
Did you observe John interact with his girls on many
その
occasions?
時にジョンが子供たちといろいろこう、話し合ったり、子供、そういうの
ありました。
Yes.
Did they have a loving relationship?
その親と子供、それは愛情を持った関係でしたか？
はい。
Yes.
Did John cook for them?
ジョンが彼らに料理を作った。Yes.
Kept them clean and safe?
そして彼の部屋をきれいにしたり。
そうですね。
That's correct.
And at some point in time in the summer of 2023 or May, did the girls go stay with Nikki?
2023年の夏に、この子供たちがニッキーと一緒に、
はい。
ちょっと
学校終わってからちょっと行ってました。
after the school.
After school in 2023.
Yes.
So for the summer?
夏ですね。夏の休みです。
学校行ってました。
Okay. So when the girls, after the girls left, did at some point you learn that John was going to move out of your home?
その彼女たちがいなくなって、そしてその後ジョンが自分の家から出ていったことを知りましたか？ Yes.
Did that discussion go on for an extended period of time?
その議論は続いてますか？ Yes. Yes.
Do you know where he intended to move?
どこに移りたいっていう希望してたんですか？
知ってます。ニッキーのうち。
Move to Nikki's house.
Okay. where where the girls were.
そこに子供たちがいたからですか？Yes.
I should have asked this, I apologize. While the girls were still living with you, did Nikki have supervised visitation every week?
子供さんが一緒に住んでるときに、ニッキーが来たときは、そのスーパーバイズ、監視されて来たということを知ってましたか？
まあ、ジョンが見てましたよね。はい。
When she came, John was with her.
Understood. So did Nikki come to your house many times while the girls lived with you?
子供さんが住んでるときに、ニッキーはかなり頻繁に来てましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you know that Nikki and Devier were married?
その時ニッキーと息子がビエルと結婚したの知ってましたか？
その時は知ってました。
Yes, I knew at that time.
Okay. I now want to focus on August 6th of 2023.
で、8月6日の23について、焦点を合わせていきます。
You understand that's the day before you found John.
そのジョンを見つける前の日のことも知ってますね。Yes.
Tell me about that day, what you remember.
覚えてることを言ってください。
はい。6時頃、ジョンは一人でパッキングしてました。
Around 6 o'clock, 6 p.m., he was packing by himself.
Did John have a truck?
トラック持ってましたか？ Yes.
Did John have a moving trailer attached to that truck?
それにトレーラーがついてましたか？
はい。
Yes.
Did John have one set of keys for that truck?
そのトラックは一つのキーしかなかったんですか？ワンセットのトラック。
私は一つしか知らないけど、スペアがあったかどうかは知りません。
As far as I know, he has one key, but that's
でもスペアあったかどうか知らない。
I don't know whether he has a spare key or not.
Okay. Did John carry a wallet normally?
彼は常に財布というものを That's correct.
And you said he was packing his truck alone?
彼が一人でそのパッケージしてたんです
そ
か？
う。
That's correct.
Around 6 p.m.?
6時頃ですね。
はい。
Yes.
で、8時頃ニッキーが来ました。
And around 8 o'clock, Nikki came.
Did Nikki come in her own vehicle?
彼女の車で来たんですか？
はい。
That's correct.
What type of vehicle was that?
どのような車でしたか？
Is it a small car or an SUV or a truck?
私はその時見てないから知らないけど、後でニッキーの車はバンみたいな車だっていうのは今は知ってます。
I didn't see the car at that time, so I didn't know what type of car he was driving, but she was driving. But now I know she was driving
Okay.
van.
Thank you for clarifying. We don't want to hear anything you learned after. I want to know what you knew at the time.
今のことだけ知って、後から知ったことを言わないでくださいって。
うん、
So did you know she came in her own car because John was there?
彼女の車で、来たのはジョンがそこにいたからですか？
はい。
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't see the car.
で、車は見なかったんですね。
見なか
No.
Okay. What did they do after Nikki arrived?
ニッキーが来た後、彼らはどういう行動を取りましたか？
8時頃に2人で出てきました。
Around 8 o'clock, 8 p.m., they both went out.
They both left?
Both left.
Do you know which vehicle they left in?
その時、どちらの車で
トラック。
Truck. By truck.
Okay. While John and Nikki were at your home, do you know who was with the girls?
ジョンとニッキーがそこのうちにいるときに、誰がその子供さんたちと一緒にいたんですか？
その時知りません。
I didn't know.
Okay. But the girls are not with them.
でも子供さんたちは一緒にいなかった。
い
No.
なかった。
Do you remember what time John and Nikki came back to your
帰ってきたのは何時頃ですか
10時頃。
？Around 10 o'clock.
Were the girls with them that time?
その時子供たちはいどこに
ません。いない。一緒にいない。
They were not with the girls.
You were still awake when Nikki and John got there at 10?
10時に帰ってきた時にまだ起きてましたか？ Yes, I woke.
Did you interact with John?
その時ジョンと会いましたか？
会いました。
Yes.
How did he seem to you?
その時彼の状況はどうでしたか？
普通。
Normal.
What was he doing?
彼は何をしてたんですか？
マイクロウェーブの前でなんか料理してました。
He was cooking in front of the microwave.
Where was Nikki?
その時ニッキーはどうだったんですか？
ジョンの部屋にいたと思います。一緒にはいなかった。ジョンの部屋にいた。
I thought that she was John's room.
And is that the lower room where you found John?
Yes.
Okay. After 10 p.m., do you go to bed?
10時以降ベッドに来ましたか？
ベッドってか2階に行きました。
Yes, I went upstairs.
Did you go to sleep or did you stay awake upstairs?
その時休みましたか？それとも起きてましたか？
起きてました。
I was awake.
Did you stay awake for several hours?
その後数時間起きてましたか？ That's correct.
Around 1 a.m., did you go back downstairs?
1時頃、午前1時頃下に置いたんですね。
はい。
That's correct.
Okay. So you stayed awake between 10 and 1.
10時から1時の間起きてたんですね。That's correct.
During that time, did you hear any yelling or arguing or fighting
その
downstairs?
間に大きな喧嘩してるとかそういう音とか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
I didn't hear.
Did you hear any gunshots?
その鉄砲の No.
Anything out of the ordinary between 10 and 1?
通常以外のなんか音とか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
No.
What did you do at 1 a.m.?
で1時に何をしましたか？
ベッドのサイドの時計見て、もういないと思ったから下に降りました。
When I saw the 1 a.m. at the clock, I assumed they're gone. Nobody downstairs, so I went down.
Did you expect John to be gone from the home?
その時にもジョンが出てると思ったんです。
はい。
Yes.
Why did you expect that?
なぜそれを予知したんですか
10時に帰ってきた時にちょっと休んでまた出かけるって言ってたから。
He said when he came back around 10 o'clock, he mentioned to her that he will, get out after the short break.
He go out.
He will go out. He will go out. When he came back 10 o'clock, he told her that he will have a short rest and then go out.
And go where?
どこに行くかって
ニッキーの家。
Go to the Nikki's house.
Do you know why?
なぜか分かりましたか？
まだ荷物が残ってたから、
うん
それをまたもうちょっと持ってくって。
He said that some his belongings to left, so he tried to pick up.
Okay. And he had a bunch of belongings still in the room downstairs,
そ
correct?
の下の部屋にたくさんの彼のそれがたくさん残ってたんですか？
まだ残ってました。
Yes.
When you go down at 1 a.m., what happens?
その時何が起きたんですか？1時に戻られて。
私はキッチンの方に行ったら、
はい
ニッキーが部屋から出てきて、ニッキーと会いました。
When she went to the kitchen, she encountered Nikki coming to the kitchen.
And how did Nikki appear to you?
どのように見えましたか？ニッキーがその
なんか
時。
びっくりしたような感じ。
She was she feels that she was surprised.
Surprised to see you?
So,
そうそうそう。
that's correct.
Did you observe anything weird about Nikki at that point? Did she have any blood on her?
その時
Anything
に
at all?
彼が血がついてるとかなんか様子は分かんなかったんですね。
何にも変わってない。
That's normal. I didn't see anything.
So she appeared startled or surprised to see you?
その時だからあなたを見て驚いたんですね。That's correct.
And what happened when you ran into her? Like what happened next?
その後何が起きたんですか？
彼女は向こうの部屋からステーキの残りとかお皿持ってきて、で私が洗ってあげた。
She brought a couple of dishes, still some food left, and then brought to the kitchen, and
洗って。
she washed, cleaned.
She washed who?
Yoko washed.
Yoko-san
Yeah,
washed.
Yoko-san.
Okay.
Yeah.
When Nikki brought the dishes, was she bringing them from John's room?
ジョンの部屋から持ってきたんですね。That's correct.
Could you see if the light was on in John's room?
その時彼の部屋はライトがついてましたか？That's correct.
So the light was on?
ライトがついてたんですね。
はい
Yes.
Did you talk to Nikki about what John was doing or where he was?
その時にニッキーにジョンはどうしてるんだって聞きましたか？
私は聞かないけど、ニッキーが飲み始めちゃったんで、寝てるって言いました。
Yoko-san didn't ask her, but Nikki voluntarily told her that John drank, started drinking, and then went to the bed.
Okay. So you did not ask her about John. She volunteered that John was drunk and went to
だ
bed.
からあなたが来てなくて彼女が言ったんですね。Yes, she voluntarily told her.
Was John a drinker?
ジョンは飲むんですか？
時々飲みます。
Sometimes.
And when he drank a lot.
飲む時はたくさん飲むんですか？
たくさんがどんなかわからないけど、普通にビール飲んでました。
I don't know how much is, but it's normal. I think it's a normal occasional drinker.
Okay, but it wasn't surprising to you that it wasn't weird that John was drinking or she claimed John was drinking. Is that fair?
彼が飲んでる間にそのニッキーがその部屋をクリーニングしてる、そういうものを持ってくるっていうのはなんか変だと思いませんでしたか？
思わなかった。
I didn't think
So
so.
not really strange to you at that.
その時は別におかしくなかったんですね。No.
So you saw the lights were on in John's room. Did you hear anything coming from the room?
その部屋に電気がついてましたけど、そこから何か音とか聞こえましたか？ No.
How long did this interaction with Nikki last?
そのニッキーとのそういうその遭遇はどのくらい続きましたか？
多分15分ぐらい。
About 15 minutes.
Did Nikki go back and forth between the room during that 15 minutes?
15分の間に部屋から出たり入ったりしてましたか？
お皿2回ぐらい持ってきたんで。
She brought dishes twice.
And did the lights in that room remain on the whole time?
その間ずっと部屋の電気がついてましたか？
はい。
Yes.
After that 15 minutes or so, did you go back upstairs?
15分終わってその後2階に上がりましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you leave Nikki behind with John?
ニッキーを残してジョンと一緒に行って上に上がりましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Was there anyone else in the home other than you, Yoshida, Nikki, and John?
その4人以外に部屋に行った人はいましたか？
いません。
No.
What happened when you went back upstairs?
その2階に上がって、その後何が起きましたか？
何が起きたって本読んでて、本読んだり YouTube 見てたりしてました。
When I went upstairs, I was watching YouTube and reading books.
After you went back upstairs, did you hear a noise from downstairs?
2階に上がって何か音が聞こえましたか？
聞きません。
No.
No noise?
音がしなかったんですか？何も。
ね、その時はしません。
At that time, no.
At some time, did you hear noise later?
その後、音を聞きましたか？
ちょっと1時15分頃2階に行って、で、それから寝たんですけど、多分2時頃だと思うけど、よくわかんないけど、犬が庭で鳴いてるのと、なんかドスンと音を聞きました。
Around 2 a.m.
と思うけど。
He assumed that around 2 a.m.
She assumes?
What, 1:15?
After
1時15分に上がったんでしょ？
に上がった後寝たんだけど、その後寝てる時に音が聞こえた。大きな。
1:15, she went to the bed, and then around 2 o'clock while she was sleeping, she got some noise. One of them, when the dogs were embarking
庭で。
in the garden, and then other strange noise was heard.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. So after 1:15, you're sitting in bed, you're looking at videos or something.
1時15分の後は寝てた。
At 1:15, she went to bed and then sleep.
Okay, so are you saying at 2 o'clock you got woken up by a noise?
2時頃だから
2時頃だと思うんだけど、わかんないけど、寝てる時になんか聞こえた。
While she was sleeping, around 2 o'clock, she's not sure, but around 2 o'clock, she's heard some noise.
What type of noise did you hear at
そ
2
の時
o'clock?
の音は何ですか？
ドスンと。
あ
結構大きなドスンと。なんか物が落ちたみたいな。
something like something dropped from the like shells, some strange noise.
Okay, was it like a bang?
うんうん。バンみたいな、そういう感じ。
Something like that.
Okay. You said you heard the dogs too,
犬の鳴き声も聞こえたんですよ。Yes.
and the interpreter used the word garden. Does that mean backyard?
バックヤードでしょ？
そうそう、バックヤー
Yes,
ド。
バックヤード。
Okay. Did John have dogs?
ジョンは犬を持ってたんですか？
はい
Yes.
How many dogs did he have?
何匹いたんですか？
その時、子犬が生まれたばっかだったんで、大きい犬2匹と、成犬ね、それとパピーが2匹。
So 2 adult dogs and 2 puppies, altogether 4.
Were they John's dogs?
それはジョンの。
はい。
Yes.
Where did they normally sleep?
それ彼らこの犬は普通はどこで？
ジョンの部屋。
In the John's room.
Is it normal or was it normal for the dogs to be outside in the middle of the night?
その夜中にこの4匹の犬が外に出てるというのはちょっとおかしいと。
不思議です。
It's not normal.
Okay, so when you heard the dogs barking in the garden or the backyard, that was different than normal.
犬がだからバックヤードで吠えてるというのはもうノーマルじゃないわけですね。
ノーマルじゃない。
It's not normal.
When you heard the noise and the dogs barking, did you go downstairs or just go back to sleep?
それが聞いた後何が起きたかと思って
寝ちゃった。
went back to sleep.
What time did you wake up in the morning?
で朝何時に起きたの？
8時。
8 o'clock. Wake up.
8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
What did you do when you woke up?
起きて何されたんですか？
下に。
Went downstairs.
キッチン。
Kitchen.
Describe what happened next.
その後何が起きたんですか？
階段降りてきたら、ジョンのトラックが見えたんです。だから、あれ、おかしいなと思って、
When I was using stairs going down, I saw the John's truck through the window, and I feel something strange.
Did you expect John's truck to be gone?
その時はもうジョンはいないと思ってたんですね。That's correct.
What did you do next?
その後何をされましたか
ジョンに電話しました。
？She called the John.
And did he answer?
答えましたか？
答えない
No.
What did you do next?
その後何しましたか？
コーヒー作ってまた2階に上がりました。
She prepared coffee and then went upstairs again.
You didn't look in John's room at that time?
ジョンの部屋に行かなかったんですね、その時
そ
は。
の時は行ってない。
Didn't go John's room at that time.
After you went upstairs, did you come back down?
また電話し
その
て、またもう1回電話して、また降りてきました。でもおかしいなと思って下降り。
She called him again and no answer, so she feels strange and then went downstairs.
What happened then?
その後何が起きましたか？
ジョンの部屋見たけどいないから、で、また2回行ったのかな。
I looked around the John's room and I couldn't see him. And then 2回行った。Went upstairs again.
Okay. What happened then?
その後は
それで、またちょっとおかしいなと思ってまた降りた。
And then after I went upstairs and I still feel strange, so she went down again.
Okay, describe what happened next.
それと後は
そしたら、犬がドギドが出てて、庭にいて、で、それ見たら、椅子が倒れてて、コンピューターの椅子が倒れてて、あと、ガレージが開いてた、少し。
When he went downstairs, he saw dogs. She saw the dog still outside. The dog's door was closed, and then also computer's chair was fell down, and
ガレージと。
the garage door half open.
Okay, so let's break that down. Did you go down into John's lower room
ジョンの部屋に帰って、Yes, ジョンの部屋に帰ったんですね。
はい。
and you saw the doggy door was down?
Yes.
そうそう。
そうですね。Yes.
There was a computer chair in John's room
ジョンの部屋
overturned,
のコンピューターの椅子が倒れてたんですね。That's correct.
and you said the garage was open. So did you go out the garage door?
ガラージはオープンだったんで
です
か？
行かない。ガレージの方には行ってない。見えただけ。
I just saw the garage half open, but I didn't go to the garage.
So are you talking about the door from that hallway that leads into the garage?
ホールウェイからガレージに行くドアがオープン。
オープンしてた
あ、
ね。
yes.
That was partially open?
それは部分
開いてました
Could you see through and see the big garage door?
ガラージが全部見えたんですか？
見えた。
あ、she could see entire garage.
Was the big garage door open too?
大きなガラージドアもオープンだった。
そう
That's correct.
Did John normally have a lot of tools in the garage?
ジョンはガレージにたくさんの工具を持ってるんですよね。That's correct.
A lot of power tools?
パワーツールとかいろんなの持ってるんですね。
よく知らないけどあると思います。
I think so.
Did you return back from the hallway into John's room?
それからジョンの部屋に行ったんです。
違う。ガレージからジョンの部屋入れるかって聞いたから入れます。
Yes, can go to the John's room.
Did you lift the chair up that was down?
その時倒れてた椅子をこう起こしたんですか？
はい
Yes.
And then what did you do?
その後
で、ジョンのベッド、もしかして寝てるかと思って、毛布でこう全部ラップされてたんです。だからちょっと開けたら足が見えたの。
I went to his bedroom and he was wrapped by the blanket, and then but she could see that the part of she just opened that blanket and then could see that the part of that feet.
The feet. Okay, what did you do next?
その後どうしました？
で、ベッドの方、ちょっとこう、頭の方に動こうとしたら、動いたら、たくさんの血を見たんで、すぐ部屋の方に行って、
So
911。
she tried to move the other side of the bed, showing a head side, and then
Blood.
before that she saw many bloods,
Many blood?
and then so she
Went back.
decided
2回
went back upstairs and then called that
911。
911.
Okay. All right.
And Judge, we would move for the admission of one. I don't plan to play the game with, 791.
No objection.
One will be admitted.
After you called 911, did the police arrive?
911電話した後に警察が来ましたか？
はい
Yes.
And did they interview you?
そして彼はインタビューしました。Yes.
はい
And did they search the house for a long, several hours?
そしてうちをずっとサーチ何時間もしましたか？
はい
Yes.
A couple of days later, did you notice a large knife missing from your kitchen?
そして2、3日後にキッチンから大きなナイフがなくなってるのに気がつきましたか？ Yes.
All right. Thank you, Yoko. I'll pass the witness.
ありがとうございます。
Yes.
今度この人に質問するね。
そうそう。
Is Your Honor intending on taking a break in about 15 minutes or?
About, yeah. I'll try to give you time to finish.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
おはようございます。
My name is Robert Draskovich. That's my partner, Michael Horvath.
ロバートさんとパートナーのマイクさん。
We have never spoken, have we?
今まで話したことないですね。ネバー。
Just to clarify a couple of things.
ちょっといろんなことをちょっと明確にしたいんですけども、
The girls left your house and went and lived with Nikki, as you know her, in May,
ガールが離れて、そしてニッキと住んでたと。
はい。
correct?
そうですね。
はい
Yes。
You said it was at the end of school.
学校終わってから。
ここですね。After the school。
And if I told you that was May 27th of 2023, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
5月27日。
日にちは覚えてないけど、学校が終わってから、
He didn't remember the actual date, but after the school.
This whole summer, before these events, though, the girls were living with Nikki.
その夏の間ずっとニッキーと住んでたんですね。That's correct.
John had been living with you for a long time.
ジョンは長い間一緒に住んでたんですか？
そうです。
That's correct.
And it was understood he was moving out August 1st or August 7th. I'm sorry.
8月1日かなんかに。
7日、8月7日に動くって知ってました。
Yeah, yes, I do.
There had been many discussions that Johnathan was moving out in the weeks or even months leading up to
彼
this
女が、
weekend.
彼が移るのにいろんなディスカッションとかあったんですか？
誰と
ジョンと。
ジョンと私と、まあ、動くって聞きました。
I've just heard that he was moving out.
Okay. And we'll get into this a little bit later, but as part of this investigation, you're aware that the police took your phone to analyze its contents.
その間に、そのチェックしてる間に警察が、ヨコさんの携帯を取っていろいろ分析してたっていうのを知ってましたか？
知らない。
I didn't know.
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
I'm sorry.
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
What?
で、テキストを、
She'll tell you.
私の電話を全部チェックして、私のテキストを見てたっていうの知ってましたかって言うから、知らないよ。
I didn't know.
And just as another preliminary matter, Devyn lived with you for about 2 to 3 years, correct?
ディビエラは2、3年一緒にいたと。
2、3年トータルで
Is that a total or?
When he was 21 on,
1年ぐらいじゃない
About 1 year.
I think 1, 2,
so
not
if he
3.
had said if he had said 2 to 3 years, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
3 years はいなかったと思う。
I don't think that she has been 2 or 3 years.
Okay, fair enough. On August 6th of 2023, you were aware Johnathan was moving out, correct? You
8月
saw
6日に出てったのはご存知ですね。
he and Nick
Yes.
moving things.
Oh.
And they had actually been in your home the day before, August 5th, moving things, correct?
8月5日に来たんですか？
8月5日に何をした
I'm sorry, I cannot hear.
Yes. Not only on August 6th were they moving things, but they were actually at your house August 5th, moving things.
8月5日には、I don't remember.
Okay. They could have been. Is it possible that you just don't remember right now?
まあ、
それは知らない。
I don't
覚
know.
えてない。
Okay. You don't recall them being there very late on August 5th?
夜遅く来たのを覚えてませんか？彼ら8月5日。
ああ、なんかね、来たような気がする。
It might be so.
Okay. After you find Johnathan, you call the police, and the police come to your home, correct?
ジョナさんが電話して、警察電話して警察が来ましたね。
意味がよくわかんない。ジョンを見つけたとき、警察が来た。
そうですよね。
6日ね。はい。
Yes, that,
I'm sorry, ma'am, was that a yes?
yes.
Yes, she's agreeing. And you gave a pretty long interview with Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
ディクティブの大沢さんと
好きな。
椎名さんと長い間いろ調査だったと話を。
はい。
Yes.
The interview began, and let me ask you this, that the interview was recorded, wasn't it?
そのインタビューは録音されたんですか？ That's correct.
And they asked you questions.
まあいろんな質問されましたね。Yes.
And you'll agree with me that when they're asking you questions, you're wanting to give them the best information as possible, correct?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
During this interview, you're wanting to give them the best information
その
possible.
時に質問されたらもうとにかく一番の正直。That's correct.
You're as truthful as possible.
非常に真実を語ったんです。That's correct.
And you're as detailed as possible.
で、いろんな詳細についても覚えてる限りか。Yes.
Obviously, the events that you talk to them about are fresh in your mind, correct?
その人たちと話したことを覚えてフレッシュに覚えてますね。Yeah.
And you'd agree with me that your recollection of events would be far better then than it is now, well, 2 years after these events.
その時の方がもっとよく覚えてたわけですね。今2年後だから。
それはそうだけど、よく覚えてます。
Still, I remember it pretty well.
Absolutely. And today you testified, I mean, don't hold me to this, Your Honor, but maybe 40 minutes so far, correct?
40分間証言する。
そんな知ってます
give or take. I mean, we're all here, but this interview that you had began at 10:43 and ended at 11:28. Fair to say?
10時43分に始まって、
今日
11時28分、today?
When they interviewed you
最初のインタビュー。
the morning of.
だけど、
August
時計今10時10分になってる。
She said the clock is still 10:10.
Okay, so you're pretty specific on time, aren't you?
もう実際に時間に対しては、Yes.
You are very exact when it comes to time, aren't you?
時間については非常に正確です。
なぜかというと、その日は8時とか10時とか、時計見てるから。
Because on that day, I was frequently watching that clock.
Okay, so again, you're very conscientious of times, correct?
その時は非常に意識が、自分のこと
いつも、いつも、
That's every day.
Every day.
It's not
I
only
keep
that day.
forgetting that.
It's my usual character.
Fair enough. You've been provided a copy of the transcript of your interview, correct?
インタビューのそのトランスクリプト書いたもの全部出されましたね。
意味がわからない、それ。
そのインタビューの話した内容を、全部内容を、裁判所に出されましたよね。
話はしてますけど、ペーパーは何もないけど。
I didn't see any paper, but
Okay, but it was provided to you was my question. It was
provided.
the transcript of your interview. It was provided to you.
Objection. She
So no.
said no.
I didn't clarifying what
そ
you
の
said.
そのトランスクリプトが自分が答えた内容について、そのペーパーをもらいました。
もらってないですよ。
No, I didn't see.
Okay, so it wasn't, you didn't see it, and I'm trying to clarify, was it given to you and you didn't read it, or was it never given to you?
Said you never seen it.
Never.
Okay. You testified before a grand jury for this matter, correct?
大シーンにこの
前にね。
出てたんですね。Yes, yes.
And that was in September 21st of 2023, correct?
9月21日の23年にしたんですね。
日にち覚えてないけどしました。
Yes, I did, but I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. If I told you it was that date, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
So,
I said, if I told you it was that date, September 21st, 2023, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
この日にちを言いましたけど、覚えてない理由とかなんかあります。
日にちは覚えてません。
I don't remember the exact date, but I remember that I was in the grand jury.
Okay. And this, now so there's two. Turning your attention now to the interview, August 7th.
8月7日のそのインタビューについて話しましょう。
はい。
It was in English,
英語でしたね。Yes.
and you were asked questions by Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
小沢さんと、Yes.
はい。
You had told the detective in that interview that this sound was dogs barking, and that was at 3 a.m., correct?
その時に、その犬が鳴いてるのは3時だと。
いや、3時って言ってないと思う。2時頃だと思う。でも寝てたから、
I don't think I said 3 o'clock, but while I was sleeping, so
2時頃だと思う。
I still believe that around 2 o'clock.
3時って言ってないと思う。
Hey, ma'am, I'm going to read your statement.
言ったことを
Counsel,
読む
page 3, line 62. Then this morning, then last night, like at 3 a.m., I heard a dog barking in the yard, correct?
それに書いてあるんですって。
で、言ったか覚え、それはちょっとわからない。
You said that to the detective the morning of.
でも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
でも、
You're very conscientious at time, and obviously this is close to the
非常
events
に
in
時間に対し
question,
て
correct?
貴重な面の理由があったということです。
でも寝てたから覚えてない。
I was sleeping.
But you told the detective it was 3 a.m. when you heard the dogs barking, and that was unusual, correct?
だから3時だから非常にアンニュージュアルだと
でも
思った。
3時とは覚えてない。でも寝てる時に聞いたことは確か。
I've heard while I was sleeping.
You would agree with me that through the course of this case, you learned that Nikki left your house at 2:04 a.m., correct?
この中で2時4分に彼女ニッキーが家を出たということを知りましたか？
私は何時に彼女が帰ったか知らない。
I don't know what time she left.
Okay. But at the time, morning after, you said that at 3 a.m. you were woken up and the dogs were barking. Fair?
だから
I just read it to you.
今、そう言われても、その日の朝に小沢さんと話したけど、覚えてよくわからない。多分そう言ったかもしれないけど、時間はわからない。
I don't remember 3 o'clock, or I might say that, but it's not
Okay.
clear.
That's right, ね。その後、すぐ後だったから、殺された後だったから、
だから違う。
よくわからない。
Right after what had happened, so I don't remember.
Okay. And when you talked to detectives, you didn't talk about some bang or anything, did you? That's new today.
その時にポーンという音がしたということは言ってなかったですけど、それを今日言われたのは新しい発見なんですけど。
覚えて、だけど、それはほら、殺されてすぐのことだったから、動転してたかもしれない。
That was right after the accident, and my emotional situation was a little bit, unusual.
Understood. And that's your testimony today. Are we fair to say?
今日はね、証言初めてですもんね。Yes.
But this wasn't the first time that you were asked about time being woken up and what you heard that night, correct?
その時に起きて、で、音がしたわけですね。Yes.
You testified before a grand jury, a group of people kind of like this, in a prior proceeding, correct?
こういう人たちの陪審の前で話したんですね。Yes.
And you told that grand jury, page 65, that on the night in question, you were woken up by the dogs barking at 3 a.m.
I didn't wake up. 起きてはない。ただちょっと聞いただけ。
Actually, I didn't wake up. I've heard while I was still half sleeping.
So you agreed now that it's still 3 o'clock on two separate occasions.
3時かどうかは知らない。
I'm not sure whether it's 3 o'clock or.
Page 64. So you went upstairs, right? And if anything, did you hear after that, around 3 a.m. in the morning, where the dogs are barking in the yard, and you agreed, correct?
3時に犬がいたと泣いたと言ってますけど、それに。
じゃあ3時っていうのはちょっとわからない。泣いたのは聞いてたけど、3時っていうのは覚えて。
I've heard that the dog barking, but I don't know if it's 3 o'clock or not.
Okay. But in both occasions, you say that this was unusual, didn't you? Dogs barking at 3 a.m.
まあ3時に
2時とか3時
になってとにかくアンニュージュアルですね。Yes.
So just so we're clear, this idea of 3 a.m. has been talked about on two prior occasions that we're aware of, correct? In your interview and during your grand jury testimony, correct?
一応3時に最初のインタビューとグラン大陪陪審の時に3時だということを言った。
言ったか覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And during the grand jury proceeding, when the prosecutor told you or asked you about 3 a.m., you didn't disagree, did you?
その時に検察側が3時に行ったという言ったはずですけれども、覚えてます。
いや、3時にって言われたことないと思う。
I never been told that 3 o'clock from the prosecutors.
But you'll agree with me on both instances when you talked about this noise in the middle of the night. It was the dogs barking and it was unusual. Fair?
犬が聞こえてるのはアンニュージュアル。Yes, I agree.
Today you talked about when you came downstairs and it was at 1 o'clock. You said that you saw Nikki and she seemed surprised, correct?
その小さに置いた時にニッキーがその人に驚いたということを言われましたね。Yes.
You didn't talk about her looking surprised or startled on August 7th, 2023, did you?
8月7日にそれについて驚いたとかそういうこと言わなかった。
驚いたか、あったとは言いましたけど、驚いたって言ったかどうかはわからない。
I don't remember what I said or not, but I told them that I met her.
Okay, yeah, you said that you spot. The point I'm making is you didn't say she was startled or surprised, did you? When you were interviewed by the police.
驚いたということは言わなかったかもしれない。
かもしれない。覚えてない。
It might have been that way. Though.
And when you testified before the grand jury on September 21st, 2023, you didn't talk about Nikki being startled or surprised either, did you?
その時もその日記驚いて見えたというふうに言わなかったんじゃないですかと。
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
On your interview on August 7th, you talked about after saying at 3 a.m. the dogs are barking, you go back to sleep, you wake up at 8 a.m. and then you go downstairs, correct?
8月7日に3時頃目が覚めて、そして8時頃下に降りたというふうに言いましたけど、覚えてますか？
覚えてます。
You don't talk about, I'm sorry, you'll agree? Are you agreeing with me?
3時でいいですか？Yes.
Didn't talk about seeing his truck and being surprised or anything like that, did you? You didn't talk about being surprised at seeing Jonathan's truck in front of the yard.
その彼のトラックを見た時も驚いたりとかしなかったんですか？
だからいないと思ってたのにトラックあったからおかしいなと思いま
When
し
I
た。
saw that his truck, usually not there, I was not there.
But I'm talking about the statement, the accurate statement that you agreed with that you gave to the police on August 7th. You didn't talk about being surprised about Jonathan's truck.
その時警察人のあれでは、その時にそのトラックがいなかったら驚いたとは言わなかったと。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did talk to the police that morning the kids were supposed to start school over at Nikki's house, correct?
その時に、その子供は日記の力で学校に行くということをしてた。Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Is that a correct statement?
それは正しいんですね。Yes, correct statement.
You told the police on August 7th when you came downstairs, things were a mess, correct?
その8月7日のその警察に下が非常にもう混乱してたというふうに言われました。
そう言った覚えないけど、どういう意味でメスっていうの？
I don't remember. She wants to know what the mess means.
Ma'am, you stated, and I'm referring to page 11 of the voluntary statement, lines 415 through 418. So I don't know about it because this morning I went downstairs. Two chairs were upside down. So messy downstairs. And those were your words.
知恵が超えてメスだったと言ったと。
メスって言ったかもしれない。もう覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay, but are you going to disagree? Actually, let me ask you this. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Show me page 11.
このトランスクリプトにしてる。
Upside down. Chairs are upside down. So messy downstairs. Pick up a chair and hit it. なんだかわからない。覚えてない、それは。
I don't remember.
メスっていうのは何だろう。
Should you agree with me? You remember it was far better the morning, August 7th than it would be now, correct?
8月7日ですね。のピクチャートランスクリプトです。
じゃあ部屋が汚れてたってことかな。覚えてない、それは。
I might, so that the room was very dirty,
Maybe.
and then I say messy.
And your words, man. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Your words that two chairs were upside down, correct?
2つのチェアが壊れてた。
2つかな。1つは覚えてる。もう覚えてない、2年前のことで。
Since 2 years ago, I don't remember. It might have been 2 chairs, but I remember the one chair was fell down.
Okay, so now you remember the one chair, but at the time you said two, correct?
コレクトかどうかっていうか覚えてない。
I
2
don't
年前のこ
remember
と。
2 years ago.
Fair to say that there appeared to be some signs of a struggle.
その時になんかこう戦ってる様子とか、なんかこう揉めてる様子とかそういうの見る。
っていうか、椅子が倒れてて、だから何があったかわからないけど、椅子は倒れてた。
So the chair fell down, and I don't know what had happened, but that's the fact that the chair.
And this point in time, and I don't mean to beat this, but two chairs. You said two chairs, correct?
2つのチェア
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
一つは絶対に覚えてる。
One chair, surely, I remember.
But you read here and it says two chairs and those are your words, correct?
2年前のことは覚えてる。
I don't remember 2 years ago.
The police officers followed up. Which room were the chairs overturned in? Again, plural. You said in the same room, Jonathan's
そ
room,
の
the family
そう
room.
同じ部屋で2つのチェアがパンチ使われた時にトリプルスだったと。
二つかな。2つかな。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And at that point in time, you're asked what John does. You say he's a handyman, but you never talked about power tools, correct?
パワーツールについて何も言われませんでしたけど、ジョンはですね、ハンディマンだから、まあ、でもそういうのは結局、まあ、
まあ、持ってたと思うけど知りません。
I don't know what the power tool is he might have.
I don't know.
Okay. At this point in time, you do remember the girls' ages, correct? At this point in time, when you give the interview, you remembered your granddaughter's ages, correct?
その時の年は、その孫の年は。
知ってますよ。
Yes.
They were 7 and 9.
7歳と9歳。
その時、今13歳だから、そう、23年、2年前、9と7歳、と思う。
I think so.
Through this interview, and I'll just talk for a bit about this August 7th, 2023 interview.
2023年8月7日のインタビューについて、まず追加質問があります。
During this weekend that Johnathan and Nikki were talking about moving together and raising the children together,
その時に2
correct?
人が話して子供を育てると出てって、っていうのを話したっていうのはご存知ですか？ Yes.
They were back together again.
そして元によりを戻すという話ですね。Yes.
That it was a very good day. They were very happy.
その時非常に彼らは幸せそうな日だった。Yes.
And they were happy to move, correct?
で、もう喜んでそれが出ていく
That he was moving.
Yes.
This is something that had been talked about and you were aware of for months leading up to this. Fair? I said this move was something that she had known about for months leading up to the move, correct?
これに至った経緯はその前からまだ知ってたんですね。Yes.
Let's talk now a few minutes about 1 a.m. And you did tell the police it was 1 a.m. when you came down the stairs.
それは
1時に降りたってことはプレスに言われましたね。
はい。
Yes.
You said you came down and that you were washing the dishes,
その
correct?
時、まあ、降りてきて、皿を洗ったんですね。
ニッキがお皿持ってきたから洗いました。
The reason I wash dishes is Nikki brought.
Okay. This was something that was kind of common. Johnathan would eat and he wouldn't really clean up, correct?
ジョンは、まあ、食べた後、そのものを、まあ、そのクリーンアップしないというのは。
しない。
Yes.
And ma'am, I'm going to ask you a number of questions, and I'm not trying to attack your son who's deceased, but these things are important to establish, and these questions will be based upon things that you would
ま
either
あ、その
said
辺
or
の
texted.
彼の修正についていろいろ説明したいと。
Nikki's bringing you alcohol bottles too, correct?
アルコールのボトル持ってきましたか？
覚えてない、それは。まあ、覚えてない。
I don't remember.
お皿は覚えてる。
I remember the dishes.
Okay. You had said they were a mess. There was a mess that was being cleaned up from Johnathan, correct?
I beg your pardon.
I said you were washing dishes. She was bringing dishes and alcohol bottles because Johnathan was kind of messy, correct?
まあ、そのお皿を洗いますと。で、ジョナさんもそのアルコールのボトルとかね、持ってきて、その彼の部屋はそのメッシーだったということで。
いつもメッシー。
Yes.
Yes. And Nikki tells you that Jonathan's drunk.
ミッキーがあなたにもう彼はもうアルコール中だと言いましたか？
じゃなくて、 ニッキーはジョンが飲んじゃったから寝てるって言いました。
Nikki told her that on that day, he went to bed because he was drunken.
Yes. And ma'am, I'm referring to your own words. You said that, yeah, Nikki told me that he was drunk, correct?
ドランクっていうか寝てるって言いました。
And then he was sleeping.
And you told the police, counsel page 19, that Nikki had alcohol bottles in her hand and she was
大
cleaning
年
up.
前の
アルコールのボトル持ってきましたね。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
You told the police page 20, Johnathan would leave all the alcohol bottles around, correct?
その彼はいろんなそのアルコールのですね、カラビンをね、こう置いたりとか残したりとかしてましたか？
時々飲んだ後置いてるのは知ってるけど、でも2年前のことだからそこまで覚えてる。
I don't remember well.
And ma'am, later on in this very same interview, now we're on page 24, you talked to the police about waking up and the dogs are barking at 3 a.m., correct?
だから3時は覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Counsel, I'm referring
3
to
時か
page
どうかはわからない。
And again, this is the second time that you tell the police, now well into this interview, that it's 3 o'clock, not 2 o'clock, correct?
だからコレクトじゃなくて、でも3時ってはっきり3時時計見たわけじゃないから覚えてない、知らない。
I didn't see the clock at that time, 3 o'clock, so I don't remember.
But you again say that it's unusual and it's 3 a.m. That's what you told the police.
そうだけど、その頃と思ったかもしれないけど、覚えてない。
答えなきゃいけないと。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
That night, during the 15 minutes that you're talking to Nikki, she told you that she didn't want Johnathan driving and drinking, correct?
その彼女だった時に、
そうでした。
Yes.
That was a concern of hers, wasn't it? Based
そ
upon
れは
your
彼女の
15-minute
心
conversation.
配だと思って。
彼女は私に、ね、飲んでるから運転させたくないから朝5時に彼は起きて自分の家に来るって言ったの。
She said that she didn't want him to drive while drink, and then she also said he will wake up at 5 o'clock and then come to her house.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. But this issue with Johnathan drinking and driving had been an ongoing issue and a family concern, wasn't it?
彼がアル中なのは家族の中でもやっぱりちょっと問題でいろいろ。
違う。とにかく飲んでるから運転はさせたくないからってただそれだけ。
She said that she just doesn't want him to drive while on drinking.
And you'd agree with me, the best way to do that is to take his keys, correct?
その時は運転させたくないから彼女がキーを持って、真ん中でもそのキーを取って、そういうふうにするのが普通じゃないか
違うと思います。
I don't think so.
For years, you had sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
4 years.
For a number of years, you have sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
何でもないです。その息子に酒飲むなとか言ってテキストしてたんですか？
っていうか、お酒飲むのは良くないからやめた方がいい。お金もないからやめた方がいいっていうのはテキストしてました。
Yeah, I told him not too much drink. It's better. It's not a good idea. That's she sent a text to him.
For years, was my question then.
何年もじゃないけど、そういうふうに教えました。運転しなきゃいけないからアルコール飲んだ時は運転しない方がいいとか。
I told him not to drive while drinking, and that's I keep telling him.
And for years, you were concerned about his doing drugs. Same issue. He could be a danger on the road.
っていうか、私は一般的にとにかくドラッグとかアルコールはしない方がいいって教えてました。
I was teaching him, don't take alcohol, don't take drug. Educate him not to do that.
そう。だから、子供にみんな教えるでしょ、親は。ドラッグはするな、アルコールするな。そういうふうに教えてました。
So that's kind of a general education from the parent to the kids, not to drive on drinking and then not to take drugs.
And the reason we're going to address this, ma'am, is that you had said on direct that his drinking was normal, correct? And we're going to go through some timelines and things, ma'am, because on direct you had said that his drinking was normal, correct?
いろいろ中に見せますけども、彼のドリンクが普通常だと思われるかどうか、彼のね。
まあ普通はみんな普通に飲むでしょ。ただ、たくさん飲むのは良くないと思い
I
ます。
think it's normal to drink, but not too much, not over drink is not good.
You sent him texts in 2018 about his drinking in relation to driving, correct? And drugs.
2018年にその飲むのとドライブとの関係についてテキストしてますね。
覚えてませんけど、いつも普通に教えてます。アルコールしたら運転す
I
る
don't
な。
have a particular text, but usually I told him not to drive when you drink.
July 18th, 2018, if you're drinking, don't drive, you will mess up. You'll lose things. I'm sure you're drinking until
2018
this
年にそういう
hour.
テキストを彼に送ってるんですね。
That was sent at 11:16
でも普
p.m.
通教えませんか、親としてみん
But
な。
as a parent, is that a normal to educate the kids?
Oh, I completely agree with you, ma'am. I have 3 sons and a daughter, and I completely
Yeah.
understand.
I-
私は飲まないし、タバコも吸わないし、もちろんドラッグもやらないから、そういうのはいつも子供には教えてました。
I don't drink, I don't smoke, and also I don't drug. So I keep teaching the kids not to take it.
And ma'am, that's a good thing. And these texts are not a reflection on you. It's just important that we address these issues right now for the
まあ
purpose
それ
of
は非常
this
に重要
trial.
なことでね、
I
私
would
は
object at this point, Judge. She has acknowledged that she sent the text messages. There's no need to go through them. You have the relevance, cumulative.
And if the state agrees that this was an ongoing concern for years, up until the
何
time
年
of the
間もそういうふう
event, I
に
think
テ
we
キストを
stop
送って
asking.
そういうこと注意をしてきた。
What I would agree is that in 2018, she sent some text messages.
In 2018, there was a concern for her. I think that's what everybody can agree on.
And 2019, many texts, the same concerns.
2019年も同じの送ってるんですね。Yes.
2020, many texts, the same
2020年
concerns.
も同じような内容で送ってますね。
私はいつもそういうふうに真面目に働いて、真面目にやるように教えてました。
I always tell him to work hard and not to drink, not to all the time. I educate him.
2021, many texts, the very same concerns.
2021年はたくさんのテキストを送られました。
2022, many texts, the very same
2022年
things.
もそうですね。
言うこと聞かないから。
Correct?
そうですよね。
多分おし
Yes.
テキストしてま
I
す。
think so.
And 2023, many texts, the same concerns.
2023年もそうですね。I think so.
You had told the police on August 7th of 2023 that Nikki had given you a car key concerning the car that was out front. Andrea's car, correct?
Yes.
2023年8月の
はい
Yes.
Fair to say that Nikki's the one that handles the keys in reference to issues
あの
about
時が
your son.
そう、持ってきた。ジョンの部屋から。
ニッキーがですか。
そう、鍵を持ってきました。
Yes, Nikki brought the key from John's house.
ジョン
John's
のルーム。
room.
And just so we're clear, ma'am, there's another time, a third time that you tell the police about the dogs barking at 3 a.m. in this interview, correct?
3時に行って泣いてた。
あ、それ覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did tell the police that Jonathan doesn't get along with his son, Devyn, correct?
ジョナサンはそのいろいろとうまくいかなかったというふう
いや
に言って
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
You told the police that Devyn had a girlfriend and you thought that she was 30, correct?
その時デビューはそのガールフレンドがいて30のWould you repeat?
Absolutely. You told the police on August 7th, 2023 that Devyn had a girlfriend and that you think that she's 30.
デビューはガールフレンドがいてその時彼女は30だというふうに言った。
覚えてないけど、ニッキーと話した時にキッチンで1時過ぎに、私が、デビエラがいるけど大丈夫なのって言ったら、ニッキーが、デビエラはずガールフレンドって言ったんです。その時に。
8月の
8月7日の1時過ぎにキッチンで彼女と話してる時に、デビエラがいるけど、ジョンが言って大丈夫なのって聞いたら、彼女がデビエラはずガールフレンドって言ったの。
She told her that at around 1 o'clock when they talk to each other, that she has a girlfriend.
Okay.
No, no.
Oh, we're talking about Devyn.
She asked them,
だからね。
I don't think she understands the question. Ma'am, did you know if Devyn had a girlfriend who was 30?
30歳。
Can I speak English?
Please.
Okay. When I talked to the Nikki after 1 a.m., I asked her, is John okay to go your house? Because Devyn is there. And she said, Devyn has a girlfriend. That time she told me. So Nikki told me.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember 2 years ago. So sorry about
And ma'am, you didn't tell that to the police. That's something that you're saying right now for the first time.
that. Sorry, but because I didn't get asked this.
Okay. You could just ask you about Devyn, and Devyn said, oh, he has a girlfriend, correct? So this idea that she told you
She
this, this
told
is
me.
something that you're just bringing up or making up right now for the first time. Isn't that right?
初めてね。
初めて言ったかもしれないけど、2年前のこと、そんな覚えてない。で、それは、ほら、あの事件の起きたすぐ後の話だから、私も動転してたかもしれない。
That interview came right after the accident happened, and I was not normal mental status.
Page 34, you're asked, does he get along with his son? Your answer, not at this time. They say, okay. That's why Devyn was used to live in my house too, but he moved to Nikki's. So he's a grown man, and he's 21. I think he's about, 27. He had a girlfriend. She's 30, I think, correct?
30かどうか。
That's what you said.
覚えてますか？
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
And then next statement, just a minute, but he's trying to move out this time, this week. That's what he's saying, correct?
彼がその後にムーブアウトすると。
誰が？
その Who was he?
Devyn.
デビエラ。
デビエラはもうとっくにムーブアウトしてましたよ。
デビエラ went out a long time before.
Yes, if I may approach the witness.
Sure.
And I'm referring to page 34 of the statement.
What? どこ？
They're here.
Yes.
Deviera used to live in my house.
Move to Nikki. That's why. He had a girlfriend.
And then she said,
She's 30ってここら辺覚えてね、そう言ったとこ思えないけど。
I don't remember this statement, around this statement.
You'll agree with me. You
あれ
said
は
that
自分が言ったことない。
30なんて言ったことない。
and then he told you he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
ニッキーのハウスに行ってない言ったんですか？ニッキーのハウスに移ると言ってない言ったんです
言っ
か？
てないよ。彼はただ誰かガールフレンドのうちに移るって言っただけで知らない。When he moved 知らない。
He just said that he's going to move some girlfriend's house.
知ら
And
ない。
just so we're clear, and I'm just
Don't
going to
remember.
read your statement. Just a minute, but he's trying to move out this week. This week, that's what he's saying.
This week ってオーガスト7のこと？
23, August 7th, 23.
Correct.
の、もうデビエラはいなかった。
At that time, Devyn was not my house.
I know. You talked about him moving out of Nikki's, correct?
そのムービングアウトっていうのは、ジョンがムーブアウト、オーガスト7。デビエラは
John moved out August 7th, and Devyn
デビエラはもうロングタイムアゴ
so
にもう
Devyn moved
moved
out a
out.
long time before.
No, ma'am, but my question, I just want to make a clean record, is you told the police that Devier told you that he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
コレクトじゃない。
It's not correct.
何の話かわからない。
Did they get the transcript wrong, do you think?
I think wrong.
I think the transcript is wrong.
だってデビエラはもうとっくに20年ぐらいにはもう私の家から出てる
So
はず。
Devyn moved out around 2020.
いや、もう全然家にいなかった。
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I will try to be brief, Yoko. Just a few more questions. You were interviewed right after you found your son dead, correct?
子供さんが亡くなって、その後、直後にインタビューが来たんですね。Yes.
That incident was obviously traumatic for you.
非常にもう自分としても very shocking.
When the detectives interviewed you, was it at your house?
どこでそのインタビューしたんですか？
家の近くの車の中。
Inside the car, nearby the house.
Did they bring a Japanese interpreter for the
その
interview?
時に日本人の通訳と来ましたか？
い
No.
ません。
Okay. So were you asked some questions and provided some answers that may have been a little unclear?
質問されて、英語でされて、そう答えた時に若干不明な点とかありましたが、Yes.
And when I questioned you at the grand jury, do you remember that?
その大陪審で示しましたね。覚えてますか？ Yes.
We did not have an interpreter for you, if I remember. Do you remember?
その
いやい
時通訳も
ました。いました。
Yes, she had an interpreter.
So you had an interpreter at the grand jury proceeding,
グランジュリーでも通訳いたんですね。
あの女の人。
Yes,
and you obviously have one here today.
yes. 今日もいますね。Yes.
Do you know if you were asked the same questions every single time you have talked about this?
その聞かれた時にそれ全部通訳されましたね。
それで大体同じだけど、今日のその3時に犬がどの吠えたっていうのは知らん。
Yes.
Okay. Today, you are testifying off your memory, correct?
まあ、自分の記憶から言えばこう証言してるんですね。That's correct.
And these papers that the attorney showed you, you didn't read these before coming in today.
その見せてくれた紙は読んでないんですね。
読んでない。
Never saw that, never seen that.
Yeah, so you're testifying from memory.
その時は記憶で話したんですね。
はい
Yes.
As you sit here right now, do you remember hearing the sound that woke you up at 2 o'clock?
2時にその音がして、まあ、起きたと。
だから私が言ってるのは2時頃だと思う。で、3時って言われたけど、時間は覚えてない
I
けど。
believe it's around 2 o'clock.
Okay. The dogs are separate. And let me ask you about the dogs.
で、犬についてね。
The dogs, I presume, didn't just bark once and shut up.
その犬は1回だけ超えて、そうなくて、もう引き続き
ちょ
どんどん。
っと泣いてた。
For a while.
I'm going to allow a limited meeting for the purposes of the language barrier at this point.
For a while.
The dogs barked for a while.
Yes.
You heard them outside at some time in the night, correct?
外でそれ犬が鳴いたのを聞いたんですね。Yes.
And then when you came down at 8 a.m., the dogs were not in John's room, correct?
そして8時に降りてきた時にドッグはそのジョンの部屋にいなかったんですね。
いなかった、外。
Still outside.
So the dogs could have barked many times from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m., I would
2時から8時の間にドッグが
泣いたかもしれない。
Hold on just one second, ma'am, don't answer my question. That objection is going to be sustained if she doesn't know if the dogs could have barked for that experience.
Sure. I'll just ask you, do you know if the dogs barked once or if they barked many times?
1回か何回も泣いた
1
か。
回じゃないことはわかるけど、ちょっとワンワンって泣いてたのはなんとなく記憶にある。それだけ。
Not once.
Not once?
Not once.
Okay. The attorney asked you if you believed that John and Nikki were happy to move out. Do you remember that question?
彼ら二人がその喜んで、その出て行こうとしてるのは覚えてますか？Yes.
You would agree with me that you don't know what was going on in Nikki's head,
その
correct?
時にニッキーが何を考えているかとかさっぱり分かんなかったですね。
それは知りません。
No.
Okay, so you can't say whether Nikki was happy about the move or
その
not.
時にニッキーが幸せだったのかどうかということは分からないですね。
分からない。
I don't know.
You were asked about text messages. Remember that?
テクストメッセージについて聞かれますよね。
John was 46 when he was killed,
ジョン46歳で亡くなりましたね。
and he's still your baby at 46, I presume. Is that right?
だからその時亡くなったから彼は46歳のままの子供ですね。
そう。
That's correct.
So even though he's 46, you're still trying to coach him on life and guide him in the right direction like my mom does all the time.
だからその時もとにかくその正しい方向に行くようにいろんなコーチングしてたんですね。
はい。
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Yes. Before today, you said it was 3 o'clock, you were woken up by the dogs 5 times, correct?
だから
3
覚えて
時に起きて
ない。
5時になったと。
でそれだから3時って言ってるけど覚えてない。
I don't remember.
And today you're saying it's 2, correct?
そして今日2時で言ってるんですね。
2時頃だと思う。
Around
思
2
う。
o'clock,
思う。I think.
I think around 2 o'clock.
And in front of this grand jury, you told them about the 2 chairs being upside down, correct?
そしてそのグランジャ
その
ーには
2年前のことは覚えてないけど、一つは絶対に覚えてるんだけど、もう一つもあったか
That
も
was
しれ
2
ないけ
years
ど、
ago. I don't remember, but I'm sure that one chair was filled.
Okay, but my question is before the grand jury, September 21st, 2023, with the interpreter, you testified that chairs were knocked upside down, 2 of them, correct?
その時
だけど覚えてないけど、もしかしたら2つかもしれない。で、
I don't remember, but it might be 2.
それはそのすぐ後だったから、今と違う、2年前の。
That was right after the accident, and my mental status was kind of terrible. But right now, it's kind of become normal.
Okay, and this grand jury, and we discussed this was September 21st, 2023, correct?
そのグランジュリーとは9月の21日
でその
23
日に
年に
ちも覚えてないからね。
I don't remember the date.
One final, maybe 2 final questions. You were asked if you were shown transcripts from an interview for the grand jury. Did you listen to a recording of your interview?
それをそのレコードされたり、そのcould you rephrase?
Yes. Did you listen to a recording of your interview before
その
today?
時そのインタビューが録音されてるのを
聞いて、
聞きまし
聞いてない。
た。No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statements? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you. そういいのね。
Okay, we're gonna take a brief recess, ladies and gentlemen. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read off listed in news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make an investigation, testify, case, record, and aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form a person opinion regarding this case or response to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 10:50 will be recessed at 11:05. All rise for the jury. Make it record like you're outside the presence of our jury. Do you guys have any matters outside the presence?
No, ma'am.
No, Your Honor.
Is your next witness here, state?
Yes.
Okay, all right, well, that 15.
Metropolitan Police Department back in January. One at both for just over 9 years, and I was with Las Vegas Metropolitan.
District attorneys on behalf of the state, and both parties stipulate to the purpose of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state your name, Carl, next witness.
The state's next witness is crime scene analyst Nicole Merriam.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. May I please state your full name and spell it correctly?
Sure. Nicole Merriam, NICOLE MARIAM.
State whenever you're ready.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Yes, still morning.
Okay.
How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. What is your position?
I am a crime scene analyst 2 at the Henderson Police Department.
Okay. How long have you worked in that capacity?
Total almost 15 years. I've been at Henderson for just over 9 years, and I was with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for nearly 6 years prior to that.
And you mentioned crime scene analyst 2. What does that mean?
It's just a level. Are you the 2 specifically, or?
Yes.
It's a level. So in both Metro and Henderson, there are 3 tiers of crime scene analysts. At Henderson, they're classified as tech is the bottom, the lowest when you start out, then 1, and then 2. So I'm the top level crime scene analyst that Henderson has.
What is some of your background and training that you have done to become a crime scene analyst?
Sure. So I have 2 bachelor's degrees from University of Nevada, Las Vegas, one in criminal justice and one in psychology. Upon starting at Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department back in January of 2011, I started with a training course at an academy that was nearly 300 hours, so about 8 weeks-ish of training. Then after that, did a 12-week field training program where we're paired up with more senior crime scene analysts, and we investigate scenes with them until we progressively get to the point where we're on our own. And then in my nearly 15 years, I've taken upwards of 1,000 hours of different training ongoing throughout my career.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have heard from a crime scene analyst in this case, but can you just generally go over what some of your duties are?
Sure. So we respond to crime scenes where we identify, document, collect, and preserve physical evidence. So we use ways of doing that like photography, fingerprinting, blood spatter analysis, trajectory, and then we collect the evidence and preserve it so it can be processed or tested later if need be as well.
And you also impound evidence,
Correct.
Is that correct? So the items that you do locate, you undergo an impound process.
Correct.
What is that impound process?
So we package the items in their inner packages. So depending on the item, it depends on what type of packaging we use, a paper bag, a box, depending on its shape and size. And then we put that inner package, that individual package, we label it with the item number, the DR number or the event number associated with the case, with the date of the case, and also my P number and initials, so my identifying personnel number. And then that package is placed in a larger outer package, which then is sealed with red tape. I initial it and date it, so that way it can show that the seal has not been broken, no one else has gotten in and tampered with it. And then a label goes on the outside of that bare outer package to tell you what's inside the package.
So I assume when you're collecting evidence, obviously you and members of your team are wearing gloves.
Correct.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that?
In order to prevent cross-contamination. I don't want to put my fingerprints, my DNA onto the item. Also safety for me. Some items we handle may be bloody, and I don't want to get that on myself as well. But it's in order to not cross-contaminate and leave anything behind that wasn't there naturally.
So I know you have 15 years of experience, but can you approximate about how many scenes you have documented? Are we talking hundreds?
All scenes entirety. We do everything from burglaries up to homicide. So we don't just do major calls. I honestly don't even begin to know what that number would be.
Safe to say hundreds?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Oh, definitely.
So then directing your attention to August 7th of 2023, were you called out to a scene?
I was.
What was the nature of the scene?
It was a search warrant reference a homicide investigation.
Okay. And was that location that you were assigned to 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Yes, it was.
What information did you have about the call?
I knew it was a homicide where the victim was located decapitated. And this residence was the house of, I believe, the girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, and that we would be serving a search warrant on it.
What time, and did you arrive around 6:30 that night at that Porcupine Rim residence?
Yes, 6:34 was my arrival time.
And when you arrived at the scene, were people already there?
Yes.
Who was there?
The detectives were there. We also had Sergeant Kyle Slattery. We had, I believe, 6 detectives. Detective Ozawa, Detective Pappas, Detective Lina, Detective Christopher, Detective Skinner, and Detective Redsole.
So a handful of detectives, including yourself, correct?
I'm not a detective, but yes.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. So you get there and the search warrant has already been obtained, signed off by a judge, and now is ready to be executed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you walk, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, sort of the process of what happened when you got there with that search warrant?
Sure. With search warrants, my job largely is photography. So I take pictures of the scene, the residence as it is. So the detectives have not yet searched anything. The photos I take in the beginning are as the scene is when I arrive. So I go through and I photograph any vehicles that would be related and the residence, all the different rooms, closets, to document the scene as it was when we arrived before anything has happened yet.
So you mentioned photographs.
Yes.
I have in my hand here hundreds of photos, specifically exhibits 235 through exhibit 441. Did you have a chance to review these items prior to testifying today?
I did.
And they're a fair and accurate depiction of the photos you took at this residence, correct?
Yes, they are.
And I believe by stipulation of the parties, the state is going to go ahead and move for the admission of these exhibits at this time.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, those exhibits will be admitted pursuant to stipulation.
So you get to the residence. Did one of the detectives have anything in their possession that was documented?
Yes.
And what was that?
Detective Skinner had a black cellular phone.
And permission to publish, Your Honor. States 236. Is this that cellular phone that was with Detective Skinner when you arrived?
Yes.
Was there anything of note that you observed on this phone?
Yes, there was an area of apparent blood on the screen.
And did you ultimately collect a sample from that?
I did, yes.
And you went ahead and impounded that?
Correct.
Okay. And was it positive?
It was presumptive test positive using phenolphthalein, yes.
So can you walk us through what you do in that process of testing?
Sure. Phenolphthalein is a product we use to determine if an area swabbed is potentially blood. So it's a presumptive test, not completely definitive. There are false positives, but it is a good indicator that this is likely blood. Also, with my training and experience, the appearance of the stain, reddish brown stain, also did appear consistent with blood. And then the results of the phenolphthalein test being positive indicated it was very likely blood.
So you essentially swab the area, is that right?
Yes. So we take a sterile cotton swab, almost like a Q-tip, put sterile water on it, and then rub it on to the stain. So I moistened the swab, rubbed the area of blood on the phone, and then I took an extra swab to be able to test it. That way I didn't ruin the swab that we were impounding. I took 2 swabs actually that I booked impounded with the blood, and then 1 extra one to test with the phenolphthalein to presumptively determine if it was blood.
And you mentioned that you did impound those items, and that would have been under, and you would have marked them under event number 12-15229, correct?
It was the first 2 digits are 23-15229.
Right. And obviously you observed the front of the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
Showing 239. Is that the front of the residence there?
Yes.
Were there vehicles at the residence when you arrived?
Yes.
And I think we can see it here, but there is a vehicle sort of in the driveway to the left. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's a work truck in the front of the home.
Correct.
And then behind the work truck, kind of hard to see in this photo, but there is another vehicle parked to the right part of the driveway.
Yes.
And did the search warrant also include, states 241, a search of this work van here?
Yes.
Okay, and it was searched.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found inside that vehicle?
No.
States 242, were these vehicles searched as well?
Yes. Well, the one on the right, the Honda Civic.
Okay, and what about the one on the left then?
The one on the left is a Nissan Armada. It was locked and it was sealed and then towed to our secured garage at the Henderson Police Department. It's our crime scene garage, and it was searched later with a different search warrant.
Anything of evidentiary value that you know of in either of these vehicles found?
I do not know about the Nissan Armada, but I do know the Honda Civic was searched on scene where I was present, and no, there was nothing of evidentiary value in the Civic.
Showing 265. What do we see here?
So to the right on the screen, there is the front entry door. So that's the main entrance door into the house. And this is the front formal room. It's also connected to the formal dining room.
And sort of near the door to the right of this photo, do we see sort of a shoe rack there?
Yes.
And on that shoe rack, did you locate any black Nikes with a swoosh, white swoosh on them?
No.
Publishing 267. What is this here?
That's a different angle of that same room. So again, on the right, you see the couch, and on the left is the dining table where the family room meets up with the formal dining room area.
268. What do we see there?
That's a close-up of one of the larger seats or couches in the room, the living room.
And then I'm specifically sort of pointing towards the left of the center chair. Those items there, were those, did anyone look at those?
Yes.
And what were they?
Some types of swords.
276. What do we see here?
That's a photograph of the kitchen in the residence.
Okay. And this kitchen was searched thoroughly, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing 277. What do we see here?
That's a picture of me standing in the kitchen, looking out to the dining nook, and then the living room. That's a different one than the front entry, the family room. This is the living room.
And then when you were searching the kitchen, you didn't find any sort of murder weapon, anything with blood on it, anything like that, correct?
Correct.
278. What is this?
That's the master bedroom. That's on the first floor of the residence.
And then 279.
It's a different angle of the same master bedroom.
And 280.
Same, just another angle of the master bedroom.
Okay. 288.
That's the master bedroom looking into the attached master bathroom.
And then we have 289.
That is the master bathroom, and then the master closet is off the bathroom there.
291.
And that's one of the pictures of inside the master closet.
And then 291A.
That is the other half of the master closet.
And in the closet, anywhere in the home, were any black Nikes with a white swoosh found?
No, we did not locate any.
Publishing 295. What do we see here?
It's a picture of the laundry room.
And the laundry would have been searched, correct?
Correct.
296.
That's a linen closet, and I believe the door that goes out into the garage.
And then 297 then.
That's a close-up of the closet.
Okay. 299.
That is a picture of the garage, the 3-car garage.
And this area was thoroughly searched, correct?
Yes.
No murder weapons, nothing like that found inside this garage, correct?
Correct.
307. What do we see here?
That's the second floor loft. It's the playroom.
309.
That is a linen closet, I believe, upstairs on the second floor.
Then 311.
That's one of the upstairs bedrooms. It was set up as an office area.
318.
That's a different bedroom upstairs. It was kind of a sewing storage room.
And what do we see inside this photo?
Appears to be a wedding dress or a white dress.
320.
That is the upstairs hall bathroom.
321.
That is the bathtub in that hall bathroom.
322.
That is one of the other bedrooms upstairs on the second floor.
And it looks like sort of on the head of the bed, some stickers on there, maybe like
Yes.
childlike stickers.
Yes.
326.
That is a picture of the fourth bedroom upstairs.
Looks like on the bedding, some sort of cartoon of sorts.
Yes, print, yes.
328.
Those are just photos of miscellaneous receipts that were located during the search warrant.
Do you recall where they were located?
I believe the kitchen, but I'm not 100%.
329.
That is a picture of the dressers in the master bedroom.
Was there something located inside of one of these drawers?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a collection of plastic bags, 6 in total, with the inner one being knotted, tied in a knot, containing a black wallet that had miscellaneous cards and also the driver's license in the name of Johnathan Willette. And then a set of keys were tied in that inner plastic Vaughn's bag, grocery bag.
So then publishing 347. Is that bag?
Yes, that's the inner. You can see the knot at the top. So that's the inner bag. And there were 5 other plastic bags around it.
344 are those extra bags that were around it.
Yes, that's the clump of all of it.
And then 348, is that the wallet and keys you mentioned?
Yes,
And then 349, the driver's license you mentioned.
correct.
And whose name is on that driver's license?
Johnathan James Willette.
Inside of the bedroom as well, states 330. What do we see here?
That's a BB gun.
And then 331.
That is the nightstand if you're looking at the bed on the left side. And there's a Glock 19X semi-automatic firearm, 9mm in that top drawer.
Showing you 334. Were there some writings found inside the master bedroom as well?
Yes.
And same with 335,
Yes.
336,
Yes, that's a close-up.
337, sort of a notebook with writings, correct?
Correct.
338, another writing.
Yes.
339, another writing.
Yes.
Inside the garage, states 353. Did you locate a bag with something inside?
Yes.
And what do we see there?
So that red bag was found on top of those trash cans in the garage. And there were 2 Ring cameras, security cameras, that were located inside that red bag.
So then states 356. Is that a close-up of that red bag?
Yes.
And states 355. Are those Ring cameras you mentioned?
Yes, they are.
Showing you states 360. What do we see there?
That is the bed in the master bedroom with a blue and gray striped dress laid out on top of it.
362.
That is a receipt.
Then looking at 366, what do we have here?
That's a mini backpack purse that was located on top of the bed in the master bedroom.
And states 363, something of evidentiary value found inside that purse?
Yes.
And what was it?
A social security card in the name of Johnathan Willette.
And you found other electronics inside that bedroom as well, correct?
Yes.
There were several.
Yes.
And those would have been collected as well.
By detectives. I did not collect them. I photoed them.
And you mentioned several writings that were collected in this case, right?
They weren't collected, they were photographed.
Thank you. They were photographed. And then- Showing you states 394. Was this located as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we see toward the card underneath Jonathan's social security card there?
Appears to be a business card in the name of Devyn J. Michaels as a realtor.
And again, some devices were located.
Correct.
In an abundance of time, I'm not going to go through each one of those. Members of the grand jury will have these. $413, what is that?
2 debit cards.
Showing you 414. What does that depict?
That's the upstairs hall bathroom. So that's the sink vanity area. And underneath in the cabinets was a safe.
And 415, is that just a close-up of that same safe?
Yes.
And you located items inside of the safe, correct?
Yes.
416, what do we see inside the safe?
That's a 9mm 6-hour handgun. Looks like live ammunition as well as extra magazines and maybe a magazine and a speed loader.
And you would have documented the backyard as well, correct?
Yes.
422, 423. And then did you take photographs of the female that was there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And publishing 424, is that the female that you photographed?
Yes.
And you knew her to be Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
Publishing 425, what do we see there?
That's just the back of her.
426.
Those are close-ups of her hands.
And we see sort of a ruler here. What is that?
That's called an ABFO scale. It's just a scale to show the general size of items.
States 427. What do we see there?
That's just more of a close-up of her other hand, again with the scale.
428.
And those are the pictures of the palms of her hands.
Did you also take a picture of a male that was there?
I did, yes.
And that was Devyn Willette, correct?
Correct.
Showing 429. Is that the front picture of him?
Yes.
430.
It's his back.
431.
Those are, again, the same style pictures of his hands.
Do you notice any cuts on his hands or anything like that?
No, he had no apparent injuries.
Oh, no bruising, nothing like that,
No.
correct? 432.
And those are his palms.
Same thing, no injuries there, correct?
Correct.
When you were taking pictures of Miss Michaels, what was her demeanor like?
I honestly don't recall too much.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
No, I don't. Nothing stands out to me one way or another.
Same thing with Devyn, correct?
Correct.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Correct.
Okay. Turning your attention then to August 9th of 2023, did you assist in collecting an item back at that 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes.
And did that include black boxers?
I believe they were gray.
Okay. But they were boxers.
Yes, boxer
nonetheless,
shorts.
Correct. And those were located on top of a couch.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And that was inside of sort of that recessed, informal, makeshift bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. Then on August 15th of 2020, and you collected those and impounded them, correct?
Correct.
On August 15th of 2023, you then returned to the 5510 Porcupine Rim,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you were there to collect and document some more items with a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
I believe you took photos of cleaning products that were located in cabinets, correct?
Yes.
A pair of blue cloth shorts in the first floor of the master bedroom,
Yes.
and a pink tank top in the first floor of the master bedroom.
Yes. The first
All
one.
impounded.
I did not impound the cleaning products or the tank top, but I did collect and impound the blue shorts.
Under that same event number that we discussed.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Okay, just one moment. Good morning.
Hi.
You were shown hands of both Devyn Willette photographs and Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
Were those all the photos that you took of both of these people's hands, front and back?
I don't believe so. In general, those photographs. I typically take pictures of the two together, the two flipped, individual more of the left, individual more of the right.
Okay. And you were asked questions as to whether or not you saw any injuries on Mr. Willette's hands?
Correct.
In your testimony that you saw that?
Right. There were no apparent injuries that we noted.
You were not asked questions concerning Ms. Michaels' hands. Same questions. No injuries, front or back, correct?
Correct. I didn't notice any injuries to her hands either.
You testified that you arrived at the Porcupine residence, I think you said 6:34 p.m.
6:34 p.m. was my approximate arrival time. Yes.
And you generated a report in reference to the efforts that you took through the course of this investigation.
Correct.
You authored 2 reports?
For this entire,
The Porcupine residence.
for the first Porcupine Rim search warrant, 2, a main crime scene report and then an evidence impound report.
Okay. Did you author any other reports in reference to your analysis or the collection of evidence at the Porcupine residence?
There would have been a biological stain presumptive test form, which is a form we fill out regarding that phenolphthalein test, the presumptive test for the blood that documents the lot number and the expiration of the specific phenolphthalein batch that I used and whether or not that presumptive test came back positive or negative.
Okay. The report that you authored concerning this search on August 7th, Porcupine residence, it's 2 pages and then a signature page, correct?
Just depending on how you print it out, but yes, that's how it printed out for me as well.
Okay, obviously you reviewed that in preparation for your testimony.
Yes.
Because as you've testified, you have been involved in at least hundreds of crime scene analysis, documentation of such, correct?
Yes.
And been yours. We'll go through this. Are these all the exhibits?
There's some right here too.
Okay. Are those all the exhibits that were taken at the Porcupine?
These,
Mhm.
between those two, yes. Yes, they have it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go through it. Okay. You were asked questions specifically concerning tennis shoes, correct?
Correct.
Your testimony is that you didn't photograph, didn't collect any evidence concerning tennis shoes?
That we did not locate the specific shoes she was describing.
Are these specific shoes that you've given testimony concerning that you now say that you were looking for, is that documented in your report?
That we did not find shoes?
That you were looking for?
I don't document what we were looking for, no.
Okay, but you just gave testimony concerning what you said you found or didn't find, correct?
I gave testimony saying what I photographed and booked.
Okay. Did you have a list of things that you should be looking for? while
No,
you were
the
at that
detectives
residence?
are the ones who pretty much dictate the search. I'm there largely as a photographer and then I collect the evidence that we locate. So the detectives are the ones that know what they're looking for.
Were there any black shoes that you located at that residence, black tennis shoes?
Perhaps we could go through the photos and look, but nothing that I specifically photographed.
You don't recall photographing a shoe holder near the front door?
I do, but I don't want to testify officially without examining the photograph that there were black tennis shoes on there because that was not something that I specifically documented.
Do you recall specifically capturing a photo of black tennis shoes in a closet?
Again, no, I took overall pictures of the closet and then I photographed the items the detectives locate and deem of note. I then photographed those more closely.
It's your testimony that you reviewed, and I believe it was the first exhibit under this pile that was published to the jury concerning a work van, correct?
Yes, there was a Nissan cargo van parked out front.
And you testified that there was nothing of evidentiary value contained within that van, correct?
Correct.
Did you photograph the contents of the van?
I did.
Power tools in the van?
I'm not sure we can look at the photographs, but I just took overall pictures of the inside of the van.
Any saws found in that van?
Again, I'm not sure.
But nonetheless, it's your testimony. There's nothing in the van that was of evidentiary value.
Correct.
You were shown pictures of 3 samurai swords.
I believe there's 3, but yes, of swords.
Did you pull out the swords?
Yes, the detectives did.
Did you photograph the blades?
I'm not sure if the blades were photographed or not, but if there was anything like blood or any type of item of note on there, we would have photographed it.
Were these samurai swords wiped for anything evidentiary use? DNA testing, fingerprint testing, anything like that?
Were they swabbed? Is that what you're
Correct.
asking?
Yes.
No.
Now, you were aware that this case involved a decapitation, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the manner or means in which this decapitation may have occurred, or how?
No.
But nonetheless, you're going through this investigation, making determinations what's of evidentiary value or no, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that as you sit here today, and it'll be borne out in the photographs, you don't recall photographing the actual swords other than they're on the ground, correct?
I have a more close-up photo of them. I don't know if I photographed them unsheathed.
Okay, but it's clear you didn't collect anything from them
Correct.
for further submission.
Correct.
You don't recall photographing a sawzall or a saw in that work van, correct?
Correct.
Or submitting anything for any secondary tests, correct?
Not from anything in the van. Correct.
You make reference to some soft scrub bleach located in the laundry room of this Porcupine residence, correct?
Yes.
And you felt that was of evidentiary value?
The detectives told me to specifically photograph this bottle of bleach.
Soft scrub, that's a fairly common household item, is it not?
I can't testify to I don't have it at my house, but it's a,
Soft scrub, I mean, you've heard of it, you know of it, correct?
I don't know that I've well versed on brands of bleach, but I was not shocked by seeing the brand.
Common occurrence. I mean,
Sure.
fair to say these hundreds of crime scenes, I mean, people have soft scrub at their house, correct?
Like I said, I can't testify to who has it, but I'm sure people possess soft scrub bleach. Yes.
What do you use?
I have Clorox bleach or the Walmart brand,
Okay.
but I just have liquid bleach.
Fair to say no blood, anything indicative of blood contained within the house, correct?
Just on the cellular phone that was in possession of Detective Skinner.
Okay, that's it.
Yes, that's all we saw.
In reviewing the Armada, did you take pictures of that?
Just on the exterior because it was locked and we did, like I said, sealed it and then towed it to the crime scene garage where it was then processed by a different crime scene analyst at a later date.
Okay, so you're unaware of any results or the lack thereof of any blood or anything of that?
Correct. I don't know
correct?
what was inside the Armada.
Through your review of the house, you found no signs of blood on any clothing or anything else for that matter,
Correct.
Nothing found in any trash cans of that nature,
Correct.
I have the court's indulgence just one moment. I don't have any more questions as witness. Thank you very much.
Nothing from the state.
Okay, so your responsibility is excused.
Thank you.
very much for your testimony today. State, you may call your next witness.
Dr. Stephanie Yagi.
Then counsel Rose while she come in.
Did you guys get the feeling that Nikki slash Devyn slash Tracy was trying to infer that the mother, like, are they trying to just make it seem like everybody's in on it? I don't know. Anyway, there's a lot going on. I don't know. I mean, I do think that Nikki Tracy Devyn is going to jail. Well, she already is in jail. I think she's going to prison. I don't know if she's taking anyone else with her. We don't know where the head went. they're just trying to blame everybody so she can walk, but she's so weird looking. If she were Latasha Daniels, she would be walking out of there. She's purposefully looking downtrodden and cuckoo, and that's not going to help her get out. If she would fix her hair and put it in a nice bun and arrange herself better, I don't know. But yeah, it's almost like, oh my God, did everybody do it? Is everybody, what's going on here? You know what I mean? Did everybody hate John? It's like an Agatha Christie movie. Did everybody hate John? What was that movie? Was it Murder on the Orient Express? Does anybody remember that book, movie, Agatha Christie? And I feel like on the Orient Express, everybody hated that woman. Everybody had a reason to want her dead. And I feel like, if I remember correctly, everybody killed her. Like, it was everybody took a stab at her. There's a really good Agatha Christie movie, if you're into that, called Evil Under the Sun. Evil Under the Sun was so good. If you can find it, it's an Agatha Christie movie, and it was called Evil Under the Sun, and it's also a book, of course, but the movie was really, really, really good. Anyway, this is giving me some Agatha Christie a little bit, where it's just like, my God, who's really responsible here? Anywho, let's get to Dr. Yagi. She's on her way to the stand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Amen. And Doctor, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name is Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you. Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I'm a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
About 3 years.
What is it that you do on a day-to-day basis at the medical examiner's office?
So my role, well, my primary role at the medical examiner's office is going to be determining cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
How do you go about examining a deceased person that comes into your office?
So to determine cause and manner of death, oftentimes we will do a medical type of examination, and one of which is an autopsy.
Are you trained in conducting autopsies?
Yes.
Can you please describe your education and training in order to do what you do?
As a medical examiner, I am a medical doctor. I have my degree and I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Nevada. I am also board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And if you didn't say already, how long have you been conducting autopsies with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 3 years.
You mentioned the terms cause and manner of death.
Yes.
What is a cause of death?
So a cause of death is going to be a natural disease or traumatic injury that ultimately leads to cessation of life.
Do you conduct autopsies to determine cause on every single death within Clark County?
No.
Which do you focus on when it comes to autopsy specifically?
So our office, again, is responsible for conducting medical examinations on any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious thereof deaths.
Can you give a couple of examples of causes of death?
Sure. So causes of death might be something like hypertensive cardiovascular disease, which is high blood pressure, blunt force injuries due to motor vehicle accident, something like gunshot wounds.
Is there a difference between a cause of death for your purposes and the mechanism of death?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
So the mechanism of death is more what's happening inside your body. So the pathophysiology of our particular disease process or traumatic injury, where a cause of death is going to be the overarching event that led to death.
You also mentioned the term manner of death. What does that mean?
Manner of death is how the circumstances of the death arose. It's a categorical determination of which we have 5. So those are going to be a natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
When it comes to homicide, what does that term mean?
For us, homicide is death at the hands of another.
And what is the undetermined manner?
Undetermined is for situations where we can't make a determination. So it is either unknown or we can't determine between one or more other mechanisms or manners of death.
We'll get back to that in a moment. In your prior testimony, you mentioned the term autopsy, and I think I glossed over it. What does an autopsy actually entail?
So an autopsy is a medical type of examination. It has multiple parts. The first of which is going to be an external examination. So we look at the body. We document any identifying features, eye color, hair color, tattoos, any external trauma or injuries that we can see with our eye. Then we'll move on to an internal examination where we open the body in a surgical-like fashion. We again inspect the internal organs for things like natural disease or trauma and injury. The autopsy also includes ancillary testing, such as like toxicology testing. We can do imaging like x-rays. We can get other consultations as we see fit, as well as look at tissue under the microscope if needed.
And I would presume that every autopsy is a bit different in determinative of what types of testing you're going to conduct.
Yes, so we perform these things on a case-by-case basis.
I want to bring your attention back to August 8th of 2023. On that date, did you receive a body ultimately identified as Johnathan Willette?
Yes.
And was that your work documented under Clark County Coroner's Office case number 23-04811?
Yes.
What was the condition of John's body and how did you receive it?
So the body is received at our office in a sealed body bag. Once the seal is broken, the body undergoes forensic processing and goes through the autopsy procedures that I've previously discussed. At the time of the external examination that I performed, there was absence of the head of Mr. Willette's body.
While the autopsy process is occurring, are you or other staff photographing the body?
Yes, photographs are taken at every step of the process of the autopsy examination, which are done by our forensic technicians.
Those forensic technicians, do they go hands-on with the body at any point during the process?
Yes, our forensic technicians are actually responsible for moving the body and eviscerating the body, which is, again, doing the internal examination or internal dissection portion of the exam.
Do those forensic technicians work in tandem? Do they work alone? What is the common process?
The forensic processing is usually done by the forensic technician in singularity prior to the exam. And during the exam, we do work in tandem with the forensic technician.
So, weird question, but I have to ask it. What percentage of your forensic techs are female?
Currently at this time, 100% of our forensic technicians are female.
And is it common for those female forensic technicians to flip bodies on their own?
Yes.
All the time?
Quite often.
In this particular case, you and forensic techs documented the process of the autopsy and have moved for the admission of 464 through 494, Josh.
Any objection to this?
No, Your Honor.
Shall we admit it?
Thank you. May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with 464, what are we looking at here?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Willette as received in the body bag.
465, is that his lower body?
Yes.
What are these items on his hands?
These are bags to preserve possible trace evidence that are placed on the body at the scene.
During this process, do you measure the body?
I personally do not, but the body is measured, yes.
Yeah, and when I say you, I sometimes mean the team. Somebody in the process measures the body, correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, what were the body's measurements?
The length was measured at 68 inches and the weight 169 pounds.
So his body as received is 169 pounds, correct?
Correct.
I would presume it would be more if his head was attached.
Yes.
Do you know the average weight of a human head?
Probably on the line around 10 pounds.
During your external examination of the body, what general things did you notice?
So, as previously stated, there was the absence of the head and upper neck, as well as there were some changes to the front side of the body that were consistent with some kind of chemical type burns.
Back to 464. If you could point to what you mean by chemical type burns.
So all along the front of Mr. Willette's body, we have changes of the skin, which again are consistent with a more chemical type burn.
Are all of the changes or the discoloration in the skin we're seeing those chemical burns, or is there something else going on?
There's additional to the burn type pattern. There's almost like a diamond weave type pattern that you can see on predominantly the chest, which is actually consistent with the pattern that was seen on the mattress where Mr. Willette's body was found.
Okay. Ma'am, what is lividity?
Lividity is the postmortem pooling of blood in the gravity-dependent areas of the body.
And what is slippage?
Slippage is a term that we use for the appearance that the skin can show when there's separation of the top layer of skin that happens.
Okay. Does that typically happen post-mortem?
Yes.
Showing you the front of John's right arm. Do you see that there?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this looks like to be an area of some postmortem changes, which could be, as previously described, some area of skin slippage.
When it comes to lividity and these postmortem changes that occur to a body, is it possible for you to establish a time of death based upon that?
Sometimes.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
So there are a lot of factors that we need to evaluate for determining time of death. Most of these factors are highly variable, which includes things like the actual decedent's natural state of health. In addition to that, the environment that the body is found, things like heat, humidity, et cetera, as well as any external factors or the environment, such as water or air or soil that the body is found in.
Not to mention, you're typically not conducting an autopsy immediately after death, correct?
Correct.
In this case, I believe you did it on August 8th.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so do you have an opinion as to John's time of death?
No, our determination on time of death is, again, highly variable, and it would have to be given within a range of time based on the state of the body. In this particular case, it would probably be within a half day or hours.
States 472. Oops. Is this John now laying on what would be his belly?
Yes.
Is there an anatomical or I guess a forensic term for that?
Prone?
So he is prone with belly down now, correct?
Yes.
What is this kind of discoloration we're seeing on the side?
This could potentially be an area of liver.
What's liver?
As we previously discussed, blood pooling in the gravity-dependent areas of the body.
What does this tell you about John and his circumstances of his death?
At one point in time, he may have been face down or face up. This is a lateral aspect of the body, so I can't tell you.
showing you 473. What are we looking at here?
This is kind of the neck region of the body.
From the back?
Yes.
474, same position basically,
Yes.
now with a ruler. Did you or your forensic techs clean up John's body?
Yes, the forensic technicians.
Before I move on, did you notice anything about the blood that was abnormal? Is this normal, the coloring?
I can't tell anything from this photograph.
475, what are we looking at here?
So this is now a cleaned up photograph of that same area, the neck region from the back.
Is there anything notable to the back of the neck?
Yes.
What is that?
So in this photograph, you can see that there are some superficial incised wounds that are somewhat parallel to the main area of defect at the neck here.
476, is that a little bit closer on those areas that you were describing?
Yes.
What does this tell you, if anything, as a forensic pathologist?
This may indicate there were previous attempts to use a sharp force injury in this area.
Previous to the decapitation itself?
Yes.
Did you document John's hands?
Yes.
478, is that his right hand?
Yes.
479, another angle of his right hand.
Yes.
480, same thing, another angle.
Yes.
481, inside of John's right hand.
Yes.
Did you observe any bleeding injuries to his right hand?
No.
482, is this John's left hand?
Yes.
483, also his left hand?
Yes.
Do you see these little things here?
Yes.
What do these appear to be to you?
Some type of callus or blister.
Any bleeding injuries to his left hand?
No.
484, another shot of his left hand.
Correct.
485, the inside of his left hand.
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
Again, I would consider these blisters or calluses.
Any bleeding injuries to his left hand at all?
No.
Did you observe any minor injuries to the rest of John's body, staying away from the head and neck?
Yes, there are a few contusions or bruises to the extremities.
When you say a few, how many do you mean?
At least 3.
Were those minor in nature, meaning not very apparent?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now another kind of graphic photo. 466. Can you reorient us?
Yes. So again, this is a photograph of the neck region, and now the body is on its backside.
Okay. Can you just describe what you're seeing in this photograph?
Sure. So there is a kind of irregular defect that has resulted in a complete decapitation of the body.
When you say irregular defect, can you provide any further context to that?
The surface of the wound looks kind of ragged. It doesn't look straight.
Okay. 468, are we now looking down into essentially what would be John's neck?
Yes.
What did you observe during your internal examination of this portion of the body?
So on the internal examination, anatomically or just by looking at it, this wound did not appear to be ante-mortem. It appeared to be post-mortem, so made after death.
Okay. And how are you able to determine that?
So when the body is alive, there are some features that we can look at anatomically or with our eye, as well as microscopically, to indicate that there was a body's response to an injury. And I saw neither of those, again, grossly or microscopically in this particular case.
So to oversimplify it, the decapitation happened after he was killed.
Yes.
470, is this a side view of that same area?
Yes.
Which, what type of surfaces or types of the body are actually sliced through when a decapitation occurs?
So in this particular case, we would consider this a complete decapitation. So there is transection through the soft tissues, which are like skin and muscle, as well as any vasculature that is within that soft tissue. In this case as well, the decapitation went through the spine. So both the bony parts of the spine as well as the spinal cord, as well as the structures in the neck. So again, the muscle, soft tissues of the neck, as well as kind of the throat area.
States 486, what are we looking at here?
So this is a internal photograph of that same area taken from the front side of the body.
What is the purpose of you eviscerating the skin and taking these photographs?
Well, as part of the autopsy examination, we examine all parts of the body, one of which is routinely the neck. So we would do this naturally in every case.
Did you see any evidence of strangulation with what was left of the neck?
No.
What would you expect to see in the event of strangulation?
So in some strangulation cases, findings that are suggestive of that would be intramuscular hemorrhage of the anterior neck muscles, as well as sometimes we can have fracture of the hyoid bone, which is a bone in the neck.
And is the hyoid bone in this particular case gone?
Yes.
So you weren't able to examine the hyoid bone, but you didn't see any of that hemorrhaging you just described?
Correct.
When it comes to eviscerating a body, is it common for you to use tools?
Yes.
Do you use mechanized tools or just hand power tools?
Both.
When you use mechanized tools, do you get blood splatter in your face?
Not me personally. No.
Okay. Are there times in which there will be splatter?
Yes.
How so?
So if a saw is being used and there is active bleeding, say within the brain or within the head, sometimes as part of the technique of taking off the skull cap, blood could splatter.
When there's active bleeding inside the head?
Yes.
Okay. If someone is dead, how is there active bleeding inside the head?
Well, there is blood within the cranial cavity, and the sheer mechanism of the saw can splatter blood.
Got it. When it comes to the autopsy process, is there ever a time in which you need to decapitate a body?
No.
Okay, so that's not a thing that you actually would have to do.
No.
And so in this particular case, did you use tools to take some items out of John's body to forward on to someone else?
Yes, tools were used.
What type of body parts are you removing?
So as part of this particular examination, segments of the cervical spine were removed for a forensic anthropology consultation.
Okay. States 488, is that one of the sections?
Yes.
And
488 or 48?
488.
488, okay.
And 489, is that the same section? Was it one section you took or multiple?
Multiple cervical vertebrae were taken out.
States 490, are those the cervical vertebrae that were taken?
Yes.
And 491, what is this little piece here?
I don't know.
Okay. Was this obviously removed from the body?
Yes.
And provided to the forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
Is that Dr. Jennifer Burns?
Yes.
Why is it that you need to enlist the assistance of Dr. Burns?
So forensic anthropologist can help us. Well, she can look at the bones that were removed from the body and possibly do studies either by eye or with use of microscope to see what kind of marks were left on those bones.
And that was done in this case?
Yes.
Once that is done, do you receive her report back?
Yes.
And after that, is it that coupled with a bunch of other stuff that you make your ultimate cause and manner determination?
Correct.
And you mentioned toxicology earlier, 492. What is this?
No, this is a urine drug screen cup.
493.
Same thing, just different side.
494. Same thing.
Yes.
Did you send those items out for testing as well?
Yes, we sent multiple samples for official toxicologic analysis.
And what were the results associated with John's tox analysis?
So in the peripheral blood, ethanol or alcohol was detected, as well as caffeine and I believe cotinine, which is a metabolite of nicotine. Those items were also detected in the urine and gastric contents.
Was there a low level of marijuana?
Oh, yes. I apologize.
That's okay.
Delta 9 THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana, and its metabolites were also detected in the peripheral blood.
And was there findings associated with GHB?
Yes. So in addition, in the heart blood, GHB, which is gamma butyric acid, was also detected at a low level.
What kind of scientific explanation is there for the GHB?
So GHB is a chemical that can be endogenously produced, which means our body naturally produces it. And at the level that was detected through the toxicology report is consistent with natural levels of GHB.
Okay, so we all have GHB in our bodies?
Yes.
So the level found here is not as though he ingested some drug. It's actually consistent with naturally occurring levels in our body.
Yes.
And you mentioned alcohol was found in his body.
Yes.
What was the level with association to that?
In the peripheral blood, I believe it was 29 milligrams per deciliter.
And does that, I guess, is there a percentage or a decimal that's associated with that?
Yeah, so that would equate to like a blood alcohol level of 0.029.
And are you familiar with the legal limit in Nevada?
Yes.
What is it?
0.08.
Okay, and that's considered legally drunk?
I guess so.
Okay, well, 0.02 is a relatively low level.
It's below the legal driving limit, yes.
Are there post-mortem changes that occur that could affect the level of blood alcohol concentration?
Yes, there could be.
And how would that potentially affect the level?
So as the body decomposes, the microbes that are in our body actually also produce alcohol. So in advanced decomposition cases, there could actually be alcohol detected that wasn't necessarily in the body at the time of death, or could falsely elevate the level that is detected.
Okay, so I don't want to oversimplify it, but at the time of John's death, he had a blood alcohol concentration of 0.02 or less.
Yes.
It wouldn't be higher.
Correct.
Ultimately, did you make a determination as to John's cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicidal violence.
What does that mean in your world?
So it's a term that we use in forensics to indicate that there is no anatomic cause of death that is identified at exam. There's no toxicological cause of death that is identified. And the circumstances surrounding the death are objectively suspicious. So in this case, there's a postmortem decapitation.
Had a blunt force injury to his head killed John, is it fair to say that you would need his head to make that legal determination?
Yes.
That you never received his head up until today's date?
Correct. There was no head available for evaluation.
And ultimately, what did you determine was John's manner of death?
Homicide.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Charles?
Yes, was Your Honor going to take it, or were we going to take it?
No, we're gonna finish her up for lunch.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, in reference to your testimony concerning lividity, start with that, the beginning of your testimony. Just walk through this. You're not able to give any opinion as to the position that this body was in when this person was decapitated, correct?
Correct.
Can't say if the body had been moved or anything like that based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
You're unable to say whether the body was face down or face up when the decapitation occurred. Fair to say?
Correct.
In reference to the wounds that you had testified concerning. You had said that they may indicate a pre-attempt to decapitate. Do you recall that?
Previous.
Okay, a previous.
Yes.
Could have been a post though. I mean, you can't say for sure one way or the other, correct?
Correct.
So that's an assumption.
Yes.
At this point in time, on August 8th, when you conducted this examination, approximately how many autopsies did you perform?
At that time, I would estimate maybe 500-600 autopsies.
Okay. How many years had you been conducting autopsies when you conducted this autopsy?
In 2023, 2 years.
2 years. However, due to these, perhaps can we say out of the ordinary circumstances, this was sent to a Dr. Burns. There were tissue samples and things sent to Dr. Burns. Fair to say, the anthropologist?
The bones were sent, yes.
Bones were. You had testified that you were unable to approximate the time of death other than half a day, something like that, correct?
Yes, a large range of time.
Large range, okay. So you couldn't say 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock the previous day, could you?
That's correct.
When the body is examined and further dismembered, the body is refrigerated, correct?
Yes.
At what temperature is the body when you examine it? Just give or take.
At the time of examination, room temperature.
Okay, but previous to the examination.
While refrigerated?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
When it's brought, why don't we go through the process a
Sure.
little bit? The body is brought to the coroner's office, correct?
Yes.
Where is it placed?
The body is then placed in our refrigeration area. Yes.
Okay, and this refrigeration area, kind of like you see in the movies, has bodies, trays, things like that?
Yes, there are other bodies.
And what temperature are those refrigeration units where the bodies are stored?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Cold enough to preserve the bodies, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say just above freezing?
I can't say.
Okay, you don't know.
I don't know.
You were asked questions concerning through the course of your examinations, these autopsies, limbs, other things are severed, correct?
Sorry, can you
They
repeat the
can be.
question?
I mean, you were asked on direct. At times, there's a necessity to cut a body, correct?
Yes.
And these cuts are generally made by yourself, the coroner.
No, not always.
Who are they made by?
So our forensic technicians assist us in the evisceration portion of our examinations.
And during this evisceration portion, the bodies have just been brought from the refrigerators or the cooling, freezing devices, correct?
Yes, in our storage area.
Fair to say then you're not going to have cast off or splatter because the blood contained within the cadaver is very cold, correct?
Well, the heart is also not beating, so we don't have spurting blood.
Right, but we're not talking, we'll get to that. But as far as, obviously you'll agree with me that there's a congealing mechanism when the body is refrigerated, correct?
Blood can clot, yes.
And this evisceration of the body occurs sometime after the death, generally, correct?
Yes.
It can be perhaps like a day, in this case, 2 days, 3 days, multiple days, correct?
Correct.
So we've got a body now that has obviously been dead for some period of time in conjunction with this element of refrigeration, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me then that when the tools are used, and you'll agree with me that these tools that are used are designed to cut through tissue, bone, things of that nature.
Yes.
So they're made to sever limbs or sever necks, things like that, correct?
Yes.
So when you're using these specialized instruments made for the dismemberment of a body, it's done with a special instrument. It's done when the body's been refrigerated. It's been done sometime after the person has been deceased, correct?
In my experience, yes.
Let's turn our attention to the facts and circumstances of this case, okay?
Okay.
Let's say a person is decapitated a fairly short time after that person or upon that person being killed, okay? You'd expect that if the neck is severed or the body is severed from the head, there's going to be fresh blood, correct? Perhaps if the person is dead and the heart's not beating, but we have liquid blood, correct?
I would expect there to be blood, yes.
Let's say a sawzalls are used or some other electric saw. Fair to assume that we're going to have some blood if this head is being severed, correct?
Possibly.
Closer in time to death, the more likely that we're going to have blood that's able to be cast off, correct?
Possibly.
And we're not talking about a slight possibility, we're talking about a real possibility, aren't we?
Can you be more specific? I don't know what you're asking. Sorry.
Okay, what part of my question is unclear, just so I can ask you questions so we can be on the same page.
Yeah, the specification of real possibility. I don't
Okay,
know.
you say it's possible. I mean, it's likely, correct?
Depending on circumstances, yes.
Okay, so now we're getting from a near possibility to a likelihood. This person is dead. This person is immediately decapitated with a non-specialized device. Likely, we're going to have some cast off of blood, aren't we?
I wouldn't say yes to cast off. There likely is blood, yes.
And when we talk about likely blood, we're talking about basically the kinetic energy from a saw going back and forth. We're going to expect to see blood spatter, aren't we?
Possibly.
Likely, correct?
I have no experience in this particular situation.
Okay.
So I can't give my opinion as to that.
So when you're asked questions concerning when you're doing this in the very controlled circumstances of an autopsy, you can't really compare. So you can't really give an opinion, but obviously it's more likely there's blood that's going to be spit out or sent out if a person's being decapitated close in time to their death, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. You would agree with me that you can't say to any degree of medical certainty that this person was actually dead when this decapitation occurred, correct?
In my opinion, this decapitation was a post-mortem event. So yes, after death.
Okay. How close in time then? Do you know?
I do not know.
Today you've just testified that it's homicidal. Basically, the death was homicidal in nature, correct?
Yes.
I believe your term was homicidal violence.
Yes,
But you can't tell us how this person died, correct?
that is correct.
There had been questions concerning, is it the hyboid?
Yes, hyoid bone.
And that would indicate perhaps a strangulation, correct?
Yes,
However, in this case, you didn't have that bone to review, correct?
that is correct.
I mean, you can't say if this person died choking, correct?
Can you specify the nature of the choking?
Choked.
No,
You can't say then that could have happened, correct? That's possible.
that's possible. Yes,
This person could have had a pillow placed over his face, correct?
correct.
And then decapitated. Isn't that right?
Correct.
This person could have been shot in the head, correct?
That is correct.
So you can't give an opinion excluding that, can you?
That's correct.
You were asked questions concerning any bleeding injuries on the body, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say at this point in time, this body wasn't bleeding, correct?
No active bleeding. Correct.
I mean, the head's off, it's not bleeding, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say, and you'll agree with me that, I mean, a decapitation is a fairly rare event in your line of work, as opposed to other manners of death or.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that it would be difficult to effectuate a decapitation?
I don't know. I have never attempted one myself.
Okay. Based upon the the physicality of this, I mean, there's a number of things that are involved, correct?
Yes.
We have the blood system, the veins, things of that nature in the neck, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that person is dead or not. I mean, we have what, the aorta veins, big veins, correct?
The aorta is not in the neck.
I'm sorry, the heart, but I mean the neck. We have the
Carotids.
carotid, that's a fair amount of blood there, correct?
Yeah, can be.
Dead or not, correct?
Well, if they're dead, there's no blood in the carotids.
Okay, so they're saying, let's say that person died shortly before or at the time of decapitation, there's going to be blood in the carotid arteries, correct?
There might be.
Okay. And if those carotid arteries are severed, we're going to expect cast off from the blood contained within the carotid arteries, correct?
If the person is dead, no.
Okay, so let me say, in the arteries, is there going to be blood? And we're not talking a person that's been dead for days. We're talking minutes, perhaps.
Yes, there may be some residual blood.
Okay, and this residual blood, if those arteries are cut with a power tool, we're going to expect there's going to be some form of cast off, correct?
There may be, yes.
The musculature, obviously that would have to be severed, correct?
Yes.
And there's a fair amount of musculature in the human neck, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that the neck contains a fairly complex arrangement of tissues, major blood vessels, trachea, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
The vertebrae in this case were severed,
Yes.
as well as the thick ligaments connecting such, correct?
Yes.
We also have the spinal column that would have to have been severed, correct?
Yes.
And again, that's fairly a lot, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about a big cut, aren't we?
Yes.
Dense ligaments, cartilage, correct? All that had to have been severed, correct?
Yes.
So this is fairly different than, let's say, a limb, correct?
That depends.
Okay, an arm. I mean, neck's a lot more going on there than an arm, correct?
Yes and no. There are still some of the same elements that you see in the neck and arm, including bones and soft tissues.
Okay. But would you agree with me that the neck is a more complex portion of the body than the arm?
Yes.
Obviously, you have the heart supplying the brain with blood, correct?
Yes.
So you have large artery supplying the brain with blood, correct?
Yes.
In your report concerning the postmortem examination of the body of Johnathan Willette, you arrive at a conclusion that it was consistent with the use of two tools.
That was not my opinion personally. That was integrated from the forensic anthropologist consultation report.
Okay. But this was the report, and I'm referring to the autopsy report. You authored this report.
Correct, but I garnered that information from Dr. Burns's report.
Do you adopt it? Do you have any reason to disagree with Dr. Burns's analysis?
No.
So then in your report, where you incorporated Dr. Burns's conclusions, two tools, correct?
Per her report, yes.
A hand-powered knife, correct?
I don't recall if the wording was knife.
And if I told you it says a hand-powered knife, would you have any reason to disagree
No.
with me? And a mechanically powered saw, correct?
Sure.
On your pathologic findings, in addition to the decapitation, you also found hepatic steatosis,
Correct.
and that is?
Fatty liver disease.
You were given asked questions concerning the blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that was the blood alcohol content at the time of death?
Most likely, yes.
Would that blood alcohol content changed following the time of death?
It could. So, as previously discussed in the postmortem interval, there is postmortem development or formation of ethanol that can be produced by the body's microbes.
So then it would be unfair to say what the blood alcohol content was actually at the time of death. Fair to say?
Correct.
And also that person's blood alcohol content would have to be, you say at the time of death, but then we don't know what the time of death is, do we?
Not exactly.
We can't say it was 3 o'clock, 3:30, anything like that, can we?
No.
Now, it's possible based upon your understanding the physiology of how we process alcohol in our bodies, this person may have had a much higher blood alcohol content, let's say at 1 p.m., correct?
Can you specify the time that you're using in relation to the question?
Okay. You were asked a question, this person's blood alcohol 0.02 something, remember that?
Yes.
0.29 milliliters per milliliter of blood. You gave it an opinion concerning the blood alcohol, correct?
Correct.
But you'd have to know the time of death, correct? That's part of this analysis.
No.
Okay. My question to you now is, let's say the time of death is 3 o'clock, okay? Are you able to give us with an estimation? I won't hold you to it specifically, but can you give us an estimation of that person's blood alcohol at 2 o'clock, assuming that person died at 3?
No.
Can you give us the blood alcohol content at 1 o'clock, assuming that person died at 3?
No.
Midnight? You can't, can you?
No.
In addition to the alcohol that was in the blood, you also found evidence of THC, correct?
Correct.
And what was the level of THC in Mr. Willette's body?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Fair to say that the combination of both alcohol and THC affects a person's ability to drive a vehicle?
Possibly.
Possibly.
I'm not a clinical toxicologist. My patient population is very specific, and those patients have no clinical signs and symptoms at the time that I see them. So I cannot opine as to their behavior living with those certain levels.
Very, very fair to say. So I'll ask you a more general question. You'll agree with me that the combination of alcohol and THC cause a person to be more intoxicated?
I don't know.
And then thirdly, you had testified concerning the presence of GHB, correct?
Yes.
And you opined that that may be a result just of natural antecedents. Fair to say?
Yes, it's consistent with the level that we would naturally produce in our body.
But you can't give an opinion as to whether or not this person had ingested drugs or GHB specifically.
That's correct.
So this person may have, in addition to ingesting alcohol and marijuana, this person may have ingested GHB, correct?
Yes, possibly.
And again, the combination of these three substances would presumably lead to an intoxicated state.
It might. Again, I'm not a clinical practitioner.
I could have the course indulgence. Fine, brief question. Through the course of this dismemberment or evisceration, do you wear goggles?
I wear a face shield.
Okay, and that's because of cast off and things that you may get, correct?
Along with other bodily fluids that we may encounter, yes.
Apron on, correct?
Yes.
For the same reason, to protect yourself from cast off of blood or other bodily fluids.
Correct.
And again, the height of this autopsy table, what is the height?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Is it made for the ease of moving a cadaver?
Yes, so it can be moved up and down.
To ease in the flipping back and forth and such of the body, correct?
Also to help with our technicians who are of varying heights. So they're the ones doing the evisceration. So we want everyone to be ergonomic and comfortable.
Understood. And to work together as a team to move the body, correct?
Yes, sometimes we do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, you're on, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, Dr. you excuse. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take our lunch recess. It's gonna be a shorter than normal lunch recess because we are going to adjourn today at 3 o'clock. So I'm gonna shorten lunch a little bit and then you get to go home early. You're welcome. During this recess, you must not discuss opinions with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news, or read the accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research such as the social dictionary, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make an investigation.
Okay. All right, you guys. So we've already passed lunch. We're already almost into, we're coming into the home stretch of day 3, guys. We're coming into the home stretch of day 3. This is a forensic, what is she called? Anthropologist, I think. Yes, forensic anthropologist Jennifer Burns. And then after that, we're going to have Detective Carrie Skinner. So, we have roughly, let's see. The judge let them know they were breaking at 3 o'clock today or that day. Okay, so we have about 2 more hours and we are going to shut this down. Now, day 4. Let's see. Day 4. Is she back on the stand? Carrie Skinner. Day 4 is looks like Carrie Skinner's back on the stand again. Another detective, well, several, Jared Spangler, Luke Good, Carl Lipasich. So there's several detectives. So it's like day 4's police investigator day. We'll get into, we might finish Carrie Skinner, depending on how we feel. When these 2 hours are up, we're going to probably take a break. If I come back, which I'm not sure if I'm gonna, maybe tomorrow morning, again, early, maybe early tomorrow, we can start day 4 and then finish day 4. And then we'll just be right behind day 5. I wish we could get caught up. I feel like we've, I feel like we're making it there, but I don't know. Let's just play it by ear, see how the rest of today goes. We do have time, but I would like to talk about some other things today. So, we're not in a rush, right? We still have verdict time and all of that to get caught up, and it's not going to change watching the trial. So I don't feel like we necessarily have to get caught up into. Does anyone feel any pressure to be caught up with actual real time, or are we like soft life watching? We're watching on our own pace, right? It is. So we're getting caught up. We're definitely getting caught up. I just don't know that we're going to get caught up real time, but you never know. Yeah. We're not under the pressure of real time. Okay. As long as you guys don't feel the pressure of real time, those of you who feel the pressure of real time, you might already be real time watching, and that's cool. We're just not. We're behind. Okay. but you never know. You never know what can happen. But I think we're going to finish these 2 hours, and there's some other stuff I'd like for us to get caught up on, and to talk about before I'm behind on every other story. Yeah, we're going to do our best, but there's always real time available, right? We're just not on it. Girl, there's always real time available. We're just not on it. So, but you never know. We might get caught up before the verdict. It's possible, but if we don't, I don't want anyone to feel bad. Just don't tune into court TV or law and crime. Just avoid the verdict, but we'll still see how it turns out. We want to know the verdict. To me, verdicts are important, obviously, but how they get to the verdict means so much more, because when we see the verdict, we kind of understand because we witnessed the whole thing. You know what I mean? See, okay, thank you. We're going to do our best though, Auntie. Okay, babe. All right, you guys, let's go ahead and get into these last couple of hours. If you have anything for me, just drop it down in the comments. I'm sitting here watching, but I'm getting ready to go pick up some food real quick, but I'm watching the chat, okay? All right, you guys. Like I said, right now is going to be Skinner. Next one up is going to be the forensic anthropologist Jennifer Burns, excuse me, and Carrie Skinner. Okay. All right, let's get into it.
Outside the presence of our jury.
To save time, Judge, we move for the admission of 495 to 607 by stipulation. That's correct.
Okay, that'll be a minute. Is that it?
Yes.
All right, bring in jury.
Well, and it's crazy because some of these other channels now, which I don't begrudge them, people manage their channels the way they want to, like Court TV and Law and Crime. But I guess because their chats have gotten so crazy and so big, you have to be a member to chat. So it's just driving smaller channels to open their chat because people do want to talk, but everybody doesn't necessarily want to feel like they have to be a member. So that was the one thing that I noticed, it was just like, but I guess in a way to make it manageable, when you have that many people watching, I guess I get it. Anyway, okay, I'm going back on mute.
Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney, Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state, who join parties to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, statement on your.
The state's next witness is Dr. Jennifer Burns.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Nancy. And Doctor, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Sure. My name is Jennifer Burns, Jennifer, B as in boy, YRNES.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I am an associate professor at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
What's your position beyond that?
Well, so I teach, I do research, and I do service, which includes serving as a consult as needed for the Clark County Office of the Coroner Medical Examiner's Office.
And are you what's called a forensic anthropologist?
Yes, so I am board certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
And so that would be your certification, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other certifications?
No, that's it. Otherwise, I have my degrees.
Can you tell us about that?
Sure. I have a bachelor's of science in biology with minors in anthropology and chemistry from SUNY College at Geneseo. I have a master's degree and PhD, both in anthropology from the University of Buffalo.
And obviously you have many degrees, certification. Do you also undergo training and things of that nature ongoing?
Sure. So I regularly attend the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, as well as the American Association of Biological Anthropology conferences, which isn't exactly training per se, but it's just demonstrating continuing education, because that's where we get to see stuff before it's published.
And do you know someone by the name of Dr. Clara Ralston?
Yes, she is my former postdoc.
And where did you work with her?
She was at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas in my lab as a postdoc scholar. Now she is at the New York City office of the coroner medical examiner as a forensic anthropologist.
So she's a forensic anthropologist as well?
Correct.
Okay. As a forensic anthropologist, I think you mentioned that there are consults that you do. What are the types of questions that you're tasked with investigating when you get a consult?
Sure. So it depends on the case, right? So sometimes we're asked to assist with an identification if they don't know who the person is. Sometimes if they know who the person is, or maybe they don't, we get asked to assist with trauma, which is traumatic injuries, which can include blunt force, sharp force, high velocity projectile trauma or gunshot wounds, and thermal alterations.
Can you walk us through what all of those terms mean, please?
Yeah. So blunt force trauma is probably the most commonly known one. So this occurs when a force is traveling at a relatively slow speed and impacts a relatively large area of the body. So like a motor vehicle accident usually causes blunt force trauma, for example. Sharp force trauma is when an implement that has a small surface area impacts a small area of bone with a relatively low amount of force, such as knives, such as saws. High velocity projectile trauma includes gunshot wounds and other types of trauma that has a small surface area that is traveling at a high speed or high velocity. Thermal alterations are heat or fire related trauma.
And can you sort of describe for the members of the jury here, what is your role as a forensic anthropologist, and how does that complement a medical examiner or a coroner's work?
So a medical examiner is a forensic pathologist who is a medical doctor, and I am not a medical doctor. I have a PhD in anthropology, so my trajectory is different. I work with what we call hard tissue. So this includes bone and cartilage. So forensic anthropologists specialize in the human skeleton. Forensic pathologist is typically looking for any soft tissue damage or changes from pathology. And so if they need additional information, they will call a forensic anthropologist to testify or write a report on something specific, such as identification or traumatic injuries when it impacts bone and cartilage.
Now, what are some of the processes you do during a consult? Can you walk us through that process?
Yeah, so it varies. If you have, it varies based on the nature of the remains. So sometimes you get fully skeletonized remains, which means there's no soft tissue left. All the skin, muscle, organs are gone. Sometimes you have fully fleshed individuals that have traumatic injuries, and that might include blunt force, sharp force, gunshot wounds, where the pathologist calls us in and says, okay, we have this, we want more information about it. Can you help us by looking at this more specifically at the bone level? And we'll go in, we'll advise on how we need the sample or the specimen, and they'll move forward with removing it for us and providing it to us. So it basically depends on what the request is.
Okay, so ultimately you get a request and
Yes.
you follow through with
Correct.
the request, and that request is typically a question that needs answering.
Correct. Yeah. So
Within your-
sometimes it's tool marks, sometimes it's is there trauma, or a lot of times is it trauma, or were they scavenged by a coyote? Right.
So
and
a
so
broad
yeah.
range of things.
Yeah, it's a broad range of things that we get asked with a very specific intent of like what they want an answer to.
Now, you mentioned sharp force trauma or cases. About how many of those have you worked on in your career?
I've worked on 64 cases with actual report that I've generated reports for. 2 of those were sharp force trauma.
Have you ever worked on decapitations in your career?
I've only worked on 1.
And then I guess turning your attention to 2023, in your work, do you recall receiving a referral from the Clark County Coroner's Office in that year?
Yes, I do.
And did that referral include examining the remains of a Johnathan Willette?
I didn't know the decedent's name at the time, but yes.
Okay. But during your work on the case, you did develop what his name was, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you did an analysis of those remains, correct?
Correct.
Can you walk us through how you essentially got those remains and walk us through how that happened?
Sure. So it was sometime in August 2023. I got a call from the coroner's office, and the doctor wanted us to come in and give our, feedback on what we could do with assessing tool mark analysis, because it was a sharp force trauma incident. So myself and my postdoc, Dr. Clara Ralston at the time, went down to the office. We looked at the decedent and told them, okay, well, this is what we would need for you to do, is to excise this portion of the neck so that we can look at it more specifically under our stereo microscope. And so they excised that part. They macerated it, which is removal of the soft tissue, in their office under Dr. Clara Ralston's supervision. And then those remains were then packaged, chain of custody was followed, and it was transported by Dr. Ralston to our lab. That is when we go through the intake records on our part to make sure everything is present, nothing has been tampered with, and so we unbox it, take photos of that process. Once that is all completed, that's when we start our analysis, and we keep detailed bench notes that inform our report.
As part of conducting your analysis, are there photos taken of what you're examining?
Everything. Yes, we take lots and lots of photos. So those include photos with a digital SLR or digital camera, as well as with a microscope, which is called a stereo microscope. It's not like what you would traditionally think of as a microscope. It's looking at a higher or a lower level magnification.
And prior to testifying, you did look through
I did.
This package.
Yes.
Many photos here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish.
Yes. These are all been in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
By stipulation between the parties. Showing states 495. What do we see there?
Yeah, so that is the paper bag that the remains were transported into our lab. That is a picture of the inside of our lab. So it's an unopened, stapled bag with the case number on it. And so that we take right before we open the bag to show the bag is unopened. This is how it arrived at our lab.
Then showing you 496. Is this the inside of the bag you just mentioned?
Correct. So that is the inside of the bag. The staples have been removed.
A little dark, but 498. Do we see that there are contents to this bag?
Yes.
And would those be the samples that you had requested from the Clark
That's
County
correct.
Coroner's Office?
Yes.
So you've unpackaged these items. What do you do next?
Yeah, so once everything is unpackaged, that's documented, we start our report writing and our bench notes. We date everything, we say who's there, and then we describe the remains and what they look like. So these were macerated. Again, that means the removal of soft tissue. So the bones look a little different because they were processed. So we describe what they look like, the exact anatomical position that, or the elements is what we would call them, the exact skeletal elements that we have, and anything else that we observe during that process.
Specifically, do you recall which items you were examining?
Yes. So we had possession of, so these are cervical vertebrae, which are parts of the neck, which is, so I brought this as a specimen so you could exactly see what we're looking at. The neck.
Do you mind actually stepping closer
okay.
to the jury just so that they
Sure.
can see what you're pointing to? I think that might be helpful.
Yes. Okay. So this is the head. The head meets up with what we call the cervical vertebra, which are 7 vertebrae that make up your neck. And that lets you go all around with your head, right? And so what we had possession of was, so this up here is C1, which is cervical vertebra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we had part of part of cervical vertebra 2. We had almost all of 3. We had 4 and part of 5. And so this was the part that was removed, was from 5 up to the part that we didn't have anything above that. So these were the ones that we were dealing with, was C3 primarily for the trauma analysis.
Is there anything interesting about the front of the skull based on your analysis after just pointing to the vertebrae that you think is important to know?
The front of the skull?
So the front of the neck.
Well, so the anatomy of the neck is complex, just as the rest of the spinal column. So the bones of the neck meet up at many different joints. So we have joints back here. We have a joint up in the front as well. And so when or if you were trying to take this apart, like if we were learning in a classroom, I would take this apart, right? And I'd show you all the different vertebrae. So I can pass these around so they can see that. Okay. So these are 2 different examples of cervical vertebrae. So you can see how small they are. That's when you see these pictures, they're going up a lot. So that's cervical vertebrae 2 and 1, or excuse me, 2 and 3, which is where the cut marks go through, are those 2 vertebrae. So the complexity of the joints between your vertebrae make it difficult to take them apart. And they're very, very sturdy, which is why that's when you move, your spinal column is like the base of like all of your movement. And so there's many different joints here that make it complicated to actually remove or take them apart.
But not impossible, correct?
No, not impossible.
All right, if you don't mind taking a seat, doctor. So you mentioned that obviously a lot of photos were taken during your examination. Was there a grouping of photos that had annotations on them as well?
Yeah, so when we write reports, we know what we're looking at in photos, but we want everyone else to know exactly what we're looking at. So what we'll do is we'll annotate them with different colored boxes or arrows in order to show exactly the features that we are trying to display.
Now then I am going to publish State 603. Can you describe for the members of the grand jury what we're seeing here and what was of note during your analysis?
Yeah, so this is cervical vertebra 3, which was being passed around. So you see how small that is when you're handling it, right? So that's blown up a bit because it's on a screen. But what we're looking at is the sharp force trauma that was analyzed for tool mark analysis on this bone. So the white boxes are in 5 different parts. Those represent what we I guess you'll probably ask me about this, what we determined was caused by a mechanically powered saw. So those are shaved off and polished. It's hard to see because it's such a small bone. The orange arrows are pointing to an area where there are incisions or cut marks that were not made by a mechanically powered saw. And so there's 2 different features there, which is what this overview is picturing. The other thing in this image is there's a tiny part of C2 or the cervical.
There's actually a mouse in front of you. So if you want to hover.
I will not click it. I was informed beforehand not to do that. Yes. Yes. So this, can you see that? Yeah. Okay. This part right here is the bottom or the body of cervical vertebra 2, which also got passed around because it meets up with C3. So this is the bottom of C2. It has it has sharp force trauma through it, which is, and it's still articulated, or it still meets up with C3 here. These parts here in the white boxes are showing, again, that polishing that we saw in our analysis that's consistent with a mechanically powered saw that made those marks. And the orange arrows here and there, 3 different parts, are showing incision or cut marks made by a hand-powered implement.
So just to stop you there, Doctor, 2 separate implements we see evidence of here.
Correct.
And what is the evidence that you see to make that determination?
Yeah, so there's a fair amount of, we use a lot of, verified experimental research as well as case studies to back up our findings based on the features of the defects, which is what we would call these. So there's defects in bone, meaning it does not look like it's anatomically normal. So I'll start with the hand-powered tool or the cut marks from that with the orange arrows. So those, can you show some of the other images? Because those will be more helpful to show.
Absolutely. Showing
how we determine that.
604?
That's good. Yep. So that small area is the small, I don't know who has the C3 anymore. Yeah. Okay.
Can you tell us about that?
I can tell you exactly where it is and what you're looking at. All right. Is there a way for me to show them besides just, do you want me to just point? Point? Okay.
Whatever you prefer.
So this is C3, and it's specifically between my fingernails. This is how small of an area you're looking at. So this is a joint with C2, which is above it. So this means up with C2. This is a joint. So you're looking at horizontal ridges in this joint right here. Okay? And those are very uneven and they're not parallel. You can kind of see, okay, they're all over the place. And so that's typical of a hand-powered instrument, not a mechanically powered instrument. And that's how we determine, okay, that's a hand-powered instrument. It's the striations, which are kind of those scratch marks you see running across the screen, are all over the place. If it were mechanically powered, you'd expect it to be more uniform. The other thing you see with the black arrow, I don't know if you can see that very well. Point it out, now that you know the area we're looking at on here. So here are the what we would call striations or grooves, which were made by a sharp implement or a point, something that has a bevel. And all knives have bevels. That's how you make your cut marks. Right here, where this black arrow is pointing, is so the direction, we can tell that the direction was from the back to the front, and it was with a hand-powered implement, because this right here is a chip. Do you see that kind of triangle? And it's not a perfect triangle. Kind of
yes, right underneath the arrow, correct?
Right underneath that. That's a chip. So that's called exit chipping. So when you're cutting something, sometimes you pull the implement out and a chip will fall off. So it's showing the direction of the implement.
And I just want to stop you right there. So we're able to see that this implement was back to front. Is that correct?
That's correct. So that was back to front. Again, back is, back here. So it was the implement was traveling in that direction. Okay.
And that's based on your examination with a microscope.
Yep.
Of the grooving.
Correct.
Showing you 605. What is of note here?
That's the same area. So now instead of looking at that little joint from what we'd call posterior or the back, you're looking at it from the side. So specifically this little arrow right here, this is a very small area. So the scale isn't showing up very well here, but this is less than 1 millimeter, which is, I don't know, I can't do it. It's like that, very small. So this here is a V shape. You can see it's a V-shaped defect. We call that a kerf mark. A kerf mark is the actual base or the floor and the walls of where a sharp instrument has entered bone. Okay, so it kind of looks like a trough or I don't know how else to describe that. It's a V-shaped defect. And so you see the floor comes to a point, and you see the walls make a V. So that's typical of a non-serrated or serrated knife. So saws have larger, like their tooths are spread apart for the most part. The only other saw that could make this is a very fine tooth bow saw, but it's most consistent with a non-serrated or serrated knife because knives come to a bevel, and that is a V shape.
So it would be handheld, but not powered.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep. It's a hand. So yeah, all of these evidences that you're presenting, the photos, this is like very clear that, you know, the cross section of the implement was a V shape. That's consistent with a knife. And then the way the striations are going across the joint are uneven and they're not uniform. And that's, again, consistent with a hand-powered implement.
So we're still talking about hand-powered implement.
Yep, we're
correct?
still talking about one of the tools that was used.
Okay. Showing 606, what do we see there?
Okay, so that's the bottom of C2. So you're looking at C3 in I keep forgetting I can use this.
Yeah,
Yeah. So this is cervical vertebra 3 that you can see in the background. This part here is again the bottom of cervical vertebra 2 that was left on top of C3. Now, this right here is a piece that is missing. Again, I referenced exit chipping earlier in the other slide where you saw the little V shape. This is also a little chip that exited. This shows you directionality again. So this is the front of the body where this is. So this is the anterior front of the body. So you're looking like in the front here. You can't see it very well because the skull's on top. But that means the direction was from back to front and the chip exited towards the front of the body.
So again, showing directionality.
Correct.
Showing you then 607. What do we see here?
So these again are striations. These are incomplete cut marks or incisions that you see the orange arrows pointing to. So this again, C3 here, this is the back of the body. This is where the back is. You're looking at, again, a very small area. We call it the lamellar. It's just a little piece of bone that covers your spinal cord. So it's right here that you're looking at. And so the cut marks, you know, I just put my fingernail in there. They're probably smaller than that. But they're right here. So the other cut marks were here. These are here. And so you can see there's a couple different areas that the hand-powered, non-serrated or serrated knife would have hit.
So, in analyzing these remains, you were able to determine that 2 implements were used. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and they were what again?
So there was a hand-powered, non-serrated or serrated. We could not determine exactly. It was a single, you know, straight blade of some sort. And then the second one is a mechanically powered saw.
Now, are you able to determine which implement was used first? Well, so let me pose it this way. Hypothetically, I mean, how hard is it to cut through bone with a handheld knife or cut through a neck?
So knives, anyone who has knives in their kitchen knows that they should be used for soft stuff. Like, you know, if you're cutting chicken or beef, you're cutting through the flesh of the stuff you're trying to eat. If you try to cut through bone with that, it's not going to work. It's just going to leave an incision because bone is too hard. So I don't want to say it's impossible because there are bones that if you used enough force, maybe, but saws are made for a reason. Saws, the teeth are such that they are made to cut through hard material such as wood or bone. That is their job. And so when they're actually going through bone, they're creating a waste material by, if anyone has cut, you know, wood, you know that it creates wood chips, okay, when you're actually sawing through wood. So I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's very, very difficult to cut through bone with a run-of-the-mill knife.
You would need a tremendous amount of force with a handheld knife, right? In order to cut through bone?
And a lot of persistence.
Okay. Now, how about a powered saw?
So mechanically powered saws are made for ease of use, right? So that saves you time. And it is doing the work of the energy transfer for you. So when you're dealing with a hand-powered implement, you are the one supplying the energy. A mechanically powered instrument, such as a saw, is producing the energy for you, which is why you need a battery or some other power source, right? And so it's doing the work for you and doing the cutting part, or what we would call the, because when you're cutting something, it's like you go back and forth, but a mechanically powered saw is doing that for you. So that is going to make it a lot easier because you are not exerting force yourself or energy yourself. The instrument is doing that for you.
Are you able to determine, what brand of knife, what type of knife was used?
So that's
first?
called, so we can determine roughly the class of the tool, which is what we did in this instance. Sometimes, and anthropologists typically don't determine an exact tool. That's not our job. Those are tool mark experts, which are beyond our training. Now, because of the type of bone this is, vertebrae have what's called trabecular bone in them. It means it has spongy bone. When you look at a cut mark, can I pass this around?
Up to the judge.
Okay. So this is, I think it's cow bone. It's not human. Thomas.
But is it still symbolic of what a human would look like?
Yeah. So this is symbolic of what bone looks like when it's cut through. So this is a saw mark through what we call cortical bone. Cortical bone is very thick. This is a long bone. But cervical vertebrae don't look like this. They have what's called trabecular bone, which looks like spongy bone, so it's a sponge. So if you want, does anyone want to touch it? You're okay. But you can see the striations in there too, and you can feel the cut mark itself. But that's cortical bone. That would have been, that's easy to determine, or relatively easy, assuming you have the right parts, to determine further what the type of saw that would have been used for. Now, because of the cervical vertebra, how they're designed anatomically, they don't have a lot of cortical bone. They have trabecular bone. So trabecular bone is spongy. It'd be like looking at a bunch of open spaces and trying to find those striations that you see on the bone that's getting passed around. It's not possible for the most part. So, yeah, so it depends on the bones in the body. These bones in particular, you're not able to get more specific, which is why we stated it the way we did.
And I don't know if I can simplify it or tell me if I'm oversimplifying.
I probably overextended.
Now, if it's a smaller bone, sometimes it's harder to make further determinations because you're dealing with a smaller bone versus a larger
It's not just the size of the bone, it's the structure. So that's what I was trying to get at, is the structure of the bone is different, where if you have a lot of that thick cortical bone and you cut through it with an instrument, then you can see the features that are necessary to make a call on the specific type of saw that was used. These do not have that type of structure because they're small and because they are primarily made of trabecular bone, which is spongy bone, which is some of that you saw in the images too, where you saw these air spaces that were in there. That's the trabecular bone that has been exposed.
Okay. Now, I've stood next to you. You're a petite individual. Is it possible for a petite individual to have decapitated?
Well, mechanically powered saws do the work for you. So the energy transfer is coming from the saw. So, and they're made so that many different types of people can use them to do, whatever it is they're going to do with that saw. So many different people could use a mechanically powered saw to cut through hard materials such as wood or bone.
So it wouldn't be impossible for a smaller female to do so, correct?
I don't know if I want to comment on that specifically, but the energy transfer from the mechanically powered saw makes it so many different types of people can operate that tool to get through harder material.
But there's females and males that use that tool in life, correct?
Yeah.
And they're able to do so.
Yes.
So just to be clear, the incision happened back to front in this case, correct?
That's correct.
2 implements were used, correct?
Correct.
That was a knife.
Possibly a knife. There is a very slight chance it could have been a very fine-toothed bow saw, but it's likely a non-serrated or serrated knife.
Okay. And that was based on your conclusions, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then also a powered saw, correct?
A mechanically powered saw, yes.
Past witness, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Burns, let me just preface my questions of you that we take no issue with your findings.
Okay.
You were asked a question just a moment ago whether or not it would be possible if a small woman could have done this, and you said you didn't want to give an opinion as to that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I would reference the user manual for a mechanically powered saw to like see who should or should not or could
But
operate
all
that.
things, I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt
Yep,
you.
you're fine.
But all things being equal, it would be easier for a large person, let's say a 6'4", 205-pound person, to sever this vertebrae than a smaller person, 5'3", 130 pounds.
Again, I'm not going to comment on the capabilities of different individuals on their ability to operate a mechanically powered saw.
Okay, but you'll agree with me that a larger person is more powerful generally than a smaller person, in general.
I mean, assuming they have full capabilities and they're not disabled and all of that.
Absolutely healthy.
Again, I don't want to comment on the capabilities of different people. Mechanically powered saws do the work for you.
Absolutely. But let me ask you this question. Generally, a larger, healthy person is stronger than a smaller, infirm person.
Yes.
Fair? You had testified concerning the complex nature of the vertebrae in the human neck, correct?
Yeah, sure.
And when you discuss this complexity, are you talking about the interlocking nature of the vertebrae?
Yes.
As in this case, we had part of C2 severed, correct?
Correct.
And that was included in your analysis concerning C2 and C3.
Correct.
So when we talk about this complexity, it's because you've got these bones that are entwined.
That's right.
Say?
Yes.
You had testified that this area, specifically C2, C3, is very, very sturdy.
Yes.
Sturdy and complex.
Yes.
This knife, obviously, you were not given any sort of a sample, and you said that's beyond your area of
That's correct.
expertise. No comparisons.
Correct.
Same thing with the question concerning the mechanically powered saw. Again, no comparisons.
That's
that you're
correct.
Aware of. But we know that it was a knife.
Yes.
Or you said a very fine, another serrating instrument in addition.
So the hand-powered instrument was either a non-serrated or serrated knife, most likely, and very unlikely, but possible, a fine-toothed bow saw for the hand-powered one. The mechanically powered one could be any number of saws. We don't have enough evidence to say one way or another. Now, I wasn't told, they just wanted an analysis done. I was not told any number of instruments when I was given these specimens.
Understood. So in reference to the hand-powered knife, that still could have been electric, perhaps, but very fine.
So I don't know about a hand, like you're saying, like a mechanically powered knife?
Correct. In addition to a mechanically powered saw.
Yeah, so anything mechanically powered would produce very uniform striations, whether it was a knife that was mechanically powered or not. These were very uneven and in different directions. So unlikely.
Unlikely, but possible, perhaps.
Probably not.
But you are very comfortable in your testimony and your conclusion that we had a mechanically powered saw.
Correct.
And that was given the nature of basically the injury, does it, C2 through C3?
Correct.
You are unable to opine as to the width of the saw blade, anything of that nature?
So that we don't have enough evidence for. If you had the other pieces of the vertebra that were missing in this case, and if there were what we call false starts, which would have produced a kerf floor, which is the bottom of the cut mark, we would have been able to say more, but we cannot say anything more than what we said in the report.
These cuts that you examined through C2, C3, the complex, sturdy vertebrae, consistent with the Sawzall.
Can you restate that?
Yeah, consistent, what you saw findings, would that be consistent with?
With the
state?
mechanically powered saw.
Correct.
Yes.
Are you able to opine as to what kind?
No.
Okay. Are you able to opine as to consistency? Like if I ask you if, hey, we have a sawzall that's generally used for cutting through drywall, things of that nature, would that be consistent with your findings here, having been used?
A drywall saw?
A sawzall.
Yes, so it can include any mechanically powered saw. Yes.
Fair. And you're not able to opine as to whether it was battery powered or plug-in, correct?
No.
Opine as to the amount of time this may have taken.
You mean the time in which it was inflicted on the neck?
Correct.
No. I should say, when we were invited to the office to assess the decedent was fully fleshed. So in our assessment of bone, we call something perimortem when a defect is, made on a bone at, around, or shortly after the time of death, meaning our interval is wide. I cannot, like a forensic pathologist could tell you different things based on soft tissue. Hard tissue reacts in a wider scale. So we cannot tell if it happened shortly before, at, or shortly after time of death. It could have been any of those, according to our analysis of bone, on how bone reacts to those implements.
So, and please tell me if I'm oversimplifying this, but it's hard to give a window whether the person died, had just died, correct?
We cannot give so it could have been right before they died, they were still alive. It could have been at the time of death, or it could have been shortly after the time of death.
So it could have been before they died or after they died.
According to the way we do our analysis with bone, it could have been at any point in time in that perimortem period, shortly before, at, or shortly after time of death.
Are you able to give an opinion concerning how long it would take a person to be decapitated?
No.
You authored your report in reference to your findings November 20th, 2023?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further
Yes.
questions.
Can you read that statement? Yes, Your Honor, course indulgence. Ma'am, just briefly, now you're not able to determine whether these incisions happen post-mortem, pre-mortem, anything like that, correct?
Correct. So our definition of perimortem with bone, because of the way bone reacts to trauma, we cannot tell if the timing is shortly before, at, or shortly after time of death. Now we can tell if something is healed, right? So antemortem is what we call that. So healing trauma, you break a bone, it starts to heal, but bone takes a longer time to heal.
So if the forensic pathologist would have concluded that this happened post-mortem, you wouldn't have a reason to
I would have no
that.
reason to question that. No.
Pass witness. Any comments?
Yes, are you able to give an opinion concerning whether it was a reciprocal saw or, you know what I'm saying, the type of saws that go back and forth or a type of saw that goes
Oh,
in a
yes.
circle?
Can I reference my report?
Please. I have no objection.
Yes, thank you. I do not have it.
Yes, if I may approach.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mhm. Yeah, so because again of what I talked about earlier, the the structure of this bone. It has very little cortical bone, or that really, actually, who's got my cow bone over there? Okay, yeah, thank you. Because of the structure of the bone itself, we are not able to say further what type of saw it is. So it could have been any type of mechanical saw.
So you're not able to opine as to the speed of the saw, anything of
No.
that nature either? Or
No,
whether
because
it-
there's very little area that is cortical bone, which is where those features would be observable. But because of the type of bone, we didn't have enough evidence to say one way or another.
But again, and just finally, my final question in reference to this complex nature of the cervical spine, small but sturdy.
Yes.
Correct? Thank you. No further questions.
Any comments, okay?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Do the ladies and gentlemen, jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, no excuse, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
State, would you mind gathering her?
Yes.
This goes back to the defense. Okay.
Thank you.
State your name, again, please.
Carrie Skinner.
Good afternoon.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about you giving this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And then if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Yes, it's Carrie, Kari. Last name Skinner, Skinnner. Excuse me. Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the City of Henderson Police Department as a detective.
How long have you been with the city of Henderson in total?
It'll be 10 years in January.
And in which unit are you currently assigned as a detective?
Robbery homicide.
How long have you been with robbery homicide?
It'll be almost 3 years and 6 years as a detective.
And prior to robbery homicide, where were you assigned?
Special Victims Unit.
And what does special victims unit entail?
Basically, Special Victims Unit will investigate anything to do with child abuse, sexual assaults, things of that nature.
And in homicide, do you respond to scenes with a team?
Yes, I do.
With regard to this particular incident, did you respond to a scene on August 7th, 2023 at 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember around what time you responded?
I believe that was roughly 8:40 in the morning.
And did you respond with anyone else?
I did. My fellow detectives, one of them being Detective Ozawa.
When you responded to the scene, was it already static and shut down by patrol guys?
That's correct.
When you responded to the scene, did you immediately go in or did you do a couple things outside before?
No, there's always a few things we do before we go in and do a walkthrough.
One of those briefing,
Correct.
so you kind of know what's going on and what's happened before you got there.
Yes,
In addition to that, you need to get a search warrant, ultimately to search the home.
that's correct.
You mentioned a walkthrough. What does that mean?
So the on-scene supervisor has already gone inside with his officers. They've already had a little peek of what the scene looks like inside and what we're going to be dealing with. And they've collected information before we get there. That would be the field interviews of any on-scene witnesses, other victims, anybody that's relevant to the investigation. And then they will provide that to us. And then we go in and do the walkthrough.
During the course of your walkthrough, was it notable that there were some things missing from the scene,
Yes,
such as?
the decedent's head.
In addition to that, were any weapons found that could have caused his death?
Not that were glaringly apparent at that time.
Okay, sure, there were probably some steak knives in the kitchen, et cetera, but nothing that was within our scene.
That's correct.
Did you stay on scene there after the search was conducted?
I apologize. No, I actually went over to the secondary scene, which was on Porcupine Rim.
Okay. So when you go to Porcupine Rim, still on August 7th,
Correct.
did you respond there with Detective Ozawa?
Yes, I did.
Did you make contact with some individuals who were either witnesses or suspects?
At that time, there were some individuals that were persons of interest. However, there were some residual people that we needed to contact that were family members.
Were a couple of those family members two small children?
Yes, they were.
And with your specialized training and kind of history with special victims, did you make contact with them?
I did.
Did you speak to them?
I did.
Did you do it in a big formal interview setting or just like kind of get on their level and talk to them as kids?
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do what's called a child forensic interview, which is a very directed interview. It has guidelines for children, no leading or anything like that. And it has a very strict protocol on how you begin the interview, how you end it, and how you conduct yourself during that interview. Unfortunately, I was not able to provide that level of interview just based on the children's behavior at that time.
Were they kind of all over the place?
To put it politely, yes, they were very active young ladies.
Okay. Did you ask them a couple of questions, just kind of information?
I did. There's a little bit of rapport building. What's your favorite toy? And they're involved. So you want to make them feel comfortable. There's a lot of strangers in their home. So I did my best to make them feel comfortable. And there was some conversations that were had with them.
Did you, did they specifically say anything about a person by the name of Devyn?
Yes.
What did they say?
They refer to him as someone that takes care of them.
Yeah.
They also referred to the fact when in passing, as we were talking to them about being in the home, there were conversations being had around them, and it did come up that Devyn had watched them the night prior.
So Devyn had been home the night prior, according to the girls.
Correct.
At some point in time, did you have an opportunity before the home is actually searched to interview a person by the name of Devyn or Nikki?
Yes, I did.
And what name did you know her by at that point in time?
At that point, it was Devyn.
Okay. Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person, describe something she's wearing today?
Yes, she's sitting over here at this table. And she's wearing a light colored, looks like a floral blouse.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record so reflects.
Did you record that interview with the defendant?
Yes.
And where was that interview conducted?
That interview was conducted inside Detective Ozawa's unmarked detective vehicle.
Your Honor, I would move to admit 619, interview number 2.
Any objection to 619?
No objection.
All right, 619.
And again, this is an interview conducted before going in to search Porcupine Room, correct?
That's correct.
August 7th, 2023, approximately 15:08 hours, and my name is Dennis Johnson, Dennis PD, badge number 1531. Also here is Detective Skinner, badge number 6. And we're here speaking again with Devyn Michaels. So you already kind of talked to us. So.
Yeah. So exactly, we have, that last time we left, the garage door was open from the feet and shuts underneath and then exited out the front door to go around the front of that. Yeah, correct. Because everything else they took out the front door. Okay. And that was like the last thing that was doing. Okay.
Is that your voice?
It is.
A little lighter. It sounds like you're a little further from the microphone.
Yes, I'm in the back seat of the vehicle.
Okay, and you said something to the effect of, we talked a little bit before this recording started.
Yes.
And then I believe what I heard was the defendant said she left the Paladura home and the garage was open. She slid something under it and then she herself exited out the front. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, we're going to resume.
And then another thing that you and I spoke about is that you did notice some materials that they were downstairs by the bathroom and the laundry room. Yeah. And you described that as being jug and it was not
It was like this, and I think it was jug.
It's almost like a milk jug size or a little bit smaller.
Yeah. I just, like I said, because I wasn't really paying attention, it was just random stuff that was all over the house. Right?
And it's a pretty clean house.
He usually cleans when he knows we're showing up. So, like, there'd be dog mess and stuff like that. So it's just clean when we come up down.
And also even to, like, the really safe and have a job. And then we also discussed that his ex was Judy and telling me
He said to you that he threw it away? Yeah. We kind of made the joke of it, 2 points, good to the judge type thing. Oh, okay. So, and you call his secret friends? Yeah, Andrea. You call her his wife, but you're not sure if you're married or not. No, I know they weren't married, but yeah, it was just. Okay. Well, this is something that the bill is back. Is that right? Yeah. I know, like I said, they were together for a few years. Since 2018, I'm saying, so they first got together. Arizona, Utah. I think he's at Oregon one time. I think so. He says she does this like off the grid type of living. So. She said did that, yeah. She said it was kind of awkward talking to your exes. And the last time you spoke to him, as well as his mother was last night, just before you left, you were cleaning up like how the alcohol containers and stuff. Right. You mentioned putting a pina colada and Jameson bottle in the fridge, and his mom had a way to speak. Right, we were just like randomly cleaning up the different things. And where was he? Smoking in the garage. Okay. Smoking marijuana, cigarettes. Marijuana. He smokes the cigarettes in the backyard usually, and the marijuana in the garage. I'm not sure why the difference, but. So you left, still left the big around, where was he? In the garage. Okay, so you say goodbye and all that stuff, you pushed out the box, and then I just went out the back door.
Detective, is the defendant saying that when she left, Johnathan was up and moving in the garage?
Yes.
No, I went and read that regards prescription first. Yeah, because I wanted to make sure we had it for her first day of school. Yeah, he was only in boxers when I left, because usually when I leave, he walks me out and everything. But since he wasn't really dressed. And how would you rate his level of intoxication when you got away last night? Like it was on a 10 scale, like 10 being the most ridiculous you've ever seen it, 0 being none. No, I think he was buzzed, but I couldn't say he was way over the top now. So maybe a little somewhere. Yes. Like I've seen him much worse. Okay, so he was watching. But I know he's still drinking, so I don't know how much he drank after. Anytime you told us want to be sleeping or sleeping, I told her that I told him to go to sleep, but that was like when he was done to like sleep it off. Well, I think when she was done cleaning, she just, because we had finished talking and she went upstairs. And you mentioned that while he said you guys came over and he shut off the door so the dogs aren't ready. And I gave that her last night. Yes. So when you left, do you remember if the dog door was still down? I know the dogs were outside. I don't know if the dog door was still down because they made that little flap. They were outside when I left.
So just it's about the Devyn. So it's kind of just an odd dynamic, that she has had. It was basically kind of confusing, when we're talking to Yoko. It doesn't sound like she knows.
She doesn't know that we are married like that. She just thinks that it's really here. Because we don't really want everybody kind of in our business. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I get that. Just like I was just saying, when I talked to Yoko, when I talked to you, it was like, that we didn't realize that you and Devyn married, but like, you guys been married for 2 years, you said.
Almost 2 years, but Yoko does not know that.
But are you guys, without a dead air, it's kind of like, it sounds like you guys got married or not because you guys love each other.
No, it's convenience. Like, I have a lot of medical issues and he's been taking care of me and the girls.
So what was your reason for getting married to dead air?
Because legally, as my spouse, he has more rights and access to things than someone just as a grandma.
So like pick up prescriptions.
He can do anything as my spouse. He actually, I had to go into a hospital in an ambulance and he's the one that took care of all of that.
Okay. So are you guys like intimate together? No. Does he sit in your room?
Sometimes, like he'll fall asleep when we watch TV, but he usually sits on the couch.
And right there. So you guys aren't really, when you say married, you're not dating, and you're not doing stuff together, you're not intimate together, things like that.
You know, and that's why John was okay, because John knew, and that's why he was kind of okay with everything and being able to move in.
Gotcha. And then, but he's gonna have to move out, or he was gonna have to move out?
Devyn was not happy about it, and the idea was, John was not supposed to be moving in, but because of the situation going on with his mom and Andrea, he didn't really have anywhere to go. So that's why he was moving this way. And I was not expecting him to do that this fast. We talked about him piecemealing and slowly moving things, and it went from a slow thing to everything got moved in one day. And you kind of cut their ear.
That's right.
Very quickly.
That's what. When you were talking about it earlier, saying yeah, he wasn't good with it, but he understood. Like, we're trying to figure out the dynamic of everybody. Like, when you say you two are married, I'm thinking, you guys are in love, and you guys know everything. You guys want to have your family over here, but now you're bringing in your ex.
That's why we don't tell anybody we're married, because you automatically assume the word marriage, this is what you have.
Yeah.
But a lot of people get married for.
So I get it. I totally understand it.
And if you see my medical records, you will definitely understand.
And sorry to hear that. The issues and stuff. So
when you called me, I was actually on my way to get an EEG.
Yeah.
I had to switch the schedule.
You said you went and picked up your daughter's prescription on a fish day? Or after you left the house, right? Well, which place did you go to?
At CVS on Cheyenne. Seagull. I have to receive if you need it.
It was Cheyenne or?
Seagull. Soaring Balls.
Soaring Balls. And then after that, you just come straight home here?
Yes.
And then you don't remember what time you left?
No, sir, because I left and I went straight. I went and came here, so my receipt will say what time I left, say what time I left.
Okay, so we can check just the time. Just to get like a time frame, it's like when you left the other house. So, then you said you weren't sure exactly when you left. And then you were telling Texas Skinner that he was just in boxer shorts when you left?
Yes, sir.
And that was inside of the garage?
Yes, sir.
And he left kind of slightly open because he was kind of airing that out?
Yes, sir, because I had popped his bag and he had his boxers on, and we were on the main floor and I popped his bag for him. So I know he had boxers on.
Oh, that was before?
He went out to smoke.
Okay. And then was he in the garage when Yoko came out?
Yes, sir.
Because Yoko thought that he was sleeping in
No, sir, he was in the garage.
He was in the garage at that time.
Because I told him to take a nap. Well, not take a nap, but to sleep it off. So.
Because he was drinking and smoking. So he was in the garage when Yoko came down, and then you told Yoko what the plans were for today, as far as like taking the kids and stuff like that. And then she went upstairs.
Yes, sir.
And then what happened after that again?
I took like 2 more things out to my car and then I left.
But you were inside the garage with him though?
Briefly before I left. What's on your face? Because his phone is here. His phone's been here all day.
Whose phone is that?
That is my dad. What was it? It was on the garage in front of our house.
Oh.
It got left. Like it, sir.
Okay, we'll hold on to that then.
Thank you. Thank you. Why did you not? They're talking to me, and you guys were being nosy in there. Please be careful. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Hey, I know. So that should help you.
That's his phone. So that's his phone. You're sure?
Can I touch it?
Do we know?
No.
Understand. That's like, that's almost screensaver. You know what's code by chance?
There's no book.
No code.
Just so I could.
Alright, is that typical thing he just leaves his stuff behind?
Yeah, he just lost his wallet a couple of days ago.
That's what I
Actually, yesterday.
lost his wallet.
Yeah, he called me, do you know where my wallet is? And he sent a picture of it after he found it. So, yes, that is very
Typical. Okay, you said you went, before you left, you went in the garage, briefly spoke with them, and then you went out the front door. And then when you left, was the garage still half open?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then after that, you went to the CVS, off Cheyenne, and then from there, you came straight here.
Yes, sir.
And was anybody waiting for you now?
No, sir. The girls were passed out, so we said, yeah.
That's it. Is there anything else? That's it. So it is 3:22, and that's gonna end the meeting.
Detective, when the girls approached with that phone, did you observe anything of note on it?
Yes.
What?
There appeared to be, to me, apparent blood, and it was smeared on the screen.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at the screen and see if there were any notifications present?
Yes, I did.
Were there?
There were none.
If you receive texts or calls on your phone, your notifications show up.
Correct.
And that's kind of a common thing.
Yes.
So it appeared to you that there was no incoming activity to that phone if it's just sitting there all day.
Agree.
After that interview was conducted, did you and other detectives authorize a search warrant for the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes.
And then were you part of the search of the Porcupine Rim address?
I did enter in and assist at that point.
Okay. And ultimately, did you exit and then conduct another interview with the defendant?
Yes.
While you were interviewing the defendant the third time, or I guess the second time for you, but the third interview, were you getting updates live from other detectives in the home as they found certain items?
I was, yes.
And I'd move for the admission of 620.
Any objection to 620?
No objection.
620 will be admitted.
And I am going to play it, but before I get yelled at by the judge, I'm going to say we have to end at 3, so we might have to stop halfway through or partway through.
Sure.
Before you start playing the statement, Council Rose.
approximately 19:55 hours at night. Detective was out with Edison PD, badge number 1531. Detective Skinner, with Edison PD, badge number 2233, and we're meeting again with Devyn Michaels. So, and just so you know, like, you know your rights, okay? I said you're not under arrest, but I have to read your rights because we've been here for so long. We do this, okay? So, now you say you want to speak with us, I gotta make sure that you understand your rights. Like I said, you're not under arrest, but I still have to repeat your rights because you are being detained, and we've been talking with you for quite some time, right? So, so you have the right to sign, you have that right, and you say can will be used against you for law. You have right to speak to an attorney for answering questions, and an attorney doesn't all the answering questions. You got a foreign attorney, the attorney will be provided no cost to you. If you decide to answer questions now, you may stop at any time and speak with an attorney before question continues. If you decide to stop answering questions once you have done, all questions stop. So you understand your rights? So like I said, yes? Yes. Okay. And it's basically because we've been talking to you for so long today, and now we're doing a search warrant. You are being detained, but you're not under arrest, like I said. You're not under arrest, right? And I know this is all kind of just coming to a shock. Everything that's been going on, like I was saying before, we have to make sure that we rule out every possibility, okay? And so, like, with his phone right there, do you know how his phone got there?
Well, it was by the cigarette butt, so it looks like he was smoking and he put his phone down. You didn't see the cigarette butt there?
No.
There's
Is
a
it cigarette butt over there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And sir, if you touch it, it'll be.
And he smokes cigarettes?
Yes, sir. Chain smoker.
Okay. When he was moving stuff, did he like have his hands or anything?
Yes, sir.
Which hand do you remember?
I'm not sure, but he said on the table that has like the multiple parts to it, one of the parts came down and he said that like it took a chunk on his hand.
Like actual, did you see him bleeding at all?
No, he told me about it.
Did he have any bandages on him after he told you?
I didn't see. He just told me, but it slammed down.
When did he tell you that?
When we were moving it into the thing, he said that it came down on his hand and it took like a chunk.
When did you move it into the thing?
When we were moving in the table, he said that the table had snapped down on his hand.
Okay. And inside this garage right here?
Yeah, he told me in the garage.
And which table inside the garage was it?
There's a white one that has multiple parts to it.
Do you know where it's at inside the garage?
It's sitting right there.
Well, and then like, when I go back in and look at it.
It's the white table is like before you hit the before you get to the freezer, there's a white table with multiple sections to it.
So, like,
What am I missing?
well, your reactions are starting to elevate and be different.
I don't need to do that, but I'm getting scared.
Okay, and what are you scared about?
Because you're asking me, did he hurt himself? And I'm going by what he told me. He said that when he was moving the table, because he loaded the truck by himself.
Okay. And so, I guess what is worrying you right now? You're saying, I mean, you've already told us.
Nothing is worrying me, but I feel like.
Things are pointing in your direction, like you were saying earlier.
And like I said, I didn't load the truck. He loaded everything himself, and the lighter things I unloaded. If I have the camera system, you can see that he did it.
Did you guys already, what do you mean? So the capture that you took down, it was up before you guys left? That was like one of that campus?
It's in the garage, I've shown it to him.
Okay. And it's like the DVR and everything's in there?
I think so, he said it records.
Okay, and then that was recording you guys packing up right before
I
you
did
left?
not pack anything, he packed everything, sir.
I mean, that was what you guys packed. Was that the last thing you guys packed before you left? Come back here.
I didn't pack anything, he packed everything, but when I got back, he just tightened everything up and we left.
What do you mean when you got back?
When I left here, I went back to Henderson, got in his truck, and then we drove back here.
And so when you drove there, everything was already packed?
Yes, sir, everything.
And then what time was that, do you think?
It was around 8:20, 8:30, and then we got here, I think it's at 9:01 on his.
Okay, and then after you unloaded everything here,
We got
you
in
drove
his
back
truck.
over there.
Yes, sir, in his truck.
Nah, did you leave your vehicle over there?
Yes, sir,
Nah, why didn't you guys just hold that back?
because he wanted to take his vehicle because of the trailer, he uses it for,
But like, why didn't you just drive your car and he drove his car?
because he said he wanted to drive one car. I sat in the passenger side of his truck.
Well, that's what I'm just asking. I didn't know what was the reason for, like, because you were planning on coming back here at some point, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's trying to figure out why. Like,
I offered and he said,
you'd rather just drive
yes.
back and forth.
And then we went to the gas station and he put more gas in his car. And you could see us at the gas station.
Then which gas station?
The Arco, we went to the Arco twice that day
Which one's that?
on Windmill and Eastern.
Okay. Was it Argo, Windmill, Eastern after you guys left to get here?
Yes, sir.
So it's might be between like 8 and 9 o'clock.
Oh, definitely. It was like beginning, like at 8:20 when we were leaving to head back here. And that's when I told you the Mountain Dew that he left was still on the gas pump from earlier that day. And I went over there and was showing him, your drink is still sitting here.
And where was that at?
He left it on the gas pump the first time we were there.
Oh, okay.
You were asking, does he forget things a lot? Yeah.
He forgot his soda at that time. Okay. So we went back and looked at the video at Burlington. Do you remember anything else while you were there at Burlington? Like you said that you took Janae to the bathroom. Was there any time that you took both girls and you guys both split up?
I had, after we came out of the bathroom, Tamea with me, and then John kind of was walking around by himself. I think he went to the shoes.
Was that at the very, when you get there, I guess, when you guys arrived at Burlington, at what point do you guys break off to take her to the bathroom?
Immediately, like almost immediately. She was asking for the bathroom when we first walked in.
Okay, did you guys talk to anybody when you first walked in?
Just the security guy at the front, and he said it was towards the back. And me and Janae was walking back there.
Okay, that's when you split.
Yes.
And then after you guys left, that's when she's saying that Johnathan and Tamea were walking around.
Yes.
And they were contacted by somebody at that
Yes,
point.
I did not see that person.
Okay. So the video at Burlington shows, or at least what my partner was saying when he was there, when you guys get there, you talk to the security guard, but then all you and Janaea and Tamea basically split up from Johnathan at that point.
Tamea didn't go with us into the bathroom. I know that for a fact. It was just me and Janaea.
Did she follow you while you guys were going that way? Even though she didn't go into the bathroom?
I don't think so. I don't think she came with us that way.
Okay. As like I said, my partner he was at the Burlington factory, looked at the video, and that's what he saw. So when you guys get there, you talk to the security guy, and then you and your walk,
Okay.
and then Johnathan walks away from you guys.
I know when we came out of the bathroom, she was definitely with me because we were looking at all the little knickknacks right towards the back of the store.
Okay, was she waiting for you right there?
I do remember when we came out, she was right there.
Right by the bathroom entrance? Or,
No, by the gate. She didn't go into the bathroom. There was like a gate blocking it off.
oh, okay. Was Johnathan anywhere around there? And when you talked to Maya, how sure was she about what she said to you about the guy coming up to her? Like I said, how did that come up?
It was a matter of fact, oh, well, there was a guy that said something, and I'm not sure the exact words, but she brought it up.
Like how did she bring it up?
There was a guy at the store that said, I'm coming after you, or I'm gonna get you. And she said that in front of me and her grandmother, so I was like, we were gonna tell you.
And so she just volunteered that information. Do you know, does she have any reason why she would tell you that?
I guess that's what she said, saw or heard.
Okay. And then after you guys split up after going to all those stores and you take the kids back here to eat, and then he goes back to the house to eat back in the house?
No, we left Vaughn's. We took all the groceries out of his truck, put them into my truck, and then he went in to eat, and then we drove. So we went back to his house after Vaughn's to switch cars.
And was your girls with you at that time?
Yes, sir.
And then when you switched cars, what happened after that?
I drove back here.
And he stayed there?
To load up his thing.
And then you dropped the kids back off here?
I left him here and I drove back there to bring the truck down to help him unload it.
Okay. Carrie, do you have any additional questions?
No.
Okay, so, at this point, I have to ask you like I asked before. Do you know what happened to Johnathan? Well, the way how everything's investigation is going right now, it's not a normal, not a normal type of investigation, right? So that's why we have to go at the different avenues of this, make sure that we investigate every side to this case. Okay, so that's why we're doing the search warrant here at this point. Okay, so I'm asking you, like right now would be the time, if you know anything about what happened or you're involved in any way, now would be the time to tell me. Okay, so we're not going around chasing, doing other stuff. Like if you knew someone that possibly did this but you're trying to protect them, or you knew something happened and but you're not telling us, now is the time that we need to know that.
My last thing I did was John. I was in his back, and then he went to smoke. And while he was smoking, I was talking to Yoko. And that was pretty much the end. And then I finished loading. He told me which ones he wanted me to take. And then that was it.
Say he finished loading with something.
No, he told me like the kids' weed controllers. There's like little things that were light enough for me to take, and he was gonna load up the bicycles and bring them down because he was supposed to come down first thing in the morning for us to take the girls to school.
Okay. And when you guys were running around yesterday, what was, I always mispronounce his name. Devyn. What was he doing? Devyn.
He was here.
Did he work yesterday?
Sunday night.
He was on Sundays? And was he home pretty much the whole day yesterday? Like when you came back here and had the kids. Was he here at that time too?
Yes, sir. And then when we got home, he started cooking dinner.
Do you know when the last time him and his dad talked?
It's been a minute. They don't talk. John doesn't really talk to the majority of the people of the family, including his dad and everything like that.
And then
I'm sorry, so I'm.
we want to hear that. Oh.
Jason.
You can shut the deck. Whose idea was it for him to move here?
His. He wanted to come here to be a family and help me and him. I don't want to move with the girls.
Okay, and then was that up for discussion, or he just said, I want to move with you, and then that was like a done deal?
No, I wouldn't say it was a done deal. It was a lot of back and forth with it. Like, we've been talking about it for months.
And did did Devyn know that he was coming?
Not yesterday, no. Absolutely not.
And did he know that, did Devyn know that John was moving in?
Devyn knew that John and I had talked about it. Devyn did not like the idea, but I did not know John was bringing all that stuff.
Yeah, gotcha.
We were supposed to just be moving like the girls' things, the bunk beds. I have packed up like all their old clothes, like bags and bags of clothes I had packed up for them.
Okay, and what did Devyn and Johnathan talk about yesterday?
They didn't talk yesterday. Devyn had opened the door, saw that we were loading into the garage, and that was it. And then,
Oh, they never actually spoke to each other?
No, sir.
Oh.
And then.
Devyn made it sound like he might have talked to him.
No, sir. When,
So he saw him, went back inside, and that's.
yeah. I think he just opened the door because he heard noises. I can't speculate, but it was just open the door and close it type thing. And then when I left, I just let him know I was leaving, and that was it.
Would Devyn have any reason to want to hurt Johnathan?
No, sir. No, sir.
You don't think so?
No, sir. I mean, they didn't get along perfectly, but no.
Anything like in the past that they've gotten into fights or anything like that?
Arguments, but nothing ridiculous, no.
Okay. Do you think Devyn would have anything to do with it? Or no? Why do you smile and say that? Shake your head no.
He's one of those types that things don't bother him. Like, you could be angry and everything like that, and he's always very calm and mellow.
And how upset was Johnathan when he found out that you and Devyn got married?
Oh, he was furious at first, but when he started realizing, like, with all the medical things and everything like that, John and I started talking again, like the 4th of July, we get all the fireworks with the girls, like, we actually were building our connection again, so we could have more time with our family.
And that's something that you wanted to happen also?
Yes, sir.
And then, because like, the reason why I ask these questions is, as far as like him being the one that said that he was going to move here, is when you guys make him sound like he's very pushy and kind of wants to get his way with stuff.
Yeah,
right?
he definitely can be that way.
Like, was this something that he forced upon you? Like, hey, I'm moving back in?
It wasn't that he was forcing upon it, but I know he was having issues with Yoko, and she was trying to get him out of her house. Like the night, last night, she was telling me she still hadn't paid her any rent money. He owed her $200. She was saying, see if I could get his EBT card, so she could at least take the money off of that. So I know she was pretty
Upset at him for not being able to pay her back.
she said it had been years since he had paid rent. So, and I sat there and helped them talk to the car company to kind of get the payments back on track because he was falling behind with that. His phone was constantly being turned off for non-payment and things.
Do you think that, did he have any issues with Yoshida?
He said that they were basically using his EBT to live like a lifestyle. Like they would go and get the fancy food and everything and kind of use all the money and he would have on the card.
That Yoshida and Yoko would do that?
Yes.
How upset did that make Johnathan?
So they argue daily.
Do you think that Yoshida or Yoko would have anything to do to hurt him?
I don't see them being capable of hurting him. Like, I know they argue, but I don't see them being aggressive people. Like, I know Andrea had pulled a knife on him
But how long ago was that?
last year, I
It was
think,
last year.
from what I was told. I just know that he was trying to get out of that house as quickly as he could. And it was supposed to have been like a piecemeal type thing, and it went from a gradual thing to everything now.
Okay.
What about your relationship with his brother? When I first met John, they didn't talk at all. And then they started talking briefly, and then they started talking again. Same thing with the dad, John. We talked to him briefly, but he didn't get along with the wife, so he said he didn't talk to him at all. Like, I've never even met JC the whole time we were together. He showed up to the house one time to pick up Devyn when he first moved out here, and that was it. And JC lives around Cheyenne today, so not that far. But he's never reached out to us or anything like that.
So I know that your marriage with Dev is on paper, but I noticed that you guys wear rings.
Oh, I bought this.
I know, but he wears a ring too. So if it's on paper, why are you guys doing the rings and stuff? And you got your ex moving in.
I bought the ring. I don't know. Rings aren't really significant. It was just part of the little ceremony that we do.
Rings are very significant in marriage. They're a symbol of a connection to another person.
We definitely have a connection. He's like my best friend. And he'll tell others I'm definitely his best friend. I've tried to help him. Like, he's gone through a lot. And so have I. And he actually saved my life, so I'm very grateful for him.
It's just, you understand how it looks, right? So I completely understand that we need a medical power of attorney in a sense for the spouse. But to take it the next step and actually wear rings to show your connection to the world it is a romantic connection. It's showing that you're married to someone and that you have a respectful relationship with someone in marriage.
And we have a different, I would say, respectful relationship. But at the same time, John was like accepting of ours, so that's why he was doing that. At first, but that was like only like a couple of weeks, and then the more him and I talked, he was okay. And once you go back and look at the text messages, you'll see like,
I wasn't sure what that relationship was, and like if this other stuff came out.
No, that he found out about it because of that, and of course he was like, pretty furious. But that was in October, and by November we were already on decent terms, and I was going over to the house to see the girls and everything like that.
So the caseworker talked to you about your family dynamic?
Yeah. So he got brought up? Of course. But yeah, John and I had already started working towards things back last November.
And I know after you left the house last night, you went to CVS, got her medication. And then did you try to contact John after you got home and into this morning?
Early this morning I did.
And that's when he wasn't answering, you were trying to figure out the school stuff, right?
Right. Because he said everything was loaded up, and then when I got up to start packing everything, I couldn't find it, you know, that.
Oh, that's right, the school supplies, correct. Okay. So you're obviously contacting him. Now, how do you know that he does not have a PIN code on his phone?
Because I've used his phone when we couldn't get it to work, because for a long time, when I would call him, it would go straight to voicemail.
Okay.
So I know his phone.
Okay, so you've been on his phone in the past. So one of the things that we noticed when we were walking up, we noticed the phone on the driveway. And then obviously went in and talked to you, we talked to your daughter, talked out here, the girls brought it over. When we looked at the phone, there were no notification messages to show that there was a missed call and missed text. So I'm asking a direct question. Did you know that phone was there and did you look at it and then just forget about it or something?
No, there should have been, because on my phone, it shows,
Missed call, missed or notification?
well, it shows, delivered but not read. So it's showing that he's got them and he's not opening them up
Okay.
on my phone. So I don't know about no notifications on his side.
Okay.
Mine's showing me this there. I don't know how
Does
it is.
his show a red? Like, does he have the
I don't know.
messages?
I know on mine, once he reads it, yes, it will say,
Okay. So on his phone, it should show red, if you looked at his messages.
yes, just like Yoko says.
And back and forth. Okay. Okay. And then he never said anything last night on that or stuff.
We didn't talk about it, so no. The only thing he asked me about was his wallet that morning.
Okay.
And you can look at it and it says, where's my wallet? And then, I called him and I told him where I remember seeing it. And then like a little while later, he sends me a picture saying, I found my wallet.
Sorry, let me touch up. What kind of wallet do you have?
A little skirt thingy.
Like pretty much the cards in there. Or
Is it like a bifold wallet or?
It looks like it's about this, like a little square wallet.
Okay, and does it, is there anything else in the house right now that belongs to him?
Yeah, that belongs to him.
Anything, like, you said he found his wallet? And he found it where?
It was on the table, but he had cleared off the table, so all the stuff he had moved, have been out of place.
And then he had lost his wallet yesterday,
Yesterday morning.
and he was looking around for it. Did he, do you know where he put his wallet after that? Like, did he have it with
He
him?
shopped all day, he used it all day.
And is there anything else that belongs to, other than the stuff that he brought over? Like, does he have any other belongings here, like clothes or
There's a ton of stuff here now.
all of the stuff's here?
Yeah.
We couldn't, because his wallet wasn't at the house, Palakura. Do you know where it would be right now?
Listen,
And then does he carry, like, I know some people carry like their social security card, medical card.
he gave me a social security card, he told me to hold on to it because it's very important, so that was in my purse, I believe I had it
When did he give that to you?
yesterday.
Okay,
It's in a black plastic folding thing.
okay.
He said it was very important for me to put some of the stuff.
So we were sent a picture from inside. There was a picture of his wallet with his ID that was in one of the drawers in your bedroom.
Okay, one of his old ones, because I have a lot of his old ones.
Oh, they had like an old, what did they look like?
I don't know, like I have all his old driver's license, I had all his old stuff.
Okay, and then a whole wallet with the driver's license? How many do you think you have?
I think I have 2 of his licenses.
And then are they both in wallets or
Yeah, we have like old one of Devyn's as well.
in separate wallets? Or-
No, just in separate places.
Okay, where was those other ones? Like the ones for Johnathan? Where did you keep those at?
In one drawer, Devyn's in a different drawer.
Which drawer?
One's in like my drawer with like some doorknobs and stuff, and the other one's in a nightstand for on the other side.
Oh, okay. And you think you have a couple of his driver's license?
I know I do, and I have them on my phone too.
Oh, did he? And why does he give you those, or why do you have one?
I know how it sounds, but he literally said, hold on to this because it's important. He literally said that.
About what?
Like the social and everything. And I have the EBT card, and you can see at the gas station, he handed me the EBT card and said, this is the code. And then he gave me the other one.
What's that?
I said, this is good.
Why did you say that?
Because he's telling me to do things and you're asking me about it. And
Well, I mean, you're explaining it, that's why we're
you
asking.
see at the gas station, he hands me the card and says, hold on to this in case you need something. Like
And
it's,
that's the EBT card?
yes, sir. It is at the gas station. You can see him hand it to me.
The Argo.
No, and not the Arco. There's another gas station on the Pecos one where we stopped. And I think, yeah, because he gave me the card and then he went outside to smoke a cigarette. But it's on the security camera. You can see him hand it to me.
Do you know which gas station?
I don't know the name of it. It's by the Burger King.
Burger King, you know, right now, it's like.
It's off the Pecos and Windmill. It's like right there. You can.
Pecos, Windmill, Burger King.
There's a gas station right there. He was talking about the man that works there. He parks right.
Like on the corner?
He was telling me about the man that works there and he sleeps in his car and everything like that.
What time did you think that was at?
That was after we unloaded everything. We went right there and I got a Monster drink and I don't remember what he got.
So right after you left,
When we got back to his side of town.
so coming back is when you went to that gas station?
Yeah.
So after the aftermath on. And then that's when he gave you his EBT card?
Yes, you can see him hand it to me and he walks out the door.
So that's near his place. You said Pecos and Windmill? The Burger King?
Yes, sir. Like, he kept.
There's in 2 gas stations. There's a Chevron right down the corner.
I think it's like a Trouble Hearts.
Okay, so there's Starbucks there, and then across Candy Corner from that gas station is another gas station. I think it's a Shell or something.
I'm not sure the other one, but.
It was next to the Burger King.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And please check the security. You can see him and you can see him telling me the code and everything. I don't know why he was giving me things, but he was telling me to hold on till the people are safe. And that's what I was doing.
That was the social security card, what about his driver's license?
I've always had his driver's license. He's
The
always,
problem I have with that is that the driver's license found in the house is a current one. It's not.
but he just gave it to me.
I know, but he would need that for work. That's
He
why
has
I asked
another
you.
one.
You said that he gave you an old one, you had it in the drawer.
Well, no, he's given me old ones before. I have multiple ones. So you can look around the house. There's more than one.
Okay, and if this one's expired in 2025, that's gonna be his newest one.
Okay.
It's weird that you have his latest driver's license, and that it was tucked in a drawer.
Yeah, I put it away to keep it safe. It should be wrapped in like a whole bunch of bags, right? Okay, do you understand that? I understand, but I also have social security. I understand, and that's why I'm like, it's just getting weirder and weirder. It's like I'm doing things that help and it's not helping me. I got it.
Well, yeah, is that just being able to explain some of the stuff? That's all we need.
I'm trying to explain it, but the more I'm talking, the more it just sounds really stupid and. Especially driver's license, that doesn't need to really be kept safe. No, social security card or birth certificate, I completely understand, especially if somebody is transitioning their life and are wanting to find a new place to live, you want your important people. But I don't know what else was in it, it was just a lot of things. But it wasn't his wallet, he didn't hand his wallet over to you. No, it was a lot of things, like it was like a square thing he handed to me, and then a black what are those called? But not his wallet. You know what his wallet looks like, you saw him pull it out to purchase things. So he had so when we find his wallet, it's gonna have his driver's license and his cards. I just don't know why someone would give a driver's license to someone. But he didn't give you a driver's license. When John and I were together, I had everything. He had me hold on to it so he wouldn't spend money needlessly and things like that. Like he's like, hold on to this. And yeah, she guys don't have that relationship right now. We actually were. So you're closer than we thought. Yes. I went. He asked me to marry him yesterday.
I don't know what time this is, I apologize, I do have to do something that we have to end today at 3 o'clock. What time are we stopping this?
36 minutes and 55 seconds into the interview.
Okay, so we will pick that up on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna take our weekend recess.
She said he asked me to marry him yesterday, but ma'am, you can't marry him because you're still married to his son. What are you talking about? What is you talking about, ma'am? Are we still here at the gym trying? Okay, Macy's mom. Yes, we are. We are on day 3. They're going to be on day 5. So, oh yes, we are absolutely here. Absolutely. Yes. 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 Right. Okay. Bigamous. Okay. Anywho, I am up to listening to the rest of Detective Skinner, but once we get to Skinner, I'm gonna peace out. Because I got to get to some different stuff today. Because today is already 3:30. But I wouldn't mind listening to the rest of Devyn Try to Lie. This today, this interview for me is giving, ooh, Devyn. Why didn't you ask for a lawyer? Devyn, you knew something was. Devyn, you got that bloody phone. You got that man's wallet, EBT card, all kinds of stuff, ma'am. You already knew, but she thought she was going to talk herself out of it. Anywho, let's see.
During this research, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read Washington State News or media accounts or commentary about this case.
Devyn, he was missing his head, hun. They weren't going to let you get away with that. Okay? He was missing his whole head, boo-boo.
Research, such as consulting media or using the internet or using reference details. You must not make any investigations, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspects of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case involved. You must have former express an opinion regarding this case, so it's fine to send to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess till Monday morning at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury.
Okay, thank you. Kind of on.
Excuse me, just remind you you're. Okay, Detective, you may excuse me, just remind you you're still under oath and not discuss your testimony with anyone, and we'll see you back here Monday morning at 9 a.m. Okay, thank you. Make the record reflect we are outside the presence of our judge. Do you guys have any matters about that person?
Very briefly.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, things have been somewhat purged through the course of this case. We haven't gotten into bad acts of other people and things. Now the state has played this where there's a reference to Andrea with a knife. There was other evidence to confirm that. My concern is that I should be allowed to ask a question concerning Andrea, some violent act at the house, because otherwise it's going to make her look like she's lying about Andrea and she's not.
Yeah, and I actually leaned over to Miss Griffith, and when that came out, I said, wasn't that redacted? And we both thought it was redacted. Our person missed it. So we can have a discussion about that. I get what they're saying. We'll talk
No, I
about
think
it.
that it's more than fair because at this point, I think that issue is out there based on the statements that were made in the recording.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys have a discussion and then if there's some dispute, then I'll resolve it.
I don't think we'll have.
Okay? And just so you guys know, I did also review the CPS records. I don't know if I told you, but there's nothing in there that is discoverable at this time because it's all the stuff that I kept out is basically what it is about. The sealed copy will be filed with the court and I'll issue the bid in order as I have reviewed that.
Thank you.
It's all the CPS information, all the stuff that's not allowed in this.
I understand that. However, it's my understanding in the family court records, there was some sort of a concession or something that Johnathan had filed or failed to do or consented to her having custody of the girls.
Well, there's a couple of references to, there's a couple statements that were signed by both of them. Like there's a family court order that comes out in regards to who has custody of the kids. And then there's a statement that they prepared. This is, I believe, in 2019. This is when this is dated. I mean, I still have it. I'll review it.
Okay.
But it's like 2019 and there's a document that is handwritten that is signed by her and signed by Johnathan that is notarized in regard to the change of the custody of the children. But because it was 2019 and that wasn't coming in this trial, I don't find it to be relevant. I will re-review it and look at the data.
Because I believe there was something that she's informed us that concerning 2023.
If I'm not mistaken, that document is from 2019, but I will look at it again because it is in there.
This is the 2023 doc we proposed as an exhibit, if you want.
No, what they're saying is Johnathan prepared something. I'm assuming it's those handwritten documents that you're talking about. There's a couple of documents that appear to be handwritten, but the ones I recall are signed by her and Johnathan. And there's a notary signature on there too. But I recall those being 2019.
Okay.
I'll look at them and if
Okay.
it's a 23 one, I'll read that.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Have a good weekend.
See you guys. Good weekend.
You too.
Not the CPS matters. I was like, ooh, okay. I had to hear that part because I was trying to be nosy. Okay, so CPS, I'm not surprised, was involved. I wonder, did CPS know that Devier was her husband? Because there's nothing normal about sleeping with your daughter's brother. There's nothing normal about carrying on a marital relationship with a man who happens to be the big brother to your daughters. That's very weird. Even though I guess it's okay, technically there's no biology between the woman and the man, but just the fact that you are the mother to the children is so disgusting. And to blur the lines with mom is sleeping with my big brother, that's so gross. Anyway, let's just watch the rest of Detective Skinner. If you got a piece out, we understand. We'll be over here watching the rest of the phone call. Not the rest of the phone call, the rest of the interview. So we're on day 4, okay? We're not going all deep into day 4. We're gonna go right to we're gonna go right here. We're gonna be right here, and then we're gonna stop. Oh. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay. When we see this guy on the stand, that's it. This okay. Oh. Oh God, it's about another hour and a half, but I'd rather do that now, and then we can get into this guy looks like we can get into him tomorrow morning, and you never know. You never know. Maybe we'll just be like, okay. Anywho, I would like to hear the rest of that interview because she started stumbling and bumbling. Okay. That hair is so disgusting.
Notice anything at the Porcupine Rim scene?
Okay, guys, just for the record, we're back on the record, guys. It's day 4. We're still with Detective Skinner, I think is her name. Is it Skinner? Girl, let me just make sure. Yeah, we're still with Carrie Skinner from the Henderson Police Department, and we're just gonna do her testimony, and then we're gonna peace out for the rest of the evening, and I will see y'all on this matter tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am.
On Friday, we were.
Girl, CPS EBT is giving YouTube Streets mommy community. Baby, mom wanted her to go get the EBT card and get $200 off of it. That ain't legal. CPS cases, all kinds of. Why did you lose custody of your kids, Miss Devyn? I beg to. I want to understand, but I think I get it. You know, corn star marrying your stepson. I mean, I get it. Why you wouldn't have custody and needed to have supervised visits? Like, we get it. Okay. Yeah. Now, decapitating your baby daddy, I don't know, but it's possible. I'm definitely leaning in that direction that she's very manipulative. She doesn't mind lying. And maybe her and Devier went their own ways because they had to. Maybe that's the plot twist, that they went their own ways because they had to. And once the air clears, they can meet back up again. Because I can't imagine Devier's girlfriend is going to stick around after she heard the shit show yesterday. I would quit that guy so quick. He wouldn't be nothing but a memory. Anyway, okay, let's get into it so we can be done by 5 o'clock.
Short on time, so we rushed through a bit of things, and I want to review a couple of things with you, okay? So you had previously indicated that you arrived at the scene with Dennis Ozawa, is that correct? When you arrived on scene, did you interview anyone at Paladura?
We did.
Who did you interview at Paladura?
That's going to be better.
Okay. In addition, did you speak with the children there, or was that over at the Porcupine Rim scene? Okay, so let's move forward to the Porcupine Rim scene. When you arrive at that scene, what do you observe?
When Detective Ozawa and I arrived on scene, we observed Devyn Michaels going between the house and her vehicle, which is the Nissan Armada. And then I believe there was one child playing around.
Okay. Did you notice anything at the Porcupine Rim scene as you arrived other than Devyn Michaels?
I did. As we walked up the driveway of the residence, kind of off to the side, which would be near the opening of the garage door, there was a black cell phone.
Okay. And when you say off to the side, do you mean actually on the driveway?
It was on.
And which side of the Nissan Armada was it?
It would be to the left.
Okay, so the driver's side.
Correct.
Okay. When you observe the cell phone on the driveway, on the driver's side of the Armada, do you immediately go grab it, or what are you thinking at that time?
No, at that point, we made note of it. That is something that we're going to want to include in our search warrant. So at that time, we're leaving that so that we can collect it in a way that we can have it forensically analyzed later.
Okay. And I would presume at that point, when you see it from a distance, you don't realize there's blood on it.
Correct.
But you're noting it, you're not telling the defendant about it, you're just, okay, that's noted, and you move on.
Yes.
And you indicated previously that you had an opportunity to speak with the girls, the young girls, is that right?
Yes,
And they indicated to you that the Devier had been home with them last night.
that's correct.
We went through the first interview in the beginning of your testimony. You recall that?
Yes.
And also, I called it the first interview. This is actually the second interview conducted by detectives, but the first that you were involved.
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to ask you, but how were you approaching this second interview when you first go in? What's your mindset?
Sure. So whenever we're contacting someone for the first time, we try to use a free format. We will ask them questions and allow them to give us a narrative in their own words. They're explaining the situation, the story, all of the things that they want to organically just tell us. And then we may ask a couple follow-up clarifying questions and sometimes repeat back to them what they told us so that we can feel comfortable that we understand what they're trying to tell us.
And you are aware that there was an interview conducted with the defendant prior to your involvement.
Yes.
And this second interview, your first,
Yes.
was that investigative type, open-ended, like, hey, give us any information you deem relevant kind of thing?
Correct.
Okay. And just to briefly summarize, there was some discussion about, in that second interview, your first, the day before, shopping for school supplies, the defendant acknowledged she had been with the victim, and then she said he was alive and well in the garage when she left. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this first interview you're involved in, we heard a little girl's voice approach. Is that correct?
It is.
Describe that, what happened, and what that meant to you.
So while we were interviewing Miss Michaels, we are engaged in our conversation. To be honest with you, I'm not sure which of the daughters, their names I still get mixed up. She had approached the window and she has the cell phone that we believe is the one we previously saw on the driveway. And she says, "Mommy, here's Daddy's cell phone. That's why he didn't answer." There was a physical reaction from from Devyn, and she takes the phone, she hands it to us, and she made a comment, "This should help you." And then that's pretty much changed the tone a little bit to casual conversations to then it became a little bit more flustered.
Okay. And is it at that point where you noticed the blood on the phone?
Correct.
And I would imagine that's important for an investigator.
Very much so.
You, I believe, previously indicated that after that first interview, a search warrant is authored and conducted on the home and the vehicles outside the home at Porcupine Rim. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the course of that, we know the wallet with the current ID is found. It's tied in several bags in the defendant's underwear drawer, and it's kind of tucked away. Is that right?
Yes.
And then within that same bag is the truck keys.
Yes.
The social security card was found, but that was in her purse, not hidden away with the other stuff.
Right.
We were about halfway through that second interview when we had to break on Friday. And so just describe for us how you're approaching this second interview differently, knowing what you know about the blood on the phone and the items found in the home.
Sure. So as I mentioned, the first interview is going to be more of a format that allows the subject to give us their narrative, their truth, what they want to tell us. The second interview, we've now discovered some evidence inside the home. There's some things that we need to confront her with. So the tempo of the interview, the tone changes. It becomes a little bit more direct. Okay, you said that this happened, but now we have this. For instance, the wallet. We didn't know about the wallet. That wasn't brought up in the first interview. So now we are going to be targeting her, asking direct questions, and it can be accusatory in nature.
Okay. And so we left off at 36:55, but just because we were really cutting it close, I want to start back at about 30 minutes of that interview and then resume. I may pause it a couple of times and ask you some questions. Okay. May I, Judge?
Yes. Remind us what you did.
6:20, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't know, like I have all this whole driver's license, I had all this whole stuff.
Okay. And then a whole wallet with a driver's license? How many do you think you have?
I think I have 2 of his licenses.
And then are they both in wallets or
Yeah, and we have a old one of Devyn's as well.
in separate wallets?
No, just in separate places.
Okay. Where was those other ones? Like the ones for Johnathan? Where did you keep those at?
The ones were in Devyn's in a different drawer.
Which drawer?
One's in like my drawer with like some doorknobs and stuff, and the other one's in a nightstand or on the other side.
Oh, okay. And you think you have a couple of his driver's license?
I know I do, and I have them on my phone too.
Okay. And why does he give you those, or why does he? Why do you have them?
Let me just say this real quick, guys. I think at this moment she knew she was sort of busted. She had to cooperate a little bit. I don't know that she was convinced that they were going to find, materials relevant to that day, like the keys, because she was still talking about having old, credentials, old driver's licenses, old things. Little did she know they probably had already found everything and were just texting each other saying, we just found we found this, we found that. The little girls are running around with his bloody cell phone. Like she has no idea.
I know how it sounds, but he literally said, hold on to this because it's important. He literally said that. Like the social and everything. And I have the EBT card, and you can see it at the gas station. He handed me the EBT card and said, this is the code. And then he gave me the other one.
What's that?
I said, this isn't good.
Why did you say that?
Because he's telling me to do things, and you're asking me about it, and.
Well, I mean, you're explaining it, that's why.
You see at the gas station, he hands me the card and says, hold on to this in case you need something.
And that's the EBT card?
Yes, sir. And it's at the gas station. You can see him hand it to me.
Oh, the ARCO.
And no, and not the ARCO. There's another gas station on the Pecos one where we stopped. And I think, yeah, because he gave me the card and then he went outside to smoke a cigarette. But it's on the security camera. You can see him hand it to me.
Do you know which gas station?
I don't know the name of it. It's by the Burger King.
Burger King.
It's off the Pecos and Windmill. It's like right there. You can
Pecos and Windmill, Burger King.
There's a gas station right there. He was talking about the man that works there. He parks
like on the corner.
He was telling me about the man that works there, and he sleeps in his car and everything like that.
What time did you get that?
That was after we unloaded everything. We went right there, and I got a Monster drink, and I don't remember what he got.
So right after you left.
When we got back to his side of town.
So coming back is when you went to that gas station?
Yeah.
So after 9 o'clock. And that's when he gave you his EBT card?
Yes, you can see him hand it to me and he walks out the door.
So that's right, that's near his place. He said Pecos and Windmill. The Burger King.
Yes, sir.
So detective, we're now talking about kind of the social security card, the wallet. There's an EBT card that's referenced. Is that correct?
Yes.
Before we move on, I want to ask you about an exchange that was a bit earlier in the interview, but would be duplicative for me to play again. Earlier on in the interview, you had confronted the defendant about the bloody phone, correct?
Yes.
And what was her general response with regard to that?
As far as the acknowledgement of the phone,
Yes.
she was surprised about the phone being at the residence.
Okay.
And it really threw her off when her daughter handed her the phone, and it changed the tone.
Yeah. And she claimed she was surprised. You're not saying she actually
Yes.
was?
No,
Okay.
she appeared to be very surprised.
Okay. And you had asked, and I'm simplifying, you had asked something to the effect of, well, how does blood end up on the phone? Does he hurt himself or something like that? You remember
Correct.
that? Describe that exchange.
So once we have the phone in our possession, we do note, and also her child noted that there was apparent blood on the phone. That's of great concern, and of course, we're going to address that at the time. Began asking Devyn some questions related to that. She mentioned that he had injured his hand, and I believe she specifically said he took a chunk, and he being Johnathan, out of his hand. Then went into great detail, which stood out to me because the entire interview, there hadn't been any detail on anything. It was very generalities. There wasn't a lot of, it was like, I don't remember. But in this case, she went into extreme great detail about the table, how it folded, where it was in the garage, how he had hurt himself.
And to be fair to the defendant, I believe she said, John told me that he hurt himself. I didn't see it, but she knew it, or claimed she knew what he hurt himself on, and that it was a very large injury.
Correct. And in addition to that, she did not see any blood or injuries on John's hands.
And detective, you've reviewed the autopsy photos in this case.
Yes, I have.
Were there any bleeding injuries to the victim's body other than his decapitation?
No.
We're going to resume the interview now.
He kept,
It's so, there's in 2 gas stations, there's a Chevron right down the corner.
I think it's like a Charlotte Horse.
Okay, so it's over there, and then across Candy Corner from that gas station, is another gas station, I think it's a Shell or something.
I'm not sure the other one, but.
But it was next to the Burger King. Okay.
Yeah, please check the security. You can see him, and you can see him telling me the code and everything. I don't know why he was giving me things, but he was telling me to hold on to him and keep him safe. And that's what I was doing.
Comes to social security card.
I've always had a driver's license. He's
The
always.
problem I have with that is that the driver's license found in the house is a current. It's not.
But he just gave it to me.
I know, but he would need that for work. That's
He has
why
another one.
he said that he gave you an old one, you had it in the drawer.
Well, no, he's given me old ones before. I have multiple ones. So you can look around the house. There's more than one.
Okay, and if this one's expired in 2025, that's gonna be his first one. And it's weird that you have this latest driver's license, and that it was tucked in a drawer.
Yeah, I put it away to keep it safe. It should be wrapped in like a whole bunch of bags, right?
Okay, you understand that?
I understand, but I also have social security. I understand, and that's why I'm like, it's just getting weirder and weirder. It's like I'm doing things that help and it's not helping me. I got it.
Yeah, is that, just being able to explain some of the stuff, that's all we need.
I'm trying to explain it, but the more I'm talking, the more it just sounds really stupid and.
Especially driver's license, that doesn't need to really be kept safe. I mean, also security card or birth certificate, I completely understand, especially if somebody is in transition in their life and they're wanting to find a new place to live, you want your report.
But I don't know what else was in it. It was just a lot of things.
But it wasn't his wallet, he didn't hand his wallet over to you.
No, it was a lot of things. Like it was like a square thing he handed to me, and then a black what are those called?
But it's not his wallet. You know what his wallet looks like, you saw him pull it out different
Yeah.
reasons. So he had his.
So detective, you're now confronting the defendant with regard to the wallet and all that was found in the plastic bags.
Correct.
Those were sealed when they were found, correct?
They were.
So let's step back a moment to the phone because they kind of tie together. She is not telling you that the phone is part of this chunk of items that John allegedly gave her in this bag, correct? Okay. With regard to the victim's phone, did you ultimately learn that was in fact his blood and DNA, the victim's, on that phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you
ultimately learn from other sources, not the defendant, but other sources, when John's phone was last at his home and when it left?
Yes. So one of my partners had authored a search warrant for Google. We had also done some call data records as well, but the Google itself came in quite a bit later. So this is something that we found out after the crime, obviously, and after all the interviews had been settled. But we noted that the return showed that John's phone was at the home on Paladura, which is where he resides, from 10 o'clock till it began to travel or move at about 2:04 a.m.
And what else traveled or moved at 2:04 a.m.?
So I'm not sure exactly what's been testified to yet, but at 2:04 is when it's alleged that Devyn left the home. She traveled. We have her cell phone or CDR records, as well as the Burla, which again, I'm not sure if that's been testified to. That is the infotainment system that we authored a search warrant on. It shows those three devices together in a companion movement all the way back to Porcupine Rim.
So 3 devices, meaning the Nissan itself, the defendant's cell phone, and the victim's cell phone as well.
That's correct.
Based upon the fact that there is blood on the cell phone and all of that you just testified, what did you deduce about our timeline of homicide?
Well, after having the information from the autopsy, which is there was no bloodletting injuries short of his obvious cause of death, which is the decapitation, there was no reason there should have been blood on that cell phone because any bloodletting would have been after the homicide. So for the phone to arrive and be discovered at Porcupine Rim with blood on it indicated to me that that is something that was on the phone before it left that house.
At 2:04 a.m.
Correct.
And therefore, did you narrow down the bloodletting to between 10 p.m. on the 6th and 2:04 a.m. on the 2nd?
Yes, sir.
We're going to resume the interview.
So when we find his wallet, he's gonna have his driver's license and his cards. But not getting your. I told you, when John and I were together, I had everything. He had me hold on to it so he wouldn't spend money needlessly and things like that. Like he's like, hold on to this. And we actually were. So you're closer than we thought? Yes. I went. He asked me to marry him yesterday. Okay. Does that make sense? To know your relationship you mentioned was getting reconnected, but that's more. Right, and you can ask the girls, like he told the girls we were gonna get back married and they were gonna be the flower girls and stuff like that. He was trying to get back together. And I was helping him break all of these little bad habits that he was doing. So then he gives you the EBT card for one of the girls. Where's the other one? I have 2 EBT cards. Do you have both girls' EBT cards now? No, they're not the girls' EBTs. He said one was Andrea's, and the code. He gave me hers. I haven't used it. He gave me hers at the gas station, and then he has the other one that he got. Alright. Where's that EBT card now? They're both in my purse. You know you can't have that, right? Yes, but I know he gave them to me. That doesn't make it right. No, but I can't use them, but I understand, but you can see he handed it to me. Okay. You're not understanding that you can't do that. So no, I know I can't use them. I don't believe he can use it because it's Andrea's and not his. Right. Is Andrea mad that you have the EBT card? Did you get it? Because she's got it now, that's her money. No, he said that she gave it to him because she can't use it in the state that she's in. So he was just using it to fill his wife money. That's what he said. He said, but at any moment she can cancel it. Yeah, but she didn't, wasn't. So he wants to marry you. He's telling the girls to be flower girls, yet you're still wearing a ring, and so is Dev. This ring I bought on my own from Macy's had nothing, no, this wasn't a simple.
You just told me that it was a symbol.
I said,
Have a best friend connection with that.
you do have a
You wear
connection.
the wedding ring too. And that's something that is a respectful thing, part of your marriage. But now you're telling me that you and your ex were talking about getting married.
No.
And you just took a ring off last night from another female and threw it away. But yet
You're taking what I'm saying, but you're
not, it's fact, it's what you said.
No, I understand, that's what I said, but that's not exactly the situation. You're taking it and,
Okay,
so let me,
here's what you told us so far. Your ex needs a place to stay.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
he's trying to get out of his mother's house.
Yes, ma'am.
You were kind enough to allow him to move into the house with you, your current husband, which is your best friend, and your two girls, which the girls just moved back into May.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you guys are trying to make it a family. You were saying that he was supposed to like slowly move in, that things were progressing slowly. Now you're telling me that he's wanting to marry you. He mentioned that yesterday, he even talked to the kids about it. And that your relationship has now progressed past just slowly kind of.
No, ma'am, you're misunderstanding. He has mentioned getting married in front of the girls. Our relationship is not rekindling on a physical level or a romantic level, but we are trying to reconnect and have a family for the girls. Yes, he has said we should get married, and he's saying it more, for my opinion, on a joking thing, but he has said that in front of the girls. That was not said yesterday. Okay?
When was that said in front of the girls?
I would say over a month ago.
Okay, and what did you say in return in front of the girls?
I didn't say anything, I just looked at him and rolled my eyes.
So the girls, when I talk to them and say that they don't think you guys are getting married?
Oh, yeah, they'll tell you that.
That you guys are not getting back together?
No. Because at one point I was telling him I didn't think it would be a good idea for him to be here, and it would be too hectic. So they will definitely tell you I was not trying to marry him.
Did you say anything to them about it?
Oh, yeah, I told him that John keeps trying to say he wants to, get back together. I heard
You're
her.
talking to him now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then him moving in now was just a platonic friendly relationship?
It's not a, yes.
There was one yes.
I was gonna clear out the sewing room that's up there. He said he wanted the loft because it was the cooler place, but I was gonna give him the sewing because there is more than enough room.
And then Deb sits on the sofa.
Sometimes, or he gets sleep on the bed, like I said, when we watch movies and he knocks out within minutes.
And then have you guys ever had a sexual relationship?
Yeah, we had.
Okay. But it's not there now?
No, I can't even have sex now.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to have sex.
I understand, but no.
Okay, so you guys have no connection that way at all?
No.
That would complicate it a lot. Having your ex and someone you're still in a relationship.
I understand.
Okay.
You can have all my medical records and everything like that. I have to take hormones just to.
I understand. But like I said, there's a lot of different ways to have sex. It doesn't have to be penetration. There's a lot of things that a couple can do. And obviously you did that in the beginning, but it's just not now. So much changed.
Okay.
Well, not to be crass with you, but I think I need to be direct with you.
And
You can give a male a hand job. And that gives you a connection with that person in a sexual way that you would call any of a relationship. Do you know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? There's a lot of different things that you can do for a male that you're connecting with.
If you ever see the thing ever, we're not.
Like that. Just trying to answer and get all the questions answered on the relationship.
That's right, answering questions.
I mean, I'm cool with we got married for this, the rings, that to me is a lot. That's probably the most odd thing about it for me. Is that ring?
It's just I like my ring.
But he's wearing a ring too, he's wearing a white ring.
He wears a lot of rings though.
He's wearing a white ring.
But he does wear more than one ring though. So, And he's bought them for himself. I bought mine. No, I mean, but I didn't buy them for them to be symbolic. He's bought his own things to wear. And where did you guys get married? What was that? The flamingo thing? So you guys had a ceremony for him? Yeah, it was free. I got a coupon thing, and that was cheaper. And you just did it out there and travel and flamingo? Yeah, and there was one witness, and that was it.
So you said that you guys have not, like, you and Devyn have been in for a while. How long have you done that?
Years since he's been back.
What do you mean since he's been back?
He moved out of the state.
Devyn says he's been living here for the last 4 years.
Yeah, but he got moved out of the state. He lived in California, and then he moved back, lived with John, and then he came back this way.
Okay, so since he's been back, you guys have not.
No, sir. I stopped being physical probably in 2020, when I was having all my issues because I had surgery after surgery.
Okay, but he was already living here.
He wasn't living with me.
Because he was telling me that he's lived here for like the last 4 years.
Yeah, but he wasn't living with me the whole time. He was living with John at Valley Drive.
When I say living here, I mean like he actually said like he's lived here at this house. How long have you lived in this house?
I've been here for 3 years.
And then when did he come back, I guess, to Nevada? I guess that was what we're saying.
I would say I've been here for 3 years, so at least 2 years ago.
And then prior to living here for 3 years, where were you staying before that?
Decatur and Horse,
And then how long were you at that place?
less than 1 year.
And then prior to that place,
It was at Wild Magic,
where's that
89129.
at? Like what area though? Like major cross streets?
Craig's and Tanea. Right, we were close to where JC lives.
And then did your kids live with you at that time?
Yeah, they've always lived with me. They've only not lived with me for the short period of time of 9 months.
And going back to about the ID and stuff, you said it was, yeah, you had one that is in a bunch of bags in your drawer. When did he give you that?
Yesterday. With the IDs and the social security card.
And was that at the house that he gave that? Don't see it.
Yes, sir.
So he handed you a bag yesterday. Do you remember what was in it?
No, he just handed it to me and I put it in the bags. Because I just wanted them out the way.
Okay.
So I'm not sure exactly what's in it. I didn't go through it.
So explain that part to me as far as like when you did that and what did you do? So like where are you guys at when he handed you like that sack of stuff?
In his room area, and he handed me the little square thing. He says, hold on to this, and he handed me the other thing because this is my social. He says, just keep it safe. And that's all I was gonna do. So I wrapped it up, and I was gonna put the social in the security box, and I just didn't have a chance to do it.
What else? Did he give you anything else?
He gave me his guns.
Anything else? Like there's a set of keys in that bag too.
Keys are for Andrea stuff.
The set of keys that are in that bag. Like the bag.
The keys are my keys.
Where do those go to?
My car.
So yeah.
Detective, we're going to pause real briefly. Throughout the course of the investigation, did you learn that no spare set of Chevy keys for John's truck were ever discovered?
Yes.
In fact, after the defendant was arrested for the homicide, was there some communication with Yoko about returning the keys?
Yes.
And why was that?
There were no set of keys for John's truck found in the home or anywhere else after searching all the residences other than the keys that were in the bag.
And so you had to return those keys to her so she could do whatever she was going to do financially with the truck.
Correct.
Bag that you put, plastic bag that you wrapped his ID in that he gave you, had a set of your keys in there?
I'm still lost.
I just wondering, like, when he handed you a bunch of stuff, he only gave you the wallet with the ID in it? Did he hand you anything else?
There's a security card.
Okay, because in that bag that it was wrapped in, that you said you wrapped it in, there was also a set of vehicle keys in there.
I don't remember giving the keys.
Because I guess that's my question. Like, why would he give you his wallets, social security card, which is like Detective Skinner's asking, also, and then also a set of keys.
I don't remember the keys. I just know the wallet and the social security card.
And then you put that in a plastic bag while you were at that house?
I just grabbed everything and tied it and tied it and tied it and tied it.
So the only thing he handed you, like, so I'm giving you this stuff. What exactly does he hand you?
I remember seeing a wallet and I went like this. He dropped it in and I just started tightening it away.
So it's just a wallet then?
That's all I remember seeing. I do not remember seeing keys, but he dropped it in the bag. Like I just took it and tied it away.
And was this in the garage?
No, sir, it was in his room.
Inside the room in the house?
Yes, sir.
And was that before you guys went into the garage?
That was before we left. And then he also said, make sure the guns are safe. And we didn't take the ammo. So I carried out.
Detective, was this timeline that the defendant gave you notable?
It was.
And why is that?
Specifically, the keys being in the bag and the wallet. When they leave the Paladura residence, she'll indicate that they were in his truck and then drove back to his house or back to her house on Porcupine Rim. However, the keys have been tied up in that bag because she indicates in her statement, I tied them, and that's exactly how we found them in the drawer.
And so we know based on not only the defendant's statements, but witnesses and technological evidence that it wasn't the Nissan Verla that they made the last trip to Porcupine Rim in and then returned to Paladura. It was the victim's truck.
That's correct.
And so she's saying the keys or whatever he put into the plastic bag that she tied up over and over and over were given before that last trip to Porcupine Rim.
Yes.
One of the guns and he carried out like a bow and a crossbow looking thing and another gun.
Okay, so that was before you left there, between 9 and 10?
No, that was like at 8 and 9.
8 and 9.
And we came this way.
And then what did you do with that, all the stuff?
When I got here, I put it in the drawer like just to keep it out of the way.
And then you guys drove back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he have keys to his truck?
Yes, sir, we drove his truck.
Do you remember where he put his keys to the truck? We can't find his keys to the truck at his house.
They were on the table.
Which table?
The table that had like all this looking stuff and like the grinder and everything like that. All of that was sitting right there.
And his keys to the truck?
Yeah. The only keys I picked up were the ones that had the little thing on it that said Andrea, because Yoko said bring them to her and put them in the little thing. That's the only thing I picked up.
Okay. So you don't know what keys are actually in that bag that you wrapped everything in?
No, sir. Like I said, he said keep it safe. He took the plastic bag and he dropped it in and then he started tightening it up. and then he handed me the other thing. And I was just gonna put that into a safe.
Okay, so like what we're saying is a lot of the stuff now is like how you're saying you're talking it out loud and it just doesn't sound well.
I understand that, but you didn't know John. You didn't understand his mannerisms.
I know, but when we talked to you earlier, like these are the things when we were saying, like, hey, be as descriptive as possible. Like, what were you guys doing? Like, you know, say you're packing, doing this, but like specifics, like stuff that's important. All that would have been really important for us to know.
I do apologize, but that's not things that were like kind of going through my head at the time. To remember is like, when you say this, it's like, okay, I remember this now. And you say something else, then I recall more information. I'm trying to remember as much as I possibly can for you.
Okay, because like how you said it, how it doesn't look well, I agree with you now because you have a social security card, you have his wallet and his ID. There's possibly a set of keys that looks like might be his truck keys in that bag.
Okay.
So.
But I'm sure he's got I got more than one key for my car.
Not keychains on it, spare keys for keychains on it.
Like it's not just like a key with a key fob. It's like, it looks like his personal set of keys.
Like I said, he put it in the bag, I just tied it up. That's all I did, and I think there's like 3 bags around it, 3 or 4 bags. I'm not even sure.
But then if you have a safe, why would you not just put them in a safe?
I haven't had the chance to.
A plastic bags.
For the keys?
For all the stuff that you.
Oh, it was just what we had right at the time. I hadn't been here to put it in the safe. The safe is here. But I just hadn't had
Placed in a
form.
It takes 2 seconds to put something in a safe.
I've done it, and I wasn't trying to have Debbie ever see it. That's all it was.
Why do you say that?
Because it would look odd that I'm holding on to John's things for John. But it's not the same. It's like if you're doing more for one person, I don't want him to feel like there's more there than what it was. John was only coming in as a temporary thing until he can get something else, because like I said, he was trying to file for bankruptcy. Yoko was about to kick him out. Yoko even said she was trying to kick him out.
Okay. So you, I mean, tell us about the bankruptcy before.
I did mention bankruptcy before.
I don't remember that.
Did I tell you, or the, yeah, I mentioned it. I most definitely did.
Understand inside the house when you guys are here.
He told his mom he was gonna file for bankruptcy.
Yeah, gambling. I don't want to see how the issue with gambling.
What is it not?
Where does he usually play?
Well, when we lived together, he'd go to the Santa Fe.
That's like say or something together.
That's when we lived together. I don't know what his spot would be now.
You don't know where he would go living with he would go.
Probably the Green Valley is the closest one.
Let's get Mason rent.
He said he was. He claimed he was gonna try to do 1,100. He claimed he was gonna be able to do that.
Is that text message or conversations you guys had on the phone?
I don't know. You might be able to find a text message on it. It was definitely where he understood it was not going to be him reloading or anything like that. He had to pay to stay here.
And when we go through the phone, we're gonna have our computer guys, they can go through apps, they can go through anything deleted, all that stuff. Are they gonna find anything that we're gonna turn back and talk to you about? That your current husband doesn't know about, relationship-wise conversations, intimate conversations, pictures,
No. No, ma'am. So it's just platonic conversations for the girls. So they brought back. They wanted him because they love their dad. We know it's wrong. And I was told when I went, John has physical custody of the girls. They're supposed to live with him. So is that why? So as long as I keep him close to me, that is definitely. If I keep him close and make him happy and everything like that, I got to see my girls. I can understand that. So it's just so my girls love him. They want to spend time with their dad. I need to be around my girls. Hopefully he pays the rent. Does that pay for the rent too? He pays like $1,100 every month too. Okay. And then are you working? Yes, no, I do real estate. Okay. Clearly you've been sick though. Yes, ma'am, and for almost a full year I wasn't making any money. So I went through my savings, I had to take my stocks out just recently to get things caught up. Yeah, I've been struggling, trying to get all of this back on track. This was gonna help a lot. Yes, ma'am. So that's the motivation too, is keep the girls close, and then if you keep them close and happy, nobody will have contact with the girls, and he's gonna pay the other half of the mortgage. I figured as long as I didn't rock the boat too much, he wasn't gonna get out of control, because I know what triggers him, and I wasn't gonna do that. I know even when he's yelling and everything, as long as I'm not trying to engage with it, he does calm down fairly quickly. And you can see it on the text messages. Yeah.
Okay, so like going back to what Stan was saying, why are you, I know that you want to see your kids, but also you have custody of your kids. Well, he has physical custody, but they've been staying with you. They're not staying with
Because he's letting them stay with me.
Exactly. So why would you want to bring him here?
Because if you look at the text messages, when he gets mad, it's bring me the girls back. I want the girls back.
So he's threatening you about that stuff. He's threatening you about the kids. Okay, so
again, if I keep them happy and keep everything cool, the girls can stay with me, and they were supposed to be with me for the summer, but you'll see, oh, I miss the girls, I haven't seen the girls, so it's okay. I would drive to Anderson multiple times just so he could see the girls, and then we would drive back.
do you have any other phones?
No, sir. We have a house phone, a landline.
Yeah. Your purse said was inside the house.
That phone is not connected.
What phone is that?
There's like extra phones that are my old phones, none of them are connected. The girls just use them to play video games.
That one was in your purse? Are you saying one and then that one's in your purse?
Yeah, there's one in my purse. Tamia was playing music on one of them earlier today. They're just old phones.
So then right now, like you're saying, things just aren't adding up. Okay, I'm not saying that you actually did something to Johnathan, but I know, or I feel like right now you're not telling us everything. I feel like you know something, and that, like either how it happened or who something and somebody involved with this, like you're not giving us that information. So, just we've done this for a while. Okay, we've been detectives for a while. Okay, and just given everything that you told us and just kind of how everything happened, kind of sporadic. All right, I really don't want to beat around the bush at this point now, because before I was giving you the benefit of the doubt with everything. Okay, but like I said, things just aren't adding up.
So I have decided that if I just be nice to him, I can get my girls, because the court, when we went for custody, he didn't even show up. And the judge had us wait an extra hour to see if he was gonna show up, just to give him the benefit of the doubt. And they still granted him physical custody. They denied his motion for sole custody, but they still granted him the physical custody of the girls. I have tried to do everything through the system. So right now, all I'm trying to do is make sure I just be nice and get my girls, because that, at the end of the day, was my goal, just how my girls
Can
get.
I ask you a question about your custody? Just my prior experience is in special victim unit, so I'm very familiar with family courts, very familiar with CPS cases and how powerful they are, one way or another. It's very, very unusual for a father to get primary physical custody. So
She told me that day, and you can talk to the victim, that my girls were gonna be home that day. I told her, I'll do the custody class, not custody classes, the counseling, which I'm still doing, and you can talk to her. I did the parenting classes.
So they took their kids away.
Yes, ma'am. But they said that you have to do this, you have to do, and I did everything.
It's temporary.
And they didn't, they still granted him, yes, now, you can look it all up, even my therapist, everybody that has been involved in this case say it didn't make any sense. I have.
Where are all your firearms?
There's one in the drawer and there's one upstairs.
Where's the one upstairs?
It's in the safe, in the bathroom, in the girls. The safe.
Okay, and then, is that a 9mm or 40? Do you know?
A 9.
Okay, and then the one downstairs, where's that?
In the drawer is a 9.
Okay. And then are those your firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you fired those recently?
No, ma'am.
Not since?
No, we go to the gun range just for
fun.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, ma'am. It is, and my,
Judge.
the lady, I don't know what happened, it's like, I don't know now. I don't know how all this works, like, you can't all of a sudden get slammed with all this stuff. So, I know it looks weird, but I am just playing nice to keep my girls. So, I'm just trying to not create waves. So John says, I need you to do something, I do it. As simple as that. I'm not trying to look stupid in front of you guys, but
Does he hold that over your head?
yes,
Like, does he threaten you
yes,
with the kids?
yeah.
Like, what kind of stuff does he say?
Is if I'm not, hey, I need you to do this, if I'm not, it's never been like a sexual thing. I mean, he's hinted at it, but it's always if you're not anything, I need this help, I need this help. I used to give him gas money every time I went down there. I used to have to buy his beers and his cigarettes because the EBT doesn't cover it. And the girls would even tell you, I was always buying them something. You can look at the gas station records. Every time you went in, you would, hey, I need this, this, and this, and I would be the one paying for it. I just don't want to rob them.
Is that how you got you to agree for him to come here?
Yes. It's just keep my girls close.
What did he tell you?
That it's not what he told me. It's just I know.
What did he say? Like when he said,
we should be a family. We should be a family because the girls would want us together.
Did he threaten you saying, let it move in?
It wasn't a threat. It was more of a, well, if you don't want to do this, then I'll stay with Andrea. We'll have her, because he told me straight he already moved on with his life and everything like that. And him and Andrea were supposed to get married, and I wasn't going to be in the picture anymore. And I can't be without my girls.
Did he say he was going to take the girls to where it was, right?
No, they weren't moving anywhere, but it was just, I wasn't going to really have my time with them like I do now. So I know I seem very easy to push over, but it's not. It's just,
Well, it's a cycle. Obviously, he's been using your kid against you and getting his way for stuff, and
on one of the things, I want to say it was like the 4th of July, Nate put something in the microwave and it like kind of started sparking like a metal thing, and he started screaming, fire, 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 fire. So I'm trying to get the girls out, and he's yelling at them to stay down, and he's cussing at them, he's cussing at his mom, cussing at me. And I'm just trying to get the kids out of the house, thinking there's a fire, and he immediately pat their back, spray on back, we're not doing this. So.
Was that here or?
In Henderson, you ask Yoko, she'll tell you. That's how he is.
So, I mean, when I tell you that, I told you earlier that, I think that you're not telling us everything, that there's something that you know that you're leaving out. And then you go to this big explanation about, this is what's happening, this is what's going on. I love my girls, he uses that against me, and you can't go into that brief explanation. So, you never really got into that other part to it. Okay, so you just can't get the explanation, which I understand completely. Now, like you're painting a different picture about what's been going on. Like all this stuff you tell us now is not anywhere near what you were explaining to us earlier. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not trying to speak ill of anyone, and I'm not trying to make myself sound.
It's not speaking ill, it's just trying to explain the situation and where you're at with him in your explanation. I mean, now it's a little bit more clear that he obviously uses your kids against you. You love your kids. We all love our kids. And I agree with you as far as like, I would do anything like that, right? Like you said.
So it's not that I'm trying to bring him in because I'm in love with him or anything like that.
No, you're trying to make, but here's where what I'm saying is, I don't think him coming here isn't something that you really agreed to. It was something that he kind of forced it upon you.
He made it clear that it would be better for the girls, just like the puppies. We need to bring the puppies. The girls love the puppies.
Right. So that to me, when we're looking at everything here, would say, hey, well, he needs to get out of the picture, right? So that's why I'm asking. I don't think you did anything to him yourself, okay? But I do believe that you know what happened to him.
Detective, during the course of interviews, when you're speaking with a potential suspect or person of interest or however you want to say it, are there times in which you will change the tone and kind of minimize someone's involvement?
Absolutely.
So just so everyone understands, when you or Ozawa are saying, I don't believe you did it, that's part of your interviewing technique, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying that's what you actually.
No, it's a way of keeping the dialogue going, of showing some sort of like sympathizing, comments. If you're giving that to them, they're feeling that they're heard and they're believed, and they will continue to speak with us.
Okay.
And so who did something? So that's where, hold on. So this is the time right now that would be a good time for you to kind of explain what you know about what happened. Because as we go on further, and when we leave here, and you say, I have no idea, there's no clue, I don't know anything about what happened, and then we find out later, that obviously looks worse on you, correct?
I understand.
Okay, so like I was saying before, now is the time that it would be coming upon you to say, hey, okay, this is what I know. Okay, like I said, I don't believe you actually did anything to him, but I do believe that you know what happened to him. Okay?
John was like this with everybody, so I don't know if he got into anything with anyone else, but for me, this is how he was. For Yoko, this is how he was. I'm pretty sure he was like that with Andrea. I don't know if he could be with any other person where he's like doing this. You would have to look at his phone. But you can look on my messages. It was always a back and forth like this almost every single day. I would get a message and it would be a very aggressive, I hate this, you're not doing this. And by the time the day was halfway through, it would be I'm sorry and everything like that. This was almost daily.
Like I said, I get that. Like I understand what you're explaining as far as how he is. Okay.
Let's talk about what you're saying. If I'm understanding that. 1978. Thank you. Sorry.
But like I said, I understand how you're explaining him and how he is, okay? But, like I said, I still feel like you know more than what you're telling us.
So just to wrap up a little bit, obviously we grabbed the phone that was on the driveway, we'll process that. Thank you for the iPad, that's what iPad.
The girls found that, they said that's what, so I didn't know anything about that.
Okay, we got that one. Is there any reason why John's blood or anything DNA related will be in your vehicle? Because that got towed back to our station, our CSA, they're gonna thoroughly look for everything in that vehicle.
I couldn't tell you if he was bleeding from when he was doing the thing, he helped load up the truck, so if he was bleeding. It might be
Or your
my Armada, like, he was putting the things in the car, like anything that
Sure,
he had.
there's gonna be obvious areas where blood doesn't belong even if you're loading. So I'm just asking you directly, because if we do find any DNA evidence in that vehicle, obviously we wanna make sure we asked you if there would be a reason.
No, the only thing I knew he said was his hand that he hit on the table. That's the only time he ever said he was bleeding, and he said it got a pretty good gash.
That you didn't see that?
No, I did not, so I can't really speak on it. But he was still loading everything up, so I don't think it was really bothering him that much.
And then just to confirm, you don't know how his phone got there on the driveway?
No, I know he was smoking, and when I went back over there and I said, girls, where did you find this? They pointed to it, there is cigarette butts there. So I don't know if he was just smoking and put it down and just didn't pick it back up, but you can take those and I'm sure it'll be his.
When you guys unloaded everything, how long did that take?
30 minutes, he was bragging, saying that, yeah, I can always do this as quick as can be, but he tries to stretch things out because he charges by the hour. I remember having that conversation.
And when you guys left Paladura to come back here, or when you left that night, or this morning, which way did you go? Like as far as like when you left Paladura, like
I headed up towards the Durango area to get the medication.
when you left that neighborhood, did you go straight out to Pecos, Barnwino? Or did you go to Pecos?
No window.
You went out the one exit to get out the window right there, right by the school?
Yeah.
And then normally do you guys come this way when you're coming to your house?
It just depends, like if the 15 is coming back up, I will take like the 215 and go around, or the Decatur, it really just depends on the time of day when we go in different directions.
Okay. Okay. Alright, well, we appreciate it. Hopefully, that you're telling us everything is the truth. So I will give you a call, or like I said, we'll have your phone. We're gonna get that downloaded, search on that too.
Okay.
And then I'll call Deborah tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll call Deb tomorrow and then try to figure out the time. He has to work with him.
Yeah. Sorry, that's pretty.
I'm sorry. A good phone number to reach you for returning your phone?
No, you got my phone?
Yeah, so you said you have a landline, is that something?
I do not know it. It's.
Should we call Deb's phone then?
Yeah.
The phone's ready.
Well, you just told me to pick it up around 11.
Well,
No, you just have the address, so I don't even have the address anymore.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Because you wrote it on the paper and I handed it back to you.
Let me give that to you, and then if you want to, just come by tomorrow. Pick it up, yeah. You got that card, right?
Yes.
So the address is on the card, 223 West Street, that's where you need to go.
No, the card is in my car.
And then I'll get that back to you. So maybe, I'd say 1 o'clock tomorrow. Come by the station 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Hopefully everything will be done.
Okay. I'm not worried about it, like I said,
And then,
if there is, I don't think there's like a lot of blood, because I don't think he was bleeding a lot. I didn't see it, but I do know he did mention it.
so it is 9:25, and I say that.
And detective, it sounded toward the very end there, like the plan was to release Miss Michaels and go about your investigation.
Correct.
And fair to say that there was a pretty substantial amount of digital and forensic investigation that occurred after that interview we
Yes,
just heard.
absolutely.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, before we cross the release, we're gonna take a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a brief recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including family members in any way regarding this case. Either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen, news, or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as the dictionary, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test, theory, case, reporting, any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or look like the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case until it's finally submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:10, we'll be recessed till 10:25. All rise for the jury.
And then at
Okay, guys, this is our last little bit, and then we're going to shut it down. It seems like she probably is going to be on the stand for maybe about 10-15 minutes. So that's it. That's all. We're into day 4. But we are going to be at a stopping point as soon as we get to this gentleman right here. Okay, this guy down on your screen, like right at the I don't even know, y'all. I'm sure I can find his name, but as soon as this lady is done right here. So we're just coming back from the break.
Detective Skinner, if we could start with a timeline of 8/7.
Okay.
Specifically in reference to Devyn.
Yes.
Right? It's your understanding that she was initially interviewed at 12:11, just after noon on 8/7, correct?
Would that be that first interview with Ozawa and Pappas?
Correct.
I'm not familiar with the timeline. That sounds about right.
And then at 14:29 hours on 8/7, you and Detective Ozawa go to the Porcupine Rim residence.
Yes, sir.
And when you arrive, you see Devyn getting things out of the Nissan, correct?
Yes,
The Nissan was parked, the Amara was parked in the driveway,
it
correct?
was.
While you and Detective Ozawa are walking up in the driveway, it's your testimony that this phone at issue is next to the driveway, correct?
Yes,
Next to the Armada.
fairly close.
And then at 15:08 hours, Devyn is interviewed at the Porcupine Rim residence by both yourself and Detective Ozawa in the vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And then it's at 15:20 while Devyn is being interviewed, the girls bring up the phone, correct?
yes,
So the phone has been out there, at least based upon your seeing it, from at least 14:29 hours, correct?
yes, it is.
And it's nearly an hour or so later than the girls bring up the phone. Fair to say?
Yes,
There's discussions concerning this phone, daddy's phone, something along those lines, correct?
yes,
And the phone is looked into, correct? It's handled.
it was handled. Yes,
At this point in time, the airplane mode is not switched on, correct?
correct.
So if there's notifications on the phone, presumably those notifications now by operation of looking at the phone, getting into the phone, those are no longer there, correct?
Fair to say.
Devyn confirms that it's Johnathan's phone.
She does.
And in fact says, here, this should help you, correct?
Yes,
And then at 19:19, a search warrant for Porcupine Rim and the vehicles is signed, correct?
yes,
Was there a previous affidavit that had been submitted for the search of the Porcupine residence, or was that the first?
I am not certain on that.
Detective Ozawa would
Yes, sir.
probably be better suited.
Yes.
But we do know that at 7/19 or 1919, a search warrant for the Porcupine Rim vehicles was signed, correct?
Yes.
And then this interview, this last one that we were listening today, began at 1955.
Yes.
And obviously reference then is made to this phone again, correct? The phone that's found.
That's correct.
Through the course of this interview that we heard last week and this week, there's reference made to Johnathan losing his license, correct? Previously.
His wallet, I believe.
Okay. And in fact, you've learned through the course of the investigation, there were texts that confirmed that.
Yes.
So there've been texts between Devyn and Johnathan wherein, hey, Jonathan's lost his license. It's found, and there's a discussion in reference to that, correct?
Again, specifically, she mentioned wallet.
Okay. But they were actually both lost at one point in time, were they not? At one time, the wallet, and another time, the license, and they communicate concerning the losing of the wallet and the license and the finding of both in their text
You could make the
messages?
assumption that the license is in the wallet. However, I'm only privy to what she disclosed to us, which was his wallet specifically, and that he had sent a picture to prove that he found it.
But then I told there are pictures to prove, in fact, and corroborates what she had said, that prior to your interview on this date, he lost his wallet and or license and found them, and they texted about it, correct?
Correct.
There had been, through the course of your interview, a reference made to Andrea, Jonathan's previous girlfriend, and the pulling of a knife, something along those lines, correct?
Yes.
There was, in fact, an incident somewhere where that had been discussed previously.
I'm sorry, repeat.
There had been an incident where, I mean, there had been some discussion among the family about Andrea pulling a knife or something along those
That's my understanding, yes.
In reference to an injury that Devyn says that John had told her about, she said that she never saw a bleeding injury, correct?
That's correct.
She had said that Johnathan had told her that he had hurt himself moving, correct?
Correct.
She had made reference to a white table that he was moving, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that white table that she had discussed with you was in the garage.
It was.
Again, it confirms the movement of this table. It had the big folding sides, correct?
Yes.
It was found in the garage. And she made it a point to say she didn't see any blood. He had just said that he'd injured himself moving that, correct?
Yes.
You'd fair to say, I mean, based upon common experience and knowledge, people can hurt themselves, whether it be a cut, a pinch, something like that, in moving heavy furniture.
Yes, absolutely.
There was a discussion concerning some medical conditions that Devyn had, correct?
Yes.
She had talked about this inability to engage in actual intercourse, and you followed up in questions.
I did.
To that, correct?
Yes.
She had said, you can look at my medical records, I have these medical conditions, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that she in fact had medical conditions concerning sex and things that address such?
No.
Did you take any follow-up steps to substantiate that she in fact had seen a doctor for a variety of different reasons?
At the time, it wasn't relevant. Her medical history and the fact of whether she could be intimate with her partner, it was more of things that were being discussed during an interview to clear up the confusion over the relationships. Since that point, we were very unclear on her relationship with individuals in her life. So at that point, her diagnosis, if she had intimacy issues, it just wasn't something that was relevant to the investigation.
At that point in time?
Correct.
And obviously these investigations they're not necessarily static, they're ongoing, correct?
Yes, very much so.
They're dynamic.
Yes.
Devier had been interviewed on 8/7, correct?
Yes.
And again, fair to say that both you and Detective Ozawa were kind of having a difficulty understanding this relationship dynamic between the parties.
Absolutely.
Fair to say that Devyn's statements weren't necessarily helpful at times.
You could say that, yes.
Fair to say that Devier's explanations of things were not necessarily helpful at times.
Correct.
Through the course of your interview with Devyn, you talk about rings and that rings are significant.
Yes.
They're a sign of a commitment.
Yes.
She had testified that she wasn't, or she had told you that she wasn't particularly sure what was in the bag, correct?
Yes.
Things were being moved, things were kind of hectic, correct?
That is correct.
Fair to say it's kind of ambiguous concerning when these contents were put in the bag, correct?
Ambiguous is when they were placed in the bag?
Yes.
No, she indicated that that occurred at a specific time or instance at the home before they turned around and went right back to Porcupine.
But we know for a fact that they actually were at the home and they actually went to the other home, to the Paladera.
Yes.
Again, a lot going on, correct?
Yes.
Devyn had been subjected to multiple interviews on 8/7.
Yes.
There was discussions concerning keys, both the key or keys to the subject truck as well as Andrea's keys, correct?
Yes.
And she had told you that she had handled or was aware of the keys in both instances, correct?
Yes, she indicated one had Andrea's name on it and the other one was a set of truck keys that were next to some smoking paraphernalia.
You were able to corroborate that Johnathan was a smoker
Correct.
of both tobacco as well as marijuana.
Yes, I believe the lab confirmed that as well.
Yes. When you were at the Paladera residence, obviously there was evidence of smoking both inside and outside the house, correct?
Yes.
As well as alcohol bottles, things of that nature.
Yes.
You had testified that the interview techniques initially concerning Devyn, I think you said were more like free form.
Correct.
That nature.
Yes.
But then they became through the course of the day more accusatory.
Yes.
You testified that you engaged in another form of interview technique, correct?
Correct.
A more confrontational technique.
Yes.
And that was employed by both you as well as Detective Ozawa.
Yes.
The read technique is generally used by your police department.
I wouldn't say that it's used by our department. A lot of people are trained in the read technique. However, most of us that have been detectives for, several years, we develop our own technique. We'll take a little bit of something that we've learned in a class that works for us. And then there's other times that we'll be taking online courses or through just our course of our experience, we'll adapt our techniques to our own strengths.
So, however, it's fair to say that you have been trained and implement the read technique.
I have been trained in read, but I don't believe that I'm still implementing that.
Same question, if to your knowledge, Detective Ozawa, the read technique is generally the beginning, the basis of interview techniques.
I would say it's a basis generally, but I don't know that Detective Ozawa has taken that course.
Okay. Early on, and this is now before your interview with Devyn, you were engaged in an interview with Yoko at the Paladera residence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That interview began at 10:43 a.m.
Yes.
and concluded at 11:28 a.m., correct?
Yes.
45 minutes.
Very fast.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
You were there to try and gain information to help you in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
She cooperated.
She did.
You didn't have the use of an interpreter, but it was clear that you both understood each other.
Yes.
At times were discussed concerning that night in question.
Yes.
On 3 different occasions, it was discussed a noise that disturbed her at 3 a.m., correct?
I don't recall a noise being discussed.
Dogs barking.
Okay, dogs barking, yes.
On 3 different instances during that interview, there's a discussion of dogs at 3 a.m., correct?
Okay, I would have no reason not to believe you.
And if I showed you the interview transcript, you'd have no reason to disagree.
I would not disagree if I could read them.
So 3 times dogs at 3 a.m., correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay, I'm not tricking you.
Yes, sir.
At no time was there any discussion of a bang or anything like that at 2 a.m., correct?
Not that I recall.
Because that's something that you would have taken note of because it would have been.
It would have been significant.
I can have the court's indulgence just one moment.
Sure.
Follow-up question concerning the phone. We had discussed the phone being gotten into and not, put on airplane mode, which would have wiped the notifications, correct?
Correct.
Yoko had discussed calling Johnathan multiple times that morning, correct?
Yes.
Outside of it failing to have been put on airplane mode, was the phone ever taken off the network that you're aware of?
That's not something I would be aware of personally.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yes, very briefly. Detective, with regard to the line of questioning related to the notifications on the phone, you would, I presume, defer to experts on airplane mode and that type of thing, correct?
That's correct.
The fact that there were no notifications on home screen when you first saw the phone, was that important for you for any purpose?
Absolutely. There were statements made by Devyn that she had contacted or tried to contact Johnathan several times. So in my personal experience, I would believe that there would be notifications unless that phone had been interacted with prior to picking it up and bringing it over to the car.
Okay, and there will be an expert that talks about the contents of the phone. That's not for you.
Not my
to talk
forte.
about. But let's presume for a second that she did in fact text or call John after his death. Would this be something that you've seen before in cases where people try to alibi themselves or cover up?
Yes, frequently people will call someone they clearly know is deceased. They will go to their work and pretend and put on an act per se.
Okay.
So there are times that does happen.
So, not for you to say, but
No.
It's not surprising to see someone call someone post-murder to essentially alibi and or cover up.
Correct.
I'll pass it.
Some follow-up. You've had investigations where someone leaves a cell phone, a home, and then goes and commits a serious crime, correct?
Yes.
Again, to perhaps establish an alibi concerning their whereabouts.
Yes.
In reference to the phone, Johnathan's phone, there was communication, specifically a text sent by Devyn to Johnathan about 3:56 a.m., correct?
I'd have to defer to the records, but I have no reason to believe that that didn't happen.
And that concerned the girls in registration that was to occur the morning of the 7th, correct?
Yes.
Additionally, we had heard testimony last week concerning a landline at the Paladura residence. There was in fact a landline.
Yes, there was.
And on the night in question, late 8/6 into 8/7, there were multiple phone calls from the landline at Porcupine to Devyn's phone, correct?
It's my understanding that there were, yes.
Previous night, that would be the night of August 5th, there were multiple phone calls from the Porcupine residence. That's where Devier and the girls to Devyn's phone, correct?
I believe so. Again, I'd have to defer to the records to be certain.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, have any questions for this witness? Sir, you can write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your jury number, and counsel can approach. check the white table in the garage for blood, the tape right there?
I personally did not check the table, however, our CSAs or crime scene analysts as well as the detectives did, and they photographed the garage as a whole as well.
Okay, what did they find?
There was no blood on the table.
Okay? State any follow based on the juror.
No, thank you.
Just very briefly, and it involves actually the phone. The girls were handling the phone prior to being given to you.
I did not see the girls. I would assume that they had handled it. They had to pick it up and bring it over to us. Now, whether they manipulated it, I couldn't tell you.
Swiped up, anything like that, you
Could
can't
not
say.
tell you. They appear to have just walked over from where the phone was and up to their mom's side of the car.
But just so we're clear, though, that phone was out in the driveway for some time, correct?
It was, yes.
In fact, through the course of Devier's interview, he had made reference to that phone, correct?
I wasn't in that interview, so I couldn't speak to that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow up on that, Steve?
No, thank you.
Do ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, name your excuse. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Y'all, we have put in a full day. It is 5:02. What you gonna do? No, I'm just kidding. It's 5:02. If you have not yet hit the thumbs up, I don't know what you're waiting for. We are into day 4. Tomorrow the state of Nevada will be resuming day 5. We will be into day 4. So we are right behind. Okay. Okay. So you guys have a good evening. I'm going to go and rest my mind again. And I may catch up with you guys later. I probably won't, though. I know I'm behind on some Nesto stuff. There's some other stuff tomorrow. We might have to take a couple of breaks because there is court tomorrow for a few cases that we are already following. So we'll talk about that in the morning. So anywho, you guys rest easy. Have a wonderful evening. If you need me, I'm on Instagram. I'm on my email. Just reach out. Okay. Just reach out. If you're not following me on Facebook, come on. Okay. You guys, I did hit 10K on Facebook. So I'm happy. So if you are not part of Facebook, go ahead and hit me up on Facebook. Some of our friends on Facebook. Jennifer is over there hitting the thumbs up right now. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I appreciate you. That's it. That's all. Have a wonderful evening. I bet you I know who's not. Miss Devyn, girl, Devyn. I was thinking it was you and Devier, your stepson. Maybe not. I just don't know how she would do all that by herself. And my hope for her is that she goes back to the jail tonight, washes her hair, and finds a comb. She seems quite competent in these interviews. She seemed able to articulate a sentence, even though I think she's lying. She was able to talk to the police officers. You know, she's able to come up with some lie stories, all of the things. So I don't know. She might be a malingerer, how they called it. So, she might just be pretending. Anywho, you guys have a wonderful evening. This was so much fun. I enjoyed you guys. Mocha, get out those work bushes. Kathy, the work bushes. Everybody, East Coast time, it's 5:00. I'll see you guys later. Yes, keep the faith, y'all. Just keep the faith. This ain't us, so we're not worried about it. This is definitely not us. So we're just watching. We're just watching, looking, pointing, talking, all of the things. I'll see you guys later. Have a wonderful evening. And I will talk to y'all in the morning. Okay. Take care. Bye, guys.